Ashenden by W. Somerset Maugham. Roman 14, a chance acquaintance. When Ashenden went on deck and saw before him a low-lying coast and a white town, he felt a pleasant flutter of excitement. It was early and the sun had not long risen, but the sea was glassy and the sky was blue. It was warm already, and one knew that the day would be sweltering. Vladivostok. It really gave one the sensation of being at the end of the world. It was a long journey that Ashenden had made from New York to San Francisco, across the Pacific in a Japanese boat to Yokohama, then from Tsuruki in a Russian boat, he the only Englishman on board, up the Sea of Japan. From Vladivostok, he was to take the Trans-Siberian to Petrograd. It was the most important mission that he had ever had, and he was pleased with the sense of responsibility that it gave him. He had no one to give him orders. Unlimited funds he carried in a belt next to his skin bills of exchange for a sum so enormous that he was staggered when he thought of them. And though he had been set to do something that was beyond human possibility, he did not know this and was prepared to set about his task with confidence. He believed in his own astuteness. Though he had both esteem and admiration for the sensibility of the human race, he had little respect for their intelligence. Man has always found it easier to sacrifice his life than to learn the multiplication table. Ashenden did not much look forward to 10 days on a Russian train, and in Yokohama, he had heard rumors that in 1 or 2 places, bridges had been blown up and the line cut. He was told that the soldiers, completely out of hand, would rob him of everything he possessed and turn him out on the step to shift for himself. It was a cheerful prospect, but the train was certainly starting, and whatever happened later. And Ashenden had always a feeling that things never turned out as badly as you expected. He was determined to get a place on it. His intention on landing was to go at once to the British consulate and find out what arrangements had been made for him. But as they neared the Shaw, and he was able to discern the untidy and bedraggled town, he felt not a little forlorn. He knew but a few words of Russian. The only man on the ship who spoke English was the purser, and though he promised Ashenden to do anything he could to help him, Ashenden had the impression that he must not too greatly count upon him. It was a relief then, when they docked, to have a young man, small and with a mop of untidy hair, obviously a Jew, come up to him and ask if his name was Ashenden. "Mine is Benedict. I'm the interpreter at the British consulate. I've been told to look after you. We've got you a place on the train tonight." Ashenden's spirits went up. They landed. The little Jew looked after his luggage and had his passport examined, and then, getting into a car that waited for them, they drove off to the consulate. "I've had instructions to offer you every facility," said the consul, "and you've only got to tell me what you want. I've fixed you up all right on the train, but God knows if you'll ever get to Petrograd. Oh, by the way, I've got a traveling companion for you. He's a man called Harrington, an American, and he's going to Petrograd for a firm in Philadelphia. He's trying to fix up some deal with the provisional government." "What's he like?" asked Ashenden. "Oh, he's all right. I wanted him to come with the American consul to luncheon, but they've gone for an excursion in the country. You must get to the station a couple of hours before the train starts. There's always an awful scrimmage, and if you're not there in good time, someone will pinch your seat." The train started at midnight, and Ashenden dined with Benedict at the station restaurant, which was, it appeared, the only place in that slatternly town where you could get a decent meal. It was crowded. The service was intolerably slow. Then they went onto the platform, where, though they had still 2 hours to spare, there was already a seething mob. Whole families, sitting on piles of luggage, seemed to be camped there. People rushed to and fro, or stood in little groups violently arguing. Women screamed. Others were silently weeping. Here 2 men were engaged in a fierce quarrel. It was a scene of indescribable confusion. The light in the station was wan and cold, and the white faces of all those people were like the white faces of the dead waiting, patient or anxious, distraught or penitent, for the judgment of the last day. The train was made up, and most of the carriages were already filled to overflowing. When at last Benedict found that in which Ashenden had his place, a man sprang out of it excitedly. "Come in and sit down," he said. "I've had the greatest difficulty in keeping your seat. A fellow wanted to come in here with a wife and 2 children. My consul has just gone off with him to see the station master." "This is Mr. Harrington," said Benedict. Ashenden stepped into the carriage. It had 2 berths in it. The porter stowed his luggage away. He shook hands with his traveling companion. Mr. John Quincy Harrington was a very thin man of somewhat less than middle height. He had a yellow, bony face, with large, pale blue eyes, and when he took off his hat to wipe his brow wet from the perturbation he had endured, he showed a large, bald skull. It was very bony, and the ridges and protuberances stood out disconcertingly. He wore a bowler hat, a black coat and waistcoat, and a pair of striped trousers, a very high white collar, and a neat, unobtrusive tie. Ashenden did not know precisely how you should dress in order to take a 10 days' journey across Siberia, but he could not but think that Mr. Harrington's costume was eccentric. He spoke with precision, in a high-pitched voice, and in an accent that Ashenden recognized as that of New England. In a minute, the station master came accompanied by a bearded Russian, suffering evidently from profound emotion, and followed by a lady holding 2 children by the hand. The Russian, tears running down his face, was talking with quivering lips to the station master, and his wife, between her sobs, was apparently telling him the story of her life. When they arrived at the carriage, the altercation became more violent, and Benedict joined in with his fluent Russian. Mr. Harrington did not know a word of the language, but being obviously of an excitable turn, broke in and explained in voluble English that these seats had been booked by the consuls of Great Britain and the United States respectively, and though he didn't know about the King of England, he could tell them straight, and they could take it from him, that the President of the United States would never permit an American citizen to be done out of a seat on the train that he had duly paid for. He would yield to force, but to nothing else, and if they touched him, he would register a complaint with the consul at once. He said all this, and a great deal more to the station master, who of course had no notion what he was talking about, but with much emphasis and a good deal of gesticulation, made him in reply a passionate speech. This roused Mr. Harrington to the utmost pitch of indignation, for shaking his fist in the station master's face, his own pale with fury, he cried out, "Tell him I don't understand a word he says, and I don't want to understand. If the Russians want us to look upon them as a civilized people, why don't they talk a civilized language? Tell him that I am Mr. John Quincy Harrington, and I'm traveling on behalf of Messrs. Crewe and Adams of Philadelphia, with a special letter of introduction to Mr. Kerensky, and if I'm not left in peaceful possession of this carriage, Mr. Crewe will take the matter up with the administration in Washington." Mr. Harrington's manner was so truculent, and his gestures so menacing, that the station master, throwing up the sponge, turned on his heel without another word, and walked moodily away. He was followed by the bearded Russian, and his wife arguing heatedly with him, and the 2 apathetic children. Mr. Harrington jumped back into the carriage. "I'm terribly sorry to have to refuse to give up my seat to a lady with 2 children," he said. "No one knows better than I the respect due to a woman and a mother, but I've got to get to Petrograd by this train, if I don't want to lose a very important order, and I'm not going to spend 10 days in a corridor for all the mothers in Russia." "I don't blame you," said Ashenden. "I am a married man and I have 2 children myself. I know that traveling with your family is a difficult matter, but there's nothing that I know to prevent you from staying at home. When you are shut up with a man for 10 days in a railway carriage, you can hardly fail to learn most of what there is to know about him. And for 10 days, for 11 to be exact. Ashenden spent 24 hours a day with Mr. Harrington. It is true that they went into the dining room 3 times a day for their meals, but they sat opposite to one another. It is true that the trains stopped for an hour morning and afternoon, so that they were able to have a tramp up and down the platform, but they walked side by side. Ashenden made acquaintance with some of his fellow travelers, and sometimes they came into the compartment to have a chat, but if they only spoke French or German, Mr. Harrington would watch them with acidulous disapproval, and if they spoke English, he would never let them get a word in. For Mr. Harrington was a talker. He talked as though it were a natural function of the human being, automatically, as men breathe or digest their food. He talked not because he had something to say, but because he could not help himself, in a high-pitched, nasal voice, without inflection, at one dead level of tone. He talked with precision, using a copious vocabulary and forming his sentences with deliberation. He never used a short word when a longer one would do. He never paused. He went on and on. It was not a torrent, for there was nothing impetuous about it. It was like a stream of lava pouring irresistibly down the side of a volcano. It flowed with a quiet and steady force that overwhelmed everything that was in its path. Ashenden thought he had never known as much about anyone as he knew about Mr. Harrington, and not only about him, with all his opinions, habits, and circumstances, but about his wife and his wife's family, his children and their schoolfellows, his employers, and the alliances they had made for 3 or 4 generations with the best families of Philadelphia. His own family had come from Devonshire early in the 18th century, and Mr. Harrington had been to the village where the graves of his forebears were still to be seen in the churchyard. He was proud of his English ancestry, but proud too of his American birth. Though to him, America was a little strip of land along the Atlantic coast, and Americans were a small number of persons of English or Dutch origin whose blood had never been sullied by foreign admixture. He looked upon the Germans, Swedes, Irish, and the inhabitants of Central and Eastern Europe, who for the last 100 years have descended upon the United States as interlopers. He turned his attention away from them as a maiden lady who lived in a secluded manner might avert her eyes from the factory chimneys that had trespassed upon her retirement. When Ashenden mentioned a man of vast wealth who owned some of the finest pictures in America, Mr. Harrington said, "I've never met him. My great-aunt Maria Penn Warmington always said his grandmother was a very good cook. My great-aunt Maria was terribly sorry when she left her to get married. She said she never knew anyone who could make an apple pancake as she could." Mr. Harrington was devoted to his wife, and he told Ashenden at unbelievable length how cultivated and what a perfect mother she was. She had delicate health and had undergone a great number of operations, all of which he described in detail. He had had 2 operations himself, one on his tonsils and one to remove his appendix, and he took Ashenden day by day through his experiences. All his friends had had operations, and his knowledge of surgery was encyclopedic. He had 2 sons, both at school, and he was seriously considering whether he would not be well advised to have them operated on. It was curious that one of them should have enlarged tonsils, and he was not at all happy about the appendix of the other. They were more devoted to one another than he had ever seen 2 brothers be, and a very good friend of his, the brightest surgeon in Philadelphia, had offered to operate on them both together so that they should not be separated. He showed Ashenden photographs of the boys and their mother. This journey of his to Russia was the first time in their lives that he had been separated from them, and every morning he wrote a long letter to his wife telling her everything that had happened and a good deal of what he had said during the day. Ashenden watched him cover sheet after sheet of paper with his neat, legible, and precise handwriting. Mr. Harrington had read all the books on conversation and knew its technique to the last detail. He had a little book in which he noted down the stories he heard, and he told Ashenden that when he was going out to dinner, he always looked up half a dozen so that he should not be at a loss. They were marked with a G if they could be told in general society, and with an M, for men, if they were more fit for rough masculine ears. He was a specialist in that peculiar form of anecdote that consists in narrating a long serious incident, piling detail upon detail, till a comic end is reached. He spared you nothing, and Ashenden, foreseeing the point long before it arrived, would clench his hands and knit his brows in the strenuous effort not to betray his impatience, and at last force from his unwilling mouth a grim and hollow laugh. If someone came into the compartment in the middle, Mr. Harrington would greet him with cordiality. "Come right in and sit down. I was just telling my friend a story. You must listen to it. It's one of the funniest things you ever heard." Then he would begin again from the very beginning and repeat it word for word, without altering a single apt epithet, till he reached the humorous end. Ashenden suggested once that they should see whether they could find 2 people on the train who played cards, so that they might while away the time with a game of bridge. But Mr. Harrington said he never touched cards, and when Ashenden, in desperation, began to play patience, he pulled a wry face. "It beats me how an intelligent man can waste his time card-playing, and of all the unintellectual pursuits I have ever seen, it seems to me that solitaire is the worst. It kills conversation. Man is a social animal, and he exercises the highest part of his nature when he takes part in social intercourse. There is a certain elegance in wasting time," said Ashenden. "Any fool can waste money, but when you waste time, you waste what is priceless. Besides," he added with bitterness, "you can still talk. How can I talk when your attention is taken up by whether you are going to get a black 7 to put on a red 8? Conversation calls forth the highest powers of the intellect, and if you have made a study of it, you have the right to expect that the person you're talking to will give you the fullest attention he is capable of." He did not say this acrimoniously, but with the good-humored patience of a man who has been much tried. He was just stating a plain fact, and Ashenden could take it or leave it. It was the claim of the artist to have his work taken seriously. Mr. Harrington was a diligent reader. He read pencil in hand, underlining passages that attracted his attention, and on the margin making in his neat writing comments on what he read. This he was fond of discussing, and when Ashenden himself was reading and felt on a sudden that Mr. Harrington, book in one hand and pencil in the other, was looking at him with his large, pale eyes. He began to have violent palpitations of the heart. He dared not look up. He dared not even turn the page, for he knew that Mr. Harrington would regard this as ample excuse to break into a discourse, but remained with his eyes fixed desperately on a single word, like a chicken with its beak to a chalk line, and only ventured to breathe when he realized that Mr. Harrington, having given up the attempt, had resumed his reading. He was then engaged on a history of the American Constitution in 2 volumes, and for recreation was perusing a stout volume that purported to contain all the great speeches of the world. For Mr. Harrington was an after-dinner speaker and had read all the best books on speaking in public. He knew exactly how to get on good terms with his audience, just where to put in the serious words that touched their hearts, how to catch their attention by a few apt stories, and finally, with what degree of eloquence, suiting the occasion, to deliver his peroration. Mr. Harrington was very fond of reading aloud. Ashenden had had frequent occasion to observe the distressing propensity of Americans for this pastime. In hotel drawing rooms at night after dinner, he had often seen the father of a family seated in a retired corner and surrounded by his wife, his 2 sons and his daughter, reading to them. On ships crossing the Atlantic, he had sometimes watched with awe the tall, spare gentleman of commanding aspect, who sat in the center of 15 ladies no longer in their first youth, and in a resonant voice read to them the history of art. Walking up and down the promenade deck, he had passed honeymooning couples lying on deck chairs, and caught the unhurried tones of the bride as she read to her young husband the pages of a popular novel. It had always seemed to him a curious way of showing affection. He had had friends who had offered to read to him, and he had known women who had said they loved being read to, but he had always politely refused the invitation and firmly ignored the hint. He liked neither reading aloud nor being read aloud to. In his heart, he thought the national predilection for this form of entertainment the only flaw in the perfection of the American character. But the immortal gods love a good laugh at the expense of human beings, and now delivered him, bound and helpless, to the knife of the high priest. Mr. Harrington flattered himself that he was a very good reader, and he explained to Ashenden the theory and practice of the art. Ashenden learned that there were 2 schools, the dramatic and the natural. In the first you imitated the voices of those who spoke if you were reading a novel, and when the heroine wailed you wailed, and when emotion choked her, you choked too. But in the other, you read as impassively as though you were reading the price list of a mail-order house in Chicago. This was the school Mr. Harrington belonged to. In the 17 years of his married life, he had read aloud to his wife, and to his sons as soon as they were old enough to appreciate them, the novels of Sir Walter Scott, Jane Austen, Dickens, the Bronte sisters, Thackeray, George Eliot, Nathaniel Hawthorne, and W.D. Howells. Ashenden came to the conclusion that it was second nature with Mr. Harrington to read aloud, and to prevent him from doing so made him as uneasy as cutting off his tobacco made the confirmed smoker. He would take you unawares. "Listen to this," he would say. "You must listen to this," as though he were suddenly struck by the excellence of a maxim or the neatness of a phrase. "Now just tell me if you don't think this is remarkably well put. It's only 3 lines." He read them, and Ashenden was willing to give him a moment's attention, but having finished them, without pausing for a moment to take breath, he went on. He went right on and on. In his measured, high-pitched voice, without emphasis or expression, he read page after page. Ashenden fidgeted, crossed and uncrossed his legs, lit cigarettes and smoked them, sat first in one position, then in another. Mr. Harrington went on and on. The train went leisurely through the interminable steppes of Siberia. They passed villages and crossed rivers. Mr. Harrington went on and on. When he finished a great speech by Edmund Burke, he put down the book in triumph. Now that, in my opinion, is one of the finest orations in the English language. It is certainly a part of our common heritage that we can look upon with genuine pride. Doesn't it seem to you a little ominous that the people to whom Edmund Burke made that speech are all dead?" asked Ashenden gloomily. Mr. Harrington was about to reply that this was hardly to be wondered at, since the speech was made in the 18th century, when it dawned upon him that Ashenden, bearing up wonderfully under affliction, as any unprejudiced person could not fail to admit, was making a joke. He slapped his knee and laughed heartily. "Gee, that's a good one," he said. "I'll write that down in my little book. I see exactly how I can bring it in one time when I have to speak at our luncheon club." Mr. Harrington was a highbrow, but that appellation, invented by the vulgar as a term of abuse, He had accepted like the instrument of a saint's martyrdom, the gridiron of St. Lawrence, for instance, or the wheel of St. Catherine, as an honorific title. He gloried in it. Emerson was a highbrow, he said. Longfellow was a highbrow. Oliver Wendell Holmes was a highbrow. James Russell Lowell was a highbrow. Mr. Harrington's study of American literature had taken him no further down the years than the period during which those eminent, but not precisely thrilling authors, flourished. Mr. Harrington was a bore. He exasperated Ashenden and enraged him, he got on his nerves and drove him to frenzy. But Ashenden did not dislike him. His self-satisfaction was enormous but so ingenuous that you could not resent it. His conceit was so childlike that you could only smile at it. He was so well-meaning, so thoughtful, so deferential, so polite that though Ashenden would willingly have killed him, he could not but own that in that shot, while he had conceived for Mr. Harrington something very like affection. His manners were exquisite, formal, a trifle elaborate perhaps. There is no harm in that, for good manners are the product of an artificial state of society, and so can bear a touch of the powdered wig and the lace ruffle. But though natural to his good breeding, they gained a pleasant significance from his good heart. He was ready to do anyone a kindness, and seemed to find nothing too much trouble if he could thereby oblige his fellow man. He was eminently serviable, and it may be that this is a word for which there is no exact translation, because the charming quality it denotes is not very common among our practical people. When Ashenden was ill for a couple of days, Mr. Harrington nursed him with devotion. Ashenden was embarrassed by the care he took of him, and though racked with pain, could not help laughing at the fussy attention with which Mr. Harrington took his temperature. From his neatly packed valise extracted a whole regiment of tabloids, and firmly doctored him, and he was touched by the trouble he gave himself to get from the dining car the things that he thought Ashenden could eat. He did everything in the world for him, but stopped talking. It was only when he was dressing that Mr. Harrington was silent, for then his maidenly mind was singly occupied with the problem of changing his clothes before Ashenden without indelicacy. He was extremely modest. He changed his linen every day, neatly taking it out of his suitcase and neatly putting back what was soiled. But he performed miracles of dexterity in order during the process not to show an inch of bare skin. After a day or two, Ashenden gave up the struggle to keep neat and clean in that dirty train, with one lavatory for the whole carriage, and soon was as grubby as the rest of the passengers. But Mr. Harrington refused to yield to the difficulties. He performed his toilet with deliberation, notwithstanding the impatient persons who rattled the door handle, and returned from the lavatory every morning washed, shining and smelling of soap. Once dressed, in his black coat, striped trousers and well-polished shoes, he looked as spruce as though he had just stepped out of his tidy little red brick house in Philadelphia and was about to board the streetcar that would take him downtown to his office. At one point of the journey, it was announced that an attempt had been made to blow up a bridge and that there were disturbances at the next station over the river. It might be that the train would be stopped and the passengers turned adrift or taken prisoners. Ashenden, thinking he might be separated from his luggage, took the precaution to change into his thickest clothes so that if he had to pass the winter in Siberia, he need suffer as little as necessary from the cold. But Mr. Harrington would not listen to reason. He made no preparations for the possible experience, and Ashenden had the conviction that if he spent 3 months in a Russian prison, he would still preserve that smart and natty appearance. A troop of Cossacks boarded the train and stood on the platform of each carriage with their guns loaded, and the train rattled gingerly over the damaged bridge. Then they came to the station at which they had been warned of danger, put on steam, and dashed straight through it. Mr. Harrington was mildly satirical when Ashenden changed back into a light summer suit. Mr. Harrington was a keen businessman. It was obvious that it would need someone very astute to overreach him, and Ashenden was sure that his employers had been well advised to send him on this errand. He would safeguard their interests with all his might, and if he succeeded in driving a bargain with the Russians, it would be a hard one. His loyalty to his firm demanded that. He spoke of the partners with affectionate reverence. He loved them and was proud of them, but he did not envy them because their wealth was great. He was quite content to work on a salary and thought himself adequately paid, so long as he could educate his boys and leave his widow enough to live on. What was money to him? He thought it a trifle vulgar to be rich. He looked upon culture as more important than money. He was careful of it, and after every meal put down in his notebook exactly what it had cost him. His firm might be certain that he would not charge a penny more for his expenses than he had spent. But having discovered that poor people came to the station at the stopping places of the train to beg, and seeing that the war had really brought them to destitution, he took care before each halt to supply himself with ample small change, and in a shamefaced way, mocking himself for being taken in by such impostors, distributed everything in his pocket. "Of course I know they don't deserve it," he said, "and I don't do it for them. I do it entirely for my own peace of mind. I should feel so terribly badly if I thought some man really was hungry, and I'd refuse to give him the price of a meal." Mr. Harrington was absurd, but lovable. It was inconceivable that anyone should be rude to him. It would have seemed as dreadful as hitting a child. And Ashenden, chafing inwardly but with a pretense of amiability, suffered meekly, and with a truly Christian spirit the affliction of the gentle, ruthless creature's society. It took 11 days at that time to get from Vladivostok to Petrograd, and Ashenden felt that he could not have borne another day. If it had been 12, he would have killed Mr. Harrington. When at last, Ashenden tired and dirty, Mr. Harrington neat, sprightly and sententious, they reached the outskirts of Petrograd and stood at the window looking at the crowded houses of the city, Mr. Harrington turned to Ashenden and said, "Well, I never would have thought that 11 days in the train would pass so quickly. We've had a wonderful time. I've enjoyed your company, and I know you've enjoyed mine. I'm not going to pretend I don't know that I'm a pretty good conversationalist. But now we've come together like this, we must take care to stay together. We must see as much of one another as we can while I'm in Petrograd." "I shall have a great deal to do," said Ashenden. "I'm afraid my time won't be altogether my own." "I know," answered Mr. Harrington cordially. "I expect to be pretty busy myself, but we can have breakfast together anyway, and we'll meet in the evening and compare notes. It would be too bad if we drifted apart now." "Too bad," sighed Ashenden. "Imprint this ebook is the product of many hours of hard work by volunteers for Standard ebooks, and builds on the hard work of other literature lovers made possible by the public domain. This particular ebook is based on a transcription from Faded Page and on digital scans from the Internet Archive. The source text and artwork in this ebook are believed to be in the United States public domain, that is, they are believed to be free of copyright restrictions in the United States. They may still be copyrighted in other countries, so users located outside of the United States must check their local laws before using this ebook. The creators of, and contributors to, this ebook dedicate their contributions to the worldwide public domain via the terms in the CC 01.0 Universal Public Domain Dedication. For full license information, see the uncopyright at the end of this ebook. Standard eBooks is a volunteer-driven project that produces ebook editions of public domain literature using modern typography, technology, and editorial standards, and distributes them free of cost. You can download this and other ebooks carefully produced for true book lovers at standardbooks.org. Roman 15 Love and Russian Literature when Ashenden found himself in his bedroom at the hotel, and for the first time for it seemed an age, alone he sat down and looked about him. He had not the energy to start immediately to unpack. How many of these hotel bedrooms had he known since the beginning of the war, grand or shabby, in one place and one land after another? It seemed to him that he had been living in his luggage for as long as he could remember. He was weary. He asked himself how he was going to set about the work that he had been sent to do. He felt lost in the immensity of Russia and very solitary. He had protested when he was chosen for this mission. It looked too large and odd, but his protests were ignored. He was chosen not because those in authority thought him particularly suited for the job, but because there was no one to be found who was more suited. There was a knock at the door, and Ashenden, pleased to make use of the few words of the language he knew, called out in Russian. The door was opened. He sprang to his feet. Come in, he cried. "I'm awfully glad to see you." 3 men entered. He knew them by sight since they had traveled on the same boat with him from San Francisco to Yokohama, but following their instructions, no communications had passed between them and Ashenden. They were Czechs, exiled from their country for their revolutionary activity and long settled in America, who had been sent over to Russia to help Ashenden in his mission and put him in touch with Professor Z, whose authority over the Czechs in Russia was absolute. Their chief was a certain Dr. Egon Oth, a tall, thin man with a little gray head. He was minister to some church in the Middle West and a doctor of divinity, but had abandoned his cure to work for the liberation of his country. And Ashenden had the impression that he was an intelligent fellow who would not put too fine a point on matters of conscience. A parson with a fixed idea has this advantage over common men, that he can persuade himself of the Almighty's approval for almost any goings-on. Dr. Oth had a merry twinkle in his eye and a dry humor. Ashenden had had 2 secret interviews with him in Yokohama, and had learnt that Professor Z, though eager to free his country from the Austrian rule, and since he knew that this could only come about by the downfall of the Central Powers with the Allies' body and soul, yet had scruples. He would not do things that outraged his conscience. All must be straightforward and above board, and so some things that it was necessary to do had to be done without his knowledge. His influence was so great that his wishes could not be disregarded, but on occasion it was felt better not to let him know too much of what was going on. Dr. Oth had arrived in Petrograd a week before Ashenden, and now put before him what he had learned of the situation. It seemed to Ashenden that it was critical, and if anything was to be done, it must be done quickly. The army was dissatisfied and mutinous. The government under the weak Kerensky was tottering and held power only because no one else had the courage to seize it. Famine was staring the country in the face, and already the possibility had to be considered that the Germans would march on Petrograd. The ambassadors of Great Britain and the United States had been apprised of Ashenden's coming, but his mission was secret even from them, and there were particular reasons why he could demand no assistance from them. He arranged with Dr. Oth to make an appointment with Professor Z, so that he could learn his views and explain to him that he had the financial means to support any scheme that seemed likely to prevent the catastrophe that the Allied governments foresaw of Russia's making a separate peace. But he had to get in touch with influential persons in all classes. Mr. Harrington, with his business proposition and his letters to ministers of state, would be thrown in contact with members of the government, and Mr. Harrington wanted an interpreter. Dr. Oth spoke Russian almost as well as his own language, and it struck Ashenden that he would be admirably suited to the post. He explained the circumstances to him, and it was arranged that while Ashenden and Mr. Harrington were at luncheon, Dr. Oth should come in, greeting Ashenden as though he had not seen him before, and be introduced to Mr. Harrington. Then Ashenden, guiding the conversation, would suggest to Mr. Harrington that the heavens had sent in Dr. Oth the ideal man for his purpose, but there was another person on whom Ashenden had fixed as possibly useful to him, and now, he said, "Have you ever heard of a woman called Anastasia Alexandrovna Leonidov? She's the daughter of Alexander Denisov. I know all about him, of course. I have reason to believe she's in Petrograd. Will you find out where she lives and what she's doing?" "Certainly." Dr. Oth spoke in Czech to one of the 2 men who accompanied him. They were sharp-looking fellows, both of them. One was tall and fair, and the other was short and dark, but they were younger than Dr. Oth, and Ashenden understood that they were there to do as he bade them. The man nodded, got up, shook hands with Ashenden, and went out. "You shall have all the information possible this afternoon." "Well, I think there's nothing more we can do for the present," said Ashenden. "To tell you the truth, I haven't had a bath for 11 days, and I badly want one." Ashenden had never quite made up his mind whether the pleasure of reflection was better pursued in a railway carriage or in a bath. So far as the act of invention was concerned, he was inclined to prefer a train that went smoothly and not too fast, and many of his best ideas had come to him when he was thus traversing the plains of France. But for the delight of reminiscence, or the entertainment of embroidery upon a theme already in his head, he had no doubt that nothing could compare with a hot bath. He considered now, wallowing in soapy water like a water buffalo in a muddy pond, the grim pleasantry of his relations with Anastasia Alexandrovna Leonidov. In these stories, no more than the barest suggestion has been made that Ashenden was capable on occasions of the passion, ironically called tender. The specialists in this matter, those charming creatures who make a business of what philosophers know is but a diversion, assert that writers, painters, and musicians, all in short who are connected with the arts in the relation of love, cut no very conspicuous figure. There is much cry but little wool. They rave or sigh, make phrases and strike many a romantic attitude, but in the end, loving aught or themselves, which with them is one and the same thing, better than the object of their emotion, offer a shadow when the said object, with the practical common sense of the sex, demands a substance. It may be so, and this may be the reason, never before suggested, why women in their souls look upon art with such a virulent hatred. Be this as it may, Ashenden in the last 20 years had felt his heart go pit-a-pat because of one charming person after another. He had had a good deal of fun, and had paid for it with a great deal of misery, but even when suffering most acutely from the pangs of unrequited love, he had been able to say to himself, albeit with a wry face, after all, it's grist to the mill. Anastasia Alexandrovna Leonidov was the daughter of a revolutionary who had escaped from Siberia after being sentenced to penal servitude for life, and had settled in England. He was an able man, and had supported himself for 30 years by the activity of a restless pen, and had even made himself a distinguished position in English letters. When Anastasia Alexandrovna reached a suitable age, she married Vladimir Semenovich Leonidov, also an exile from his native country, and it was after she had been married to him for some years that Ashenden made her acquaintance. It was at the time when Europe discovered Russia. Everyone was reading the Russian novelists, the Russian dancers captivated the civilized world, and the Russian composers set shivering the sensibility of persons who were beginning to want a change from Wagner. Russian art seized upon Europe with the virulence of an epidemic of influenza. New phrases became the fashion, new colors, new emotions, and the highbrows described themselves without a moment's hesitation as members of the intelligentsia. It was a difficult word to spell, but an easy one to say. Ashenden fell like the rest, changed the cushions of his sitting room, hung an icon on the wall, read Chekhov, and went to the ballet. Anastasia Alexandrovna was by birth, circumstances, and education very much a member of the intelligentsia. She lived with her husband in a tiny house near Regent's Park, and here, all the literary folk in London might gaze with humble reverence at pale-faced bearded giants who leaned against the wall like caryatids taking a day off. They were revolutionaries to a man, and it was a miracle that they were not in the mines of Siberia. Women of letters tremulously put their lips to a glass of vodka. If you were lucky and greatly favored, you might shake hands there with Diaghilev, and now and again, like a peach blossom wafted by the breeze, Pavlova herself hovered in and out. At this time, Ashenden's success had not been so great as to affront the highbrows. He had very distinctly been one of them in his youth, and though some already looked askance, others, optimistic creatures with a faith in human nature, still had hopes of him. Anastasia Alexandrovna told him to his face that he was a member of the intelligentsia. Ashenden was quite ready to believe it. He was in a state when he was ready to believe anything. He was thrilled and excited. It seemed to him that at last he was about to capture that elusive spirit of romance that he had so long been chasing. Anastasia Alexandrovna had fine eyes and a good, though for these days, too voluptuous figure, high cheekbones and a snub nose. This was very Tata, a wide mouth full of large square teeth and a pale skin. She dressed somewhat flamboyantly. In her dark, melancholy eyes Ashenden saw the boundless steppes of Russia, and the Kremlin with its pealing bells, and the solemn ceremonies of Easter at St. Isaac's, and forests of Silva beaches and the Nevsky Prospect. It was astonishing how much he saw in her eyes. They were round and shining, and slightly protuberant like those of a Pekingese. They talked together of Alyosha in The Brothers Karamazov, of Natasha in War and Peace, of Anna Karenina, and of fathers and sons. Ashenden soon discovered that her husband was quite unworthy of her, and presently learned that she shared his opinion. Vladimir Semenovich was a little man with a large, long head that looked as though it had been pulled like a piece of licorice, and he had a great shock of unruly Russian hair. He was a gentle, unobtrusive creature, and it was hard to believe that the Tsarist government had really feared his revolutionary activities. He taught Russian and wrote for papers in Moscow. He was amiable and obliging. He needed these qualities, for Anastasia Alexandrovna was a woman of character. When she had a toothache, Vladimir Semenovich suffered the agonies of the damned, and when her heart was wrung by the suffering of her unhappy country, Vladimir Semenovich might well have wished he had never been born. Ashenden could not help admitting that he was a poor thing, but he was so harmless that he conceived quite a liking for him, and when in due course he had disclosed his passion to Anastasia Alexandrovna, and to his joy found it was returned, he was puzzled to know what to do about Vladimir Semenovich. Neither Anastasia Alexandrovna nor he felt that they could live another minute out of one another's pockets, and Ashenden feared that with her revolutionary views and all that she would never consent to marry him. But somewhat to his surprise, and very much to his relief, she accepted the suggestion with alacrity. Would Vladimir Semenovich let himself be divorced, do you think? He asked as he sat on the sofa, leaning against cushions the color of which reminded him of raw meat just gone bad, and held her hand. Vladimir adores me, she answered. It'll break his heart. He's a nice fellow, I shouldn't like him to be very unhappy, I hope he'll get over it. He'll never get over it, that is the Russian spirit. I know that when I leave him, he'll feel that he has lost everything that made life worth living for him. I've never known anyone so wrapped up in a woman as he is in me, but of course he wouldn't want to stand in the way of my happiness. He's far too great for that. He'll see that when it's a question of my own self-development, I haven't the right to hesitate. Vladimir will give me my freedom without question. At that time, the divorce law in England was even more complicated and absurd than it is now, and in case she was not acquainted with its peculiarities, Ashenden explained to Anastasia Alexandrovna the difficulties of the case. She put her hand gently on his. Vladimir would never expose me to the vulgar notoriety of the divorce court. When I tell him that I have decided to marry you, he will commit suicide. That would be terrible, said Ashenden. He was startled, but thrilled. It was really very much like a Russian novel, and he saw the moving and terrible pages and pages, in which Dostoevsky would have described the situation. He knew the lacerations his characters would have suffered, the broken bottles of champagne, the visits to the gypsies, the vodka, the swoonings, the catalepsy, and the long, long speeches everyone would have made. It was all very dreadful and wonderful and shattering. It would make us horribly unhappy, said Anastasia Alexandrovna, but I don't know what else he could do. I couldn't ask him to live without me. He would be like a ship without a rudder or a car without a carburetor. I know Vladimir so well. He will commit suicide. How? Asked Ashenden, who had the realist's passion for the exact detail. He will blow his brains out. Ashenden remembered Maugham. In his day, he had been an ardent Ibsenite, and had even flirted with the notion of learning Norwegian so that he might, by reading the master in the original, get at the secret essence of his thought. He had once seen Ibsen in the flesh drink a glass of Munich beer. But do you think we could ever pass another easy hour if we had the death of that man on our conscience? He asked. I have a feeling that he would always be between us. I know we shall suffer dreadfully, said Anastasia Alexandrovna, but how can we help it? Life is like that, we must think of Vladimir. There is his happiness to be considered too. He will prefer to commit suicide. She turned her face away, and Ashenden saw that the heavy tears were coursing down her cheeks. He was much moved, for he had a soft heart, and it was dreadful to think of poor Vladimir lying there with a bullet in his brain. These Russians, what fun they have. But when Anastasia Alexandrovna had mastered her emotion, she turned to him gravely. She looked at him with her humid, round, and slightly protuberant eyes. We must be quite sure that we're doing the right thing, she said. I should never forgive myself if I'd allowed Vladimir to commit suicide and then found I'd made a mistake. I think we ought to make sure that we really love one another. But don't you know? Exclaimed Ashenden in a low, tense voice. I know. Let's go over to Paris for a week and see how we get on. Then we shall know. Ashenden was a trifle conventional, and the suggestion took him by surprise. But only for a moment. Anastasia was wonderful. She was very quick, and she saw the hesitation that for an instant troubled him. Surely you have no bourgeois prejudices, she said. Of course not, he assured her hurriedly, for he would much sooner have been thought knavish than bourgeois. I think it's a splendid idea. Why should a woman hazard her whole life on a throw? It's impossible to know what a man is really like till you've lived with him. It's only fair to give her the opportunity to change her mind before it's too late. Quite so, said Ashenden. Anastasia Alexandrovna was not a woman to let the grass grow under her feet, and so, having made their arrangements forthwith on the following Saturday, they started for Paris. I shall not tell Vladimir that I am going with you, she said. It would only distress him. It would be a pity to do that, said Ashenden, and if at the end of the week I come to the conclusion that we've made a mistake, he need never know anything about it. Quite so, said Ashenden. They met at Victoria Station. What class have you got? She asked him. First. I'm glad of that. Father and Vladimir travel third on account of their principles, but I always feel sick on a train, and I like to be able to lean my head on somebody's shoulder. It's easier in a first-class carriage. When the train started, Anastasia Alexandrovna said she felt dizzy, so she took off her hat and leaned her head on Ashenden's shoulder. He put his arm round her waist. Keep quite still, won't you? She said. When they got onto the boat, she went down to the ladies' cabin, and at Calais was able to eat a very hearty meal. But when they got into the train, she took off her hat again and rested her head on Ashenden's shoulder. He thought he would like to read and took up a book. Do you mind not reading? She said. I have to be held, and when you turn the pages it makes me feel all funny. Finally, they reached Paris and went to a little hotel on the left bank that Anastasia Alexandrovna knew of. She said it had atmosphere. She could not bear those great big grand hotels on the other side. They were hopelessly vulgar and bourgeois. I'll go anywhere you like, said Ashenden, as long as there's a bathroom. She smiled and pinched his cheek. How adorably English you are. Can't you do without a bathroom for a week? My dear, you have so much to learn. They talked far into the night about Maxim Gorky and Karl Marx, human destiny, love and the brotherhood of man, and drank innumerable cups of Russian tea, so that in the morning, Ashenden would willingly have breakfasted in bed and got up for luncheon. But Anastasia Alexandrovna was an early riser. When life was so short and there was so much to do, it was a sinful thing to have breakfast a minute after 8:30. They sat down in a dingy little dining room, the windows of which showed no signs of having been opened for a month. It was full of atmosphere. Ashenden asked Anastasia Alexandrovna what she would have for breakfast. Scrambled eggs, she said. She ate heartily. Ashenden had already noticed that she had a healthy appetite. He supposed it was a Russian trait. You could not picture Anna Karenina making her midday meal off a Bath bun and a cup of coffee, could you? After breakfast, they went to the Louvre, and in the afternoon, they went to the Luxembourg. They dined early in order to go to the Comédie Française, then they went to a Russian cabaret where they danced. When next morning at 8:30, they took their places in the dining room, and Ashenden asked Anastasia Alexandrovna what she fancied. Her reply was, scrambled eggs. But we had scrambled eggs yesterday, he expostulated. Let's have them again today, she smiled. All right. They spent the day in the same manner except that they went to the Carnavalet instead of the Louvre and the Musée Guimet instead of the Luxembourg. But when the morning after, in answer to Ashenden's inquiry, Anastasia Alexandrovna again asked for scrambled eggs, his heart sank. But we had scrambled eggs yesterday and the day before, he said. Don't you think that's a very good reason to have them again today? No, I don't. Is it possible that your sense of humor is a little deficient this morning? She asked. I eat scrambled eggs every day. It's the only way I like them. Oh, very well. In that case, of course, we'll have scrambled eggs. But the following morning he could not face them. Will you have scrambled eggs as usual? He asked her. Of course, she smiled affectionately, showing him 2 rows of large square teeth. All right, I'll order them for you. I shall have mine fried. The smile vanished from her lips. Oh, she paused a moment. Don't you think that's rather inconsiderate? Do you think it's fair to give the cook unnecessary work? You English, you're all the same. You look upon servants as machines. Does it occur to you that they have hearts like yours, the same feelings and the same emotions? How can you be surprised that the proletariat are seething with discontent when the bourgeoisie like you are so monstrously selfish? Do you really think that there'll be a revolution in England if I have my eggs in Paris fried rather than scrambled? She tossed her pretty head in indignation. You don't understand. It's the principle of the thing. You think it's a jest. Of course I know you're being funny. I can laugh at a joke as well as anyone. Chekhov was well known in Russia as a humorist. But don't you see what is involved? Your whole attitude is wrong. It's a lack of feeling. You wouldn't talk like that if you had been through the events of 1905 in Petersburg. When I think of the crowds in front of the Winter Palace kneeling in the snow while the Cossacks charged them, women and children? No. Her eyes filled with tears and her face was all twisted with pain. She took Ashenden's hand. I know you have a good heart. It was just thoughtless on your part and we won't say anything more about it. You have imagination, you're very sensitive, I know. You'll have your eggs done in the same way as mine, won't you? Of course, said Ashenden. He ate scrambled eggs for breakfast every morning after that. The waiter said, Monsieur aime les oeufs brûlés. At the end of the week, they returned to London. He held Anastasia Alexandrovna in his arms, her head resting on his shoulder, from Paris to Calais, and again from Dover to London. He reflected that the journey from New York to San Francisco took 5 days. When they arrived at Victoria and stood on the platform waiting for a cab, she looked at him with her round, shining and slightly protuberant eyes. We've had a wonderful time, haven't we? She said. Wonderful. I've quite made up my mind. The experiment has justified itself. I'm willing to marry you whenever you like. But Ashenden saw himself eating scrambled eggs every morning for the rest of his life. When he had put her in a cab, he called another for himself, went to the Cunard office, and took a berth on the first ship that was going to America. No immigrant, eager for freedom and a new life, ever looked upon the Statue of Liberty with more heartfelt thankfulness than did Ashenden, when on that bright and sunny morning, his ship steamed into the harbor of New York. Roman III, Miss King Ashenden, lying comfortably in his bath, was glad to think that in all probability he would be able to finish his play in peace. The police had drawn a blank, and though they might watch him from now on with some care, it was unlikely that they would take a further step until he had at least roughed out his third act. It behoved him to be prudent. Only a fortnight ago his colleague at Lausanne had been sentenced to a term of imprisonment, but it would be foolish to be alarmed. His predecessor in Geneva, seeing himself, with an exaggerated sense of his own importance, shadowed from morning till night, had been so affected by the nervous strain that it had been found necessary to withdraw him. Twice a week, Ashenden had to go to the market to receive instructions that were brought to him by an old peasant woman from French Savoy, who sold butter and eggs. She came in with the other market women, and the search at the frontier was perfunctory. It was barely dawn when they crossed, and the officials were only too glad to have done quickly with these chattering, noisy women and get back to their warm fires and their cigars. Indeed, this old lady looked so bland and innocent, with her corpulence, her fat red face, and her smiling, good-natured mouth. It would have been a very astute detective who could imagine that if he took the trouble to put his hand deep down between those voluminous breasts of hers, he would find a little piece of paper that would land in the dock an honest old woman, who kept her son out of the trenches by taking this risk, and an English writer approaching middle age. Ashenden went to the market about 9, when the housewives of Geneva, for the most part, had done their provisioning, stopped in front of the basket by the side of which, rain or wind, hot or cold, sat that indomitable creature, and bought half a pound of butter. She slipped the note into his hand when he was given change for 10 francs, and he sauntered away. His only moment of risk was when he walked back to his hotel with the paper in his pocket, and after this scare, he made up his mind to shorten as much as possible the period during which it could be found on him. Ashenden sighed, for the water was no longer quite so hot. He could not reach the tap with his hand, nor could he turn it with his toes, as every properly regulated tap should turn, and if he got up enough to add more hot water, he might just as well get out altogether. On the other hand, he could not pull out the plug with his foot in order to empty the bath and so force himself to get out, nor could he find in himself the willpower to step out of it like a man. He had often heard people tell him that he possessed character, and he reflected that people judge hastily in the affairs of life because they judge on insufficient evidence. They had never seen him in a hot, but diminishingly hot, bath. His mind, however, wandered back to his play, and telling himself jokes and repartees that he knew by bitter experience would never look so neat on paper nor sound so well on the stage as they did then, he abstracted his mind from the fact that his bath was growing almost tepid when he heard a knock at the door. Since he did not want anyone to enter, he had the presence of mind not to say, "Come in," but the knocking was repeated. "Who is it?" he cried irascibly. "A letter." "Come in then, wait a minute." Ashenden heard his bedroom door open and getting out of the bath flung a towel round him and went in. A page boy was waiting with a note. It needed only a verbal answer. It was from a lady staying in the hotel asking him to play bridge after dinner, and was signed in the continental fashion Baron de Higgins. Ashenden, longing for a cozy meal in his own room, in slippers, and with a book leaned up against a reading lamp, was about to refuse when it occurred to him that under the circumstances it might be discreet to show himself in the dining room that night. It was absurd to suppose that in that hotel the news would not have spread that he had been visited by the police, and it would be as well to prove to his fellow guests that he was not disconcerted. It had passed through his mind that it might be someone in the hotel who had denounced him, and indeed the name of the sprightly Baroness had not failed to suggest itself to him. If it was she who had given him away, there would be a certain humor in playing bridge with her. He gave the boy a message that he would be pleased to come, and proceeded slowly to don his evening clothes. The Baroness von Higgins was an Austrian who, on settling in Geneva during the first winter of the war, had found it convenient to make her name look as French as possible. She spoke English and French perfectly. Her surname, so far from Teutonic, she owed to her grandfather, a Yorkshire stable boy who had been taken over to Austria by a Prince Blankenstein early in the 19th century. He had had a charming and romantic career. A very good-looking young man, he attracted the attention of one of the archduchesses, and then made such good use of his opportunities that he ended his life as a baron and minister plenipotentiary to an Italian court. The Baroness, his only descendant after an unhappy marriage, the particulars of which she was fond of relating to her acquaintance, had resumed her maiden name. She mentioned not infrequently the fact that her grandfather had been an ambassador, but never that he had been a stable boy, and Ashenden had learned this interesting detail from Vienna. For as he grew friendly with her, he had thought it necessary to get a few particulars about her past, and he knew among other things that her private income did not permit her to live on the somewhat lavish scale on which she was living in Geneva. Since she had so many advantages for espionage, it was fairly safe to suppose that an alert secret service had enlisted her services, and Ashenden took it for granted that she was engaged somehow on the same kind of work as himself. It increased, if anything, the cordiality of his relations with her. When he went into the dining room, it was already full. He sat down at his table, and feeling jaunty after his adventure, ordered himself, at the expense of the British government, a bottle of champagne. The Baroness gave him a flashing, brilliant smile. She was a woman of more than 40, but in a hard and glittering manner extremely beautiful. She was a high-colored blonde with golden hair of a metallic luster, lovely no doubt, but not attractive, and Ashenden had from the first reflected that it was not the sort of hair you would like to find in your soup. She had fine features, blue eyes, a straight nose, and a pink and white skin, but her skin was stretched over her bones a trifle tightly. She was generously décolletée, and her white and ample bosom had the quality of marble. There was nothing in her appearance to suggest the yielding tenderness that the susceptible find so alluring. She was magnificently gowned, but scantily bejeweled, so that Ashenden, who knew something of these matters, concluded that the superior authority had given her carte blanche at a dressmaker's, but had not thought it prudent or necessary to provide her with rings or pearls. She was notwithstanding so showy that but for A.'s story of the minister, Ashenden would have thought the sight of her alone must have aroused in anyone on whom she desired to exercise her wiles the sense of prudence. While he waited for his dinner to be served, Ashenden cast his eyes over the company. Most of the persons gathered were old friends by sight. At that time, Geneva was a hotbed of intrigue, and its home was the hotel at which Ashenden was staying. There were Frenchmen there, Italians and Russians, Turks, Romanians, Greeks and Egyptians. Some had fled their country, some doubtless represented it. There was a Bulgarian, an agent of Ashenden's, whom for greater safety he had never even spoken to in Geneva. He was dining that night with 2 fellow countrymen, and in a day or so, if he was not killed in the interval, might have a very interesting communication to make. Then there was a little German prostitute, with china blue eyes and a doll-like face, who made frequent journeys along the lake and up to Bern, and in the exercise of her profession, got little tidbits of information, over which doubtless they pondered with deliberation in Berlin. She was of course of a different class from the Baroness, and hunted much easier game. But Ashenden was surprised to catch sight of Count von Holzminden, and wondered what on earth he was doing there. This was the German agent in Vevey, and he came over to Geneva only on occasion. Once Ashenden had seen him in the old quarter of the city, with its silent houses and deserted streets, talking at a corner to a man whose appearance very much suggested the spy, and he would have given a great deal to hear what they said to one another. It had amused him to come across the Count, for in London before the war he had known him fairly well. He was of great family and indeed related to the Hohenzollerns. He was fond of England, he danced well, rode well, and shot well. People said he was more English than the English. He was a tall, thin fellow, in well-cut clothes, with a close-cropped Prussian head, and that peculiar bend of the body as though he were just about to bow to a royalty that you feel, rather than see, in those who have spent their lives about a cot. He had charming manners and was much interested in the fine arts. But now Ashenden and he pretended they had never seen one another before. Each of course knew on what work the other was engaged, and Ashenden had a mind to chaff him about it. It seemed absurd, when he had dined with a man off and on for years, and played cards with him, to act as though he did not know him from Adam, but refrained in case the German looked upon his behavior as further proof of the British frivolity in face of war. Ashenden was perplexed. Holzminden had never set foot in that hotel before, and it was unlikely that he had done so now without good reason. Ashenden asked himself whether this event had anything to do with the unusual presence in the dining room of Prince Ali. At that juncture, it was imprudent to ascribe any occurrence, however accidental it looked, to the hazard of coincidence. Prince Ali was an Egyptian, a near relation of the Khedive, who had fled his country when the Khedive was deposed. He was a bitter enemy of the English, and was known to be actively engaged in stirring up trouble in Egypt. The week before, the Khedive in great secrecy had passed 3 days at the hotel, and the pair of them had held constant meetings in the prince's apartments. He was a little fat man with a heavy black mustache. He was living with his 2 daughters and a certain pasha, Mustafa by name, who was his secretary and managed his affairs. The 4 of them were now dining together. They drank a great deal of champagne, but sat in a stolid silence. The 2 princesses were emancipated young women who spent their nights dancing in restaurants with the bloods of Geneva. They were short and stout, with fine black eyes and heavy sallow faces, and they were dressed with a rich loudness that suggested the fish market at Cairo rather than the Rue de la Paix. His Highness usually ate upstairs, but the princesses dined every evening in the public dining room. They were chaperoned vaguely by a little old Englishwoman, a Miss King, who had been their governess. But she sat at a table by herself, and they appeared to pay no attention to her. Once Ashenden, going along a corridor, had come upon the elder of the 2 fat princesses berating the governess in French with a violence that took his breath away. She was shouting at the top of her voice and suddenly smacked the old woman's face. When she caught sight of Ashenden, she gave him a furious look and, flinging into her room, slammed the door. He walked on, as though he had noticed nothing. On his arrival, Ashenden had tried to scrape acquaintance with Miss King, but she had received his advances not merely with frigidity, but with churlishness. He had begun by taking off his hat when he met her, and she had given him a stiff bow. Then he had addressed her, and she had answered with such brevity that it was evident that she wished to have nothing much to do with him. But it was not his business to be discouraged, so with what assurance he could muster, he took the first opportunity to enter into conversation with her. She drew herself up and said in French, but with an English accent, "I don't wish to make acquaintance with strangers." She turned her back on him, and next time he saw her, cut him dead. She was a tiny old woman, just a few little bones in a bag of wrinkled skin, and her face was deeply furrowed. It was obvious that she wore a wig. It was of a mousy brown, very elaborate and not always set quite straight, and she was heavily made up, with great patches of scarlet on her withered cheeks and brilliantly red lips. She dressed fantastically in gay clothes that looked as though they had been bought higgledy-piggledy from an old clothes shop, and in the daytime she wore enormous, extravagantly girlish hats. She tripped along in very small smart shoes with very high heels. Her appearance was so grotesque that it created consternation rather than amusement. People turned in the street and stared at her with open mouths. Ashenden was told that Miss King had not been to England since she was first engaged as governess of the prince's mother, and he could not but be amazed to think of all she must have seen during those long years in the harems of Cairo. It was impossible to guess how old she was. How many of those short Eastern lives must have run their course under her eyes, and what dark secrets must she have known? Ashenden wondered where she came from, an exile from her own country for so long. She must possess in it neither family nor friends. He knew that her sentiments were anti-English, and if she had answered him so rudely, he surmised that she had been told to be on her guard against him. She never spoke anything but French. Ashenden wondered what it was she thought of as she sat there, for luncheon and dinner, by herself. He wondered if she ever read. After meals she went straight upstairs, and was never seen in the public sitting rooms. He wondered what she thought of those 2 emancipated princesses who wore garish frocks and danced with strange men in second-rate cafes. But when Miss King passed him on her way out of the dining room, it seemed to Ashenden that her mask of a face scowled. She appeared actively to dislike him. Her gaze met his, and the pair of them looked at one another for a moment. He imagined that she tried to put into her stare an unspoken insult. It would have been pleasantly absurd in that painted, withered visage if it had not been for some reason rather oddly pathetic. But now, the Baroness de Higgins, having finished her dinner, gathered up her handkerchief and her bag, and with waiters bowing on either side, sailed down the spacious room. She stopped at Ashenden's table. She looked magnificent. "I'm so glad you can play bridge tonight," she said in her perfect English, with no more than a trace of German accent. "Will you come to my sitting room when you are ready and have your coffee?" "What a lovely dress," said Ashenden. "It is frightful. I have nothing to wear. I don't know what I shall do now that I cannot go to Paris. Those horrible Prussians," and her ahs grew guttural as she raised her voice. "Why did they want to drag my poor country into this terrible war?" She gave a sigh and a flashing smile and sailed on. Ashenden was among the last to finish, and when he left the dining room, it was almost empty. As he walked past Count Holzminden, Ashenden, feeling very gay, hazarded the shadow of a wink. The German agent could not be quite sure of it, and if he suspected it might rack his brains to discover what mystery it portended. Ashenden walked up to the second floor and knocked at the Baroness's door. Intrez, she said and flung it open. She shook both his hands with cordiality and drew him into the room. He saw that the two persons who were to make the thaw had already arrived. They were Prince Ali and his secretary. Ashenden was astounded. "Allow me to introduce Mr. Ashenden to your Highness," said the Baroness, speaking in her fluent French. Ashenden bowed and took the proffered hand. The prince gave him a quick look, but did not speak. Madame de Higgins went on, "I do not know if you have met the Pasha." "I am delighted to make your acquaintance, Mr. Ashenden," said the prince's secretary, warmly shaking his hand. "Our beautiful Baroness has talked to us of your bridge, and His Highness is devoted to the game. N'est-ce pas, Altesse?" Oui, said the prince. Mustafa Pasha was a huge fat fellow, of 45 perhaps, with large mobile eyes and a big black mustache. He wore a dinner jacket with a large diamond in his shirt front and the tarbouche of his country. He was exceedingly voluble, and the words tumbled out of his mouth tumultuously, like marbles out of a bag. He took pains to be extremely civil to Ashenden. The prince sat in silence, looking at Ashenden quietly from under his heavy eyelids. He seemed shy. "I have not seen you at the club, monsieur," said the Pasha. "Do you not like baccarat?" "I play but seldom. The Baroness, who has read everything, tells me that you are a remarkable writer. Unfortunately, I do not read English." The Baroness paid Ashenden some very fulsome compliments, to which he listened with a proper and grateful politeness, and then, having provided her guests with coffee and liqueurs, she produced the cards. Ashenden could not but wonder why he had been asked to play. He flattered himself, few illusions about himself, and so far as bridge was concerned, none. He knew that he was a good player of the second class, but he had played often enough with the best players in the world to know that he was not in the same street with them. The game played now was contract, with which he was not very familiar, and the stakes were high, but the game was obviously but a pretext, and Ashenden had no notion what other game was being played under the rose. It might be that, knowing he was a British agent, the prince and his secretary had desired to see him in order to find out what sort of person he was. Ashenden had felt for a day or two that something was in the air, and this meeting confirmed his suspicions, but he had not the faintest notion of what nature this something was. His spies had told him of late nothing that signified. He was now persuaded that he owed that visit of the Swiss police to the kindly intervention of the Baroness, and it looked as though the bridge party had been arranged when it was discovered that the detectives had been able to do nothing. The notion was mysterious, but diverting, and as Ashenden played one rubber after another, joining in the incessant conversation, he watched what was said by himself no less closely than what was said by the others. The war was spoken of a good deal, and the Baroness and the Pasha expressed very anti-German sentiments. The Baroness's heart was in England, whence her family, the stable boy from Yorkshire, had sprung, and the Pasha looked upon Paris as his spiritual home. When the Pasha talked of Montmartre and its life by night, the prince was roused from his silence. "C'est une bien belle ville, Paris," he said. "The prince has a beautiful apartment there," said his secretary, "with beautiful pictures and life-sized statues." Ashenden explained that he had the greatest sympathy for the national aspirations of Egypt, and that he looked upon Vienna as the most pleasing capital in Europe. He was as friendly to them as they were to him. But if they were under the impression that they would get any information out of him that they had not already seen in the Swiss papers, he had a notion that they were mistaken. At one moment, he had a suspicion that he was being sounded upon the possibility of selling himself. It was done so discreetly that he could not be quite sure. But he had a feeling that a suggestion floated in the air that a clever writer could do his country a good turn and make a vast amount of money for himself if he cared to enter into an arrangement that would bring to a troubled world the peace that every humane man must so sincerely desire. It was plain that nothing very much would be said that first evening, but Ashenden, as evasively as he could, more by general amiability than by words, tried to indicate that he was willing to hear more of the subject. While he talked with the Pasha and the beautiful Austrian, he was conscious that the watchful eyes of Prince Ali were upon him, and he had an uneasy suspicion that they read too much of his thoughts. He felt rather than knew that the prince was an able and astute man. It was possible that after he left them, the prince would tell the other two that they were wasting their time, and there was nothing to be done with Ashenden. Soon after midnight, a rubber having been finished, The prince rose from the table. "It is getting late," he said, "and Mr. Ashenden has doubtless much to do tomorrow. We must not keep him up." Ashenden looked upon this as a signal to take himself off. He left the three together to discuss the situation, and retired not a little mystified. He could only trust that they were no less puzzled than he. When he got to his room, he suddenly realized that he was dog-tired. He could hardly keep his eyes open while he undressed, and the moment he flung himself into bed, he fell asleep. He would have sworn that he had not been asleep 5 minutes when he was dragged back to wakefulness by a knocking at the door. He listened for a moment. "Who is it?" "It's the maid. Open. I have something to say to you." Cursing, Ashenden turned on his light, ran a hand through his thinning and rumpled hair, for like Julius Caesar he disliked exposing an unbecoming baldness, and unlocked and opened the door. Outside it stood a tousled Swiss maid. She wore no apron and looked as though she had thrown on her clothes in a hurry. "The old English lady, the governess of the Egyptian princesses, is dying and she wants to see you." "Me?" said Ashenden. "It's impossible. I don't know her. She was all right this evening." He was confused and spoke his thoughts as they came to him. "She asks for you. The doctor says, will you come? She cannot last much longer. It must be a mistake. She can't want me. She said your name and the number of your room. She says, quick, quick." Ashenden shrugged his shoulders. He went back into his room to put on slippers and a dressing gown, and as an afterthought dropped a small revolver into his pocket. Ashenden believed much more in his acuteness than in a firearm, which is apt to go off at the wrong time and make a noise. But there are moments when it gives you confidence to feel your fingers round its butt. And this sudden summons seemed to him exceedingly mysterious. It was ridiculous to suppose that those two cordial, stout Egyptian gentlemen were laying some sort of trap for him. But in the work upon which Ashenden was engaged, the dullness of routine was apt now and again to slip quite shamelessly into the melodrama of the 60s. Just as passion will make use brazenly of the hackneyed phrase, so will chance show itself insensitive to the triteness of the literary convention. Miss King's room was 2 floors higher than Ashenden's, and as he accompanied the chambermaid along the corridor and up the stairs, he asked her what was the matter with the old governess. She was flurried and stupid. "I think she has had a stroke. I don't know. The night porter woke me and said Monsieur Bridget wanted me to get up at once." Monsieur Bridget was the assistant manager. "What is the time?" asked Ashenden. "It must be 3 o'clock." They arrived at Miss King's door and the maid knocked. It was opened by Monsieur Bridget. He had evidently been roused from his sleep. He wore slippers on his bare feet, grey trousers, and a frock coat over his pajamas. He looked absurd. His hair, as a rule, plastered neatly on his head, stood on end. He was extremely apologetic. "1,000 excuses for disturbing you, Monsieur Ashenden, but she kept asking for you, and the doctor said you should be sent for." "It doesn't matter at all." Ashenden walked in. It was a small back room and all the lights were on. The windows were closed and the curtains drawn. It was intensely hot. The doctor, a bearded, grizzled Swiss, was standing at the bedside. Monsieur Bridget, notwithstanding his costume and his evident harassment, found in himself the presence of mind to remain the attentive manager, and with ceremony effected the proper introduction. "This is Mr. Ashenden, for whom Miss King has been asking. Dr. Arbos of the Faculty of Medicine of Geneva." Without a word, the doctor pointed to the bed. On it lay Miss King. It gave Ashenden a shock to look at her. She wore a large white cotton nightcap. On entering, Ashenden had noticed the brown wig on a stand on the dressing table, tied under the chin, and a white, voluminous nightdress that came high up in the neck. Nightcap and nightdress belonged to a past age and reminded you of Cruikshank's illustrations to the novels of Charles Dickens. Her face was greasy still with the cream she had used before going to bed to remove her makeup, but she had removed it summarily, and there were streaks of black on her eyebrows and of red on her cheeks. She looked very small, lying in the bed, no larger than a child, and immensely old. She must be well over 80, thought Ashenden. She did not look human, but like a doll, the caricature of an old witch that an ironic toy-maker had amused himself with modeling. She lay perfectly still on her back, the tiny little body hardly marked under the flatness of the blanket, her face even smaller than usual because she had removed her teeth. And you would have thought she was dead but for the black eyes, strangely large in the shrunken mask, that stared unblinkingly. Ashenden thought their expression changed when she saw him. "Well, Miss King, I'm sorry to see you like this," he said with forced cheerfulness. "She cannot speak," said the doctor. "She had another little stroke when the maid went to fetch you. I have just given her an injection. She may partly recover the use of her tongue in a little while. She has something to say to you." I will gladly wait, said Ashenden. He fancied that in those dark eyes he saw a look of relief. For a moment or two the four of them stood round the bed and stared at the dying woman. Well, if there is nothing I can do, I may just as well go back to bed, said Monsieur Bridget then. Allez, mon ami, said the doctor. You can do nothing. Monsieur Bridget turned to Ashenden. May I have a word with you? He asked. Certainly. The doctor noticed a sudden fear in Miss King's eyes. Do not be alarmed, he said kindly. Monsieur Ashenden is not going. He will stay as long as you wish. The assistant manager took Ashenden to the door and partly closed it so that those within should not hear his undertones. I can count on your discretion, Monsieur Ashenden, can I not? It is a very disagreeable thing to have anyone die in a hotel. The other guests do not like it, and we must do all we can to prevent their knowing. I shall have the body removed the first possible moment, and I shall be extremely obliged if you will not say that there has been a death. You can have every confidence in me, said Ashenden. It is very unfortunate that the manager should be away for the night. I am afraid he will be exceedingly displeased. Of course, if it had been possible, I would have sent for an ambulance and had her taken to the hospital, but the doctor said she might die before we got her downstairs and absolutely refused to let me. It is not my fault if she dies in the hotel. Death so often chooses its moments without consideration, murmured Ashenden. After all, she is an old woman, she should have died years ago. What did this Egyptian prince want to have a governess of that age for? He ought to have sent her back to her own country. These Orientals, they are always giving trouble. Where is the prince now? Asked Ashenden. She has been in his service for many years. Ought you not to wake him? He is not in the hotel. He went out with his secretary. He may be playing baccarat, I do not know. Anyhow, I cannot send all over Geneva to find him. And the princesses? They have not come in. They seldom return to the hotel till dawn. They are mad about dancing. I do not know where they are, and in any case they would not thank me for dragging them away from their diversions, because their governess has had a stroke. I know what they are. The night porter will tell them when they arrive, and then they can please themselves. She does not want them. When the night porter fetched me, and I went into her room, I asked where his highness was, and she cried with all her strength. No, no. She could talk then? Yes, after a fashion, but the thing that surprised me was that she spoke in English. She always insisted on talking French. You know, she hated the English. What did she want with me? That I cannot tell you. She said she had something that she must say to you at once. It is funny, she knew the number of your room. At first, when she asked for you, I would not let them send. I cannot have my clients disturbed in the middle of the night because a crazy old woman asks for them. You have the right to your sleep, I imagine, but when the doctor came he insisted. She gave us no peace, and when I said she must wait till morning she cried. Ashenden looked at the assistant manager. He seemed to find nothing at all touching in the scene he related. The doctor asked who you were, and when I told him he said that perhaps she wished to see you because you were a compatriot. Perhaps, said Ashenden dryly. Well, I shall try to get a little sleep. I shall give the night porter orders to wake me when everything is over. Fortunately the nights are long now, and if everything goes well, we may be able to get the body away before it is light. Ashenden went back into the room, and immediately the dark eyes of the dying woman fixed upon him. He felt that it was incumbent upon him to say something, but as he spoke he reflected on the foolish way in which one speaks to the sick. I'm afraid you're feeling very ill, Miss King. It seemed to him that a flash of anger crossed her eyes, and Ashenden could not but imagine that she was exasperated by his futile words. You do not mind waiting? Asked the doctor. Of course not. It appeared that the night porter had been roused by the ringing of the telephone from Miss King's room, but on listening could get no one to speak. The bell continued to ring, so he went upstairs and knocked at the door. He entered with his passkey and found Miss King lying on the floor. The telephone had fallen too. It looked as though, feeling ill, she had taken off the receiver to call for help, and then collapsed. The night porter hurried to fetch the assistant manager, and together they had lifted her back into bed. Then the maid was wakened, and the doctor sent for. It gave Ashenden a queer feeling to listen to the doctor giving him these facts in Miss King's hearing. He spoke as though she could not understand his French. He spoke as though she were already dead. Then the doctor said, Well, there is really nothing more that I can do. It is useless for me to stay. I can be rung up if there is any change. Ashenden, knowing that Miss King might remain in that condition for hours, shrugged his shoulders. Very well. The doctor patted her rattled cheek as though she were a child. You must try to sleep. I will come back in the morning. He packed up the dispatch case in which he had his medical appliances, washed his hands and shuffled himself into a heavy coat. Ashenden accompanied him to the door, and as he shook hands, the doctor gave his prognosis in a pout of his bearded mouth. Ashenden, coming back, looked at the maid. She sat on the edge of a chair, uneasily, as though in the presence of death she feared to presume. Her broad, ugly face was bloated with fatigue. "There's no use in your staying up," Ashenden said to her. "Why don't you go to bed? Monsieur wouldn't like to remain here alone. Somebody must stay with him. But good heavens, why? You have your day's work to do tomorrow. In any case, I have to get up at 5. Then try to get a little sleep now. You can give me a look in when you get up, Alez." She rose heavily to her feet. "As the gentleman wishes, but I will stay very willingly." Ashenden smiled and shook his head. "Bonsoir, ma pauvre mademoiselle," said the maid. She went out and Ashenden was left alone. He sat by the bedside and again his eyes met Miss King's. It was embarrassing to encounter that unshrinking stare. "Don't worry yourself, Miss King. You've had a slight stroke. I'm sure your speech will come back to you in a minute." He felt certain then that he saw in those dark eyes a desperate effort to speak. He could not be mistaken. The mind was shaken by desire, but the paralyzed body was incapable of obedience. For her disappointment expressed itself quite plainly. Tears came to her eyes and ran down her cheeks. Ashenden took out his handkerchief and dried them. "Don't distress yourself, Miss King. Have a little patience, and I'm sure you'll be able to say anything you want." He did not know if it was his fancy that he read in her eyes now, the despairing thought that she had not the time to wait. Perhaps it was only that he ascribed to her the notions that came to himself. On the dressing table were the governess's poor little toilet things, silver-backed embossed brushes and a silver mirror. In a corner stood a shabby black trunk, and on the top of the wardrobe a large hat-box in shiny leather. It all looked poor and mean in that trim hotel room, with its suite in highly varnished rosewood. The glare was intolerable. "Wouldn't you be more comfortable if I turned out some of the lights?" asked Ashenden. He put out all the lamps but the one by the bedside and then sat down again. He had a longing to smoke. Once more his eyes were held by those other eyes, in which was all that remained alive of that old woman. He felt certain that she had something that she wanted urgently to say to him. But what was it? What was it? Perhaps she had asked him only because, feeling death near, she had had a sudden yearning, she the exile of so many years, to die with someone of her own people, so long forgotten, by her side. That was what the doctor thought. But why should she have sent for him? There were other English people in the hotel. There was an old pair, a retired Indian civilian and his wife, to whom it seemed more natural that she should turn. No one could be more of a stranger to her than Ashenden. "Have you got something to say to me, Miss King?" He tried to read an answer in her eyes. They continued to stare at him meaningly, but what the meaning was he had no notion. "Don't be afraid I shall go. I will stay as long as you want me." "Nothing, nothing." The black eyes, and as he looked at them, they seemed to glow mysteriously as though there were fire behind them. The eyes continued to hold him with that insistent stare. Then Ashenden asked himself if she had sent for him, because she knew that he was a British agent. Was it possible that at that last moment she had had some unexpected revulsion of feeling from everything that had signified to her for so many years? Perhaps at the moment of death a love for her country, a love that had been dead for half a century, awakened again in her. "I'm silly to fancy these idiotic things," thought Ashenden. "It's cheap and tawdry fiction." And she had been seized with a desire to do something for what was after all her own. No one was quite himself just then, and patriotism, in peacetime an attitude best left to politicians, publicists, and fools, but in the dark days of war an emotion that can wring the heartstrings. Patriotism made one do odd things. It was curious that she had been unwilling to see the prince and his daughters. Did she on a sudden hate them? Did she feel herself a traitor on their account, and now at the last hour wish to make amends? It's all very improbable. She's just a silly old maid who ought to have died years ago. But you couldn't ignore the improbable. Ashenden, his common sense protesting, became strangely convinced that she had some secret that she wished to impart to him. She had sent for him knowing who he was because he could make use of it. She was dying and feared nothing. But was it really important? Ashenden leaned forward, trying more eagerly to read what her eyes had to say. Perhaps it was only some trivial thing that was important only in her addled old brain. Ashenden was sick of the people who saw spies in every inoffensive passerby, and plots in the most innocent combination of circumstances. It was 100 to 1 that if Miss King recovered her speech, she would tell him something that could be of no use to anybody. But what must that old woman know? With her sharp eyes and sharp ears, she must have had the chance to discover matters that were closely hidden from persons that seemed less insignificant. Ashenden thought again how he had had the impression that something of real consequence was being prepared round about him. It was curious that Holzminden should have come to the hotel that day, and why had Prince Ali and the Pasha, those wild gamblers, wasted an evening in playing contract bridge with him? It might be that some new plan was in question, it might be that the very greatest affairs were afoot, and perhaps what the old woman had to say might make all the difference in the world. It might mean defeat or victory. It might mean anything. And there she lay powerless to speak. For a long time, Ashenden stared at her in silence. "Has it got anything to do with the war, Miss King?" he said on a sudden, loudly. Something passed through her eyes and a tremor shot across her little old face. It was a distinct movement. Something strange and horrible was happening, and Ashenden held his breath. The tiny frail body was suddenly convulsed, and that old woman, as though by a final desperate effort of will, raised herself up in the bed. Ashenden sprang forward to support her. "England," she said, just that one word, in a harsh, cracked voice, and fell back in his arms. When he laid her down on the pillow, he saw that she was dead. Roman 16, Mr. Harrington's washing some years had passed since then, and Ashenden had not seen Anastasia Alexandrovna again. He knew that on the outbreak of the revolution in March, she and Vladimir Semenovich had gone to Russia. It might be that they would be able to help him. In a way, Vladimir Semenovich owed him his life, and he made up his mind to write to Anastasia Alexandrovna to ask if he might come to see her. When Ashenden went down to lunch, he felt somewhat rested. Mr. Harrington was waiting for him, and they sat down. They ate what was put before them. "Ask the waiter to bring us some bread," said Mr. Harrington. "Bread?" replied Ashenden. "There's no bread." "I can't eat without bread," said Mr. Harrington. "I'm afraid you'll have to. There's no bread, no butter, no sugar, no eggs, no potatoes. There's fish and meat and green vegetables, and that's all." Mr. Harrington's jaw dropped. "But this is war," he said. "It looks very much like it." Mr. Harrington was for a moment speechless. Then he said, "I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to get through with my business as quick as I can, and then I'm going to get out of this country. I'm sure Mrs. Harrington wouldn't like me to go without sugar or butter. I've got a very delicate stomach. The firm would never have sent me here if they'd thought I wasn't going to have the best of everything." In a little while Dr. Egon Oth came in and gave Ashenden an envelope. On it was written Anastasia Alexandrovna's address. He introduced him to Mr. Harrington. It was soon clear that he was pleased with Dr. Egon Oth, and so without further ado, he suggested that here was the perfect interpreter for him. "He talks Russian like a Russian, but he's an American citizen, so that he won't do you down. I've known him a considerable time, and I can assure you that he's absolutely trustworthy." Mr. Harrington was pleased with the notion, and after luncheon, Ashenden left them to settle the matter by themselves. He wrote a note to Anastasia Alexandrovna, and presently received an answer to say that she was going to a meeting, but would look in at his hotel about 7. He awaited her with apprehension. Of course he knew now that he had not loved her, but Tolstoy and Dostoevsky, Rimsky-Korsakov, Stravinsky and Bakst, but he was not quite sure if the point had occurred to her. When between 8 and past she arrived, he suggested that she should join Mr. Harrington and him at dinner. The presence of a third party, he thought, would prevent any awkwardness their meeting might have, but he need not have had any anxiety. For 5 minutes after they had sat down to a plate of soup, it was borne in upon him that the feelings of Anastasia Alexandrovna towards him were as cool as were his towards her. It gave him a momentary shock. It is very hard for a man, however modest, to grasp the possibility that a woman who has once loved him may love him no longer. And though of course he did not imagine that Anastasia Alexandrovna had languished for 5 years with a hopeless passion for him, he did think that by a heightening of color, a flutter of the eyelashes, or a quiver of the lips she would betray the fact that she had still a soft place in her heart for him. Not at all. She talked to him as though he were a friend she was very glad to see again after an absence of a few days, but whose intimacy with her was purely social. He asked after Vladimir Semenovich. "He has been a disappointment to me," she said. "I never thought he was a clever man, but I thought he was an honest one. He's going to have a baby." Mr. Harrington, who was about to put a piece of fish into his mouth, stopped, his fork in the air, and stared at Anastasia Alexandrovna with astonishment. In extenuation, it must be explained that he had never read a Russian novel in his life. Ashenden, slightly perplexed too, gave her a questioning look. "I'm not the mother," she said with a laugh. "I am not interested in that sort of thing. The mother is a friend of mine and a well-known writer on political economy. I do not think her views are sound, but I should be the last to deny that they deserve consideration. She has a good brain, quite a good brain. She turned to Mr. Harrington. Are you interested in political economy? For once in his life, Mr. Harrington was speechless. Anastasia Alexandrovna gave them her views on the subject, and they began to speak on the situation in Russia. She seemed to be on intimate terms with the leaders of the various political parties, and Ashenden made up his mind to sound her on the possibility of her working with him. His infatuation had not blinded him to the fact that she was an extremely intelligent woman. After dinner, he told Mr. Harrington that he wished to talk business with Anastasia Alexandrovna and took her to a retired corner of the lounge. He told her all he thought necessary and found her interested and anxious to help. She had a passion for intrigue and a desire for power. When he hinted that he had command of large sums of money, she saw at once that through him she might acquire an influence in the affairs of Russia. It tickled her vanity. She was immensely patriotic, but like many patriots, she had an impression that her own aggrandizement tended to the good of her country. When they parted, they had come to a working agreement. That was a very remarkable woman, said Mr. Harrington next morning when they met at breakfast. Don't fall in love with her, smiled Ashenden. This, however, was not a matter on which Mr. Harrington was prepared to jest. I have never looked at a woman since I married Mrs. Harrington, he said. That husband of hers must be a bad man. I could do with a plate of scrambled eggs, said Ashenden, irrelevantly, for their breakfast consisted of a cup of tea without milk and a little jam instead of sugar. With Anastasia Alexandrovna to help him and Dr. Oth in the background, Ashenden set to work. Things in Russia were going from bad to worse. Kerensky, the head of the provisional government, was devoured by vanity and dismissed any minister who gave evidence of a capacity that might endanger his own position. He made speeches. He made endless speeches. At one moment, there was a possibility that the Germans would make a dash for Petrograd. Kerensky made speeches. The food shortage grew more serious. The winter was approaching and there was no fuel. Kerensky made speeches. In the background, the Bolsheviks were active. Lenin was hiding in Petrograd. It was said that Kerensky knew where he was, but dared not arrest him. He made speeches. It amused Ashenden to see the unconcern with which Mr. Harrington wandered through this turmoil. History was in the making, and Mr. Harrington minded his own business. It was uphill work. He was made to pay bribes to secretaries and underlings under the pretense that the ear of great men would be granted to him. He was kept waiting for hours in antechambers and then sent away without ceremony. When at last he saw the great men, he found they had nothing to give him but idle words. They made him promises, and in a day or two he discovered that the promises meant nothing. Ashenden advised him to throw in his hand and return to America, but Mr. Harrington would not hear of it. His firm had sent him to do a particular job, and by gum, he was going to do it or perish in the attempt. Then Anastasia Alexandrovna took him in hand. A singular friendship had arisen between the pair. Mr. Harrington thought her a very remarkable and deeply wronged woman. He told her all about his wife and his 2 sons. He told her all about the Constitution of the United States. She, on her side, told him all about Vladimir Semenovich, and she told him about Tolstoy, Turgenev, and Dostoevsky. They had great times together. He said he couldn't manage to call her Anastasia Alexandrovna. It was too much of a mouthful, so he called her Delilah. And now she placed her inexhaustible energy at his service, and they went together to the persons who might be useful to him. But things were coming to a head. Riots broke out and the streets were growing dangerous. Now and then, armored cars filled with discontented reservists careered wildly along the Nevsky Prospect, and in order to show that they were not happy took potshots at the passers-by. On one occasion, when Mr. Harrington and Anastasia Alexandrovna were in a tram together, shots peppered the windows, and they had to lie down on the floor for safety. Mr. Harrington was highly indignant. An old fat woman was lying right on top of me, and when I wriggled to get out, Delilah caught me a clip on the side of the head and said, "Stop still, you fool. I don't like your Russian ways, Delilah." "Anyhow, you stopped still," she giggled. "What you want in this country is a little less art and a little more civilization. You are bourgeoisie, Mr. Harrington. You are not a member of the intelligentsia. You are the first person who's ever said that, Delilah. If I'm not a member of the intelligentsia, I don't know who is," retorted Mr. Harrington with dignity. Then one day, when Ashenden was working in his room, there was a knock at the door, and Anastasia Alexandrovna stalked in, followed somewhat sheepishly by Mr. Harrington. Ashenden saw that she was excited. "What's the matter?" he asked. Unless this man goes back to America, he'll get killed. You really must talk to him. If I hadn't been there, something very unpleasant might have happened to him." "Not at all, Delilah," said Mr. Harrington with asperity. "I'm perfectly capable of taking care of myself, and I wasn't in the smallest danger." "What is it all about?" asked Ashenden. "I'd taken Mr. Harrington to the Lavra of Alexander Nevsky to see Dostoevsky's grave," said Anastasia Alexandrovna, "and on our way back we saw a soldier being rather rough with an old woman." "Rather rough?" cried Mr. Harrington. "There was an old woman walking along the sidewalk with a basket of provisions on her arm. Two soldiers came up behind her, and one of them snatched the basket from her and walked off with it. She burst out screaming and crying. I don't know what she was saying, but I can guess, and the other soldier took his gun and with the butt end of it hit her over the head. Isn't that right, Delilah?" "Yes," she answered, unable to help smiling. "And before I could prevent it, Mr. Harrington jumped out of the cab and ran up to the soldier who had the basket, wrenched it from him, and began to abuse the pair of them like pickpockets. At first they were so taken aback they didn't know what to do, and then they got in a rage. I ran after Mr. Harrington and explained to them that he was a foreigner and drunk." "Drunk?" cried Mr. Harrington. "Yes, drunk. Of course a crowd collected. It looked as though it wasn't going to be very nice." Mr. Harrington smiled with those large, pale blue eyes of his. "It sounded to me as though you were giving them a piece of your mind, Delilah. It was as good as a play to watch you." "Don't be stupid, Mr. Harrington," cried Anastasia, in a sudden fury, stamping her foot. "Don't you know that those soldiers might very easily have killed you and me too, and not one of the bystanders would have raised a finger to help us? Me, I'm an American citizen, Delilah. They wouldn't dare touch a hair of my head." "They'd have difficulty in finding one," said Anastasia Alexandrovna, who when she was in a temper had no manners. "But if you think Russian soldiers are going to hesitate to kill you because you're an American citizen, you'll get a big surprise one of these days." "Well, what happened to the old woman?" asked Ashenden. "The soldiers went off after a little and we went back to her." "Still with the basket?" "Yes." Mr. Harrington clung on to that like grim death. "She was lying on the ground with the blood pouring from her head. We got her into the cab, and when she could speak enough to tell us where she lived, we drove her home. She was bleeding dreadfully, and we had some difficulty in staunching the blood." Anastasia Alexandrovna gave Mr. Harrington an odd look, and to his surprise, Ashenden saw him turn scarlet. "What's the matter now?" "You see, we had nothing to bind her up with." Mr. Harrington's handkerchief was soaked. "There was only one thing about me that I could get off quickly, and so I took off my—" But before she could finish, Mr. Harrington interrupted her. "You need not tell Mr. Ashenden what you took off. I'm a married man and I know ladies wear them, but I see no need to refer to them in general society." Anastasia Alexandrovna giggled. "Then you must kiss me, Mr. Harrington. If you don't, I shall say." Mr. Harrington hesitated a moment, considering evidently the pros and cons of the matter, but he saw that Anastasia Alexandrovna was determined. "Go on then, you may kiss me, Delilah, though I'm bound to say I don't see what pleasure it can be to you." She put her arms round his neck and kissed him on both cheeks, then without a word of warning burst into a flood of tears. "You're a brave little man, Mr. Harrington. You're absurd but magnificent," she sobbed. Mr. Harrington was less surprised than Ashenden would have expected him to be. He looked at Anastasia with a thin, quizzical smile and gently patted her. "Come, come, Delilah, pull yourself together. It gave you a nasty turn, didn't it? You're quite upset. I shall have terrible rheumatism in my shoulder if you go on weeping all over it." The scene was ridiculous and touching. Ashenden laughed, but he had the beginnings of a lump in his throat. When Anastasia Alexandrovna had left them, Mr. Harrington sat in a brown study. "They're very queer, these Russians. Do you know what Delilah did?" he said, suddenly. "She stood up in the cab, in the middle of the street, with people passing on both sides, and took her pants off. She tore them in two and gave me one to hold while she made a bandage of the other. I was never so embarrassed in my life." "Tell me what gave you the idea of calling her Delilah?" smiled Ashenden. Mr. Harrington reddened a little. "She's a very fascinating woman, Mr. Ashenden. She's been deeply wronged by her husband, and I naturally felt a great deal of sympathy for her. These Russians are very emotional people, and I did not want her to mistake my sympathy for anything else. I told her I was very much attached to Mrs. Harrington." "You're not under the impression that Delilah was Potiphar's wife?" asked Ashenden. "I don't know what you mean by that, Mr. Ashenden," replied Mr. Harrington. "Mrs. Harrington has always given me to understand that I'm very fascinating to women, and I thought if I called our little friend Delilah, it would make my position quite clear." "I don't think Russia's any place for you, Mr. Harrington," said Ashenden, smiling. If I were you, I'd get out of it as quick as I could. I can't go now. I've got them to agree to my terms at last, and we're going to sign next week. Then I shall pack my grip and go. I wonder if your signatures will be worth the paper they're written on, said Ashenden. He had at length devised a plan of campaign. It took him 24 hours hard work to code a telegram in which he put his scheme before the persons who had sent him to Petrograd. It was accepted, and he was promised all the money he needed. Ashenden knew he could do nothing unless the provisional government remained in power for another 3 months. But winter was at hand and food was getting scarcer every day. The army was mutinous. The people clamored for peace. Every evening at the Europe, Ashenden drank a cup of chocolate with Professor Z, and discussed with him how best to make use of his devoted Czechs. Anastasia Alexandrovna had a flat in a retired spot, and here he had meetings with all manner of persons. Plans were drawn up. Measures were taken. Ashenden argued, persuaded, promised. He had to overcome the vacillation of one and wrestle with the fatalism of another. He had to judge who was resolute and who was self-sufficient, who was honest and who was infirm of purpose. He had to curb his impatience with the Russian verbosity. He had to be good-tempered with people who were willing to talk of everything but the matter in hand. He had to listen sympathetically to ranting and rhodomontade. He had to beware of treachery. He had to humor the vanity of fools and elude the grade of the ambitious. Time was pressing. The rumors grew hot and many of the activities of the Bolsheviks. Kerensky ran hither and thither like a frightened hen. Then the blow fell. On the night of November 7th, 1917, the Bolsheviks rose. Kerensky's ministers were arrested and the Winter Palace was sacked by the mob. The reins of power were seized by Lenin and Trotsky. Anastasia Alexandrovna came to Ashenden's room at the hotel early in the morning. Ashenden was coding a telegram. He had been up all night, first at the Smolny and then at the Winter Palace. He was tired out. Her face was white and her shining brown eyes were tragic. "Have you heard?" she asked Ashenden. He nodded. "It's all over then. They say Kerensky has fled. They never even showed fight." Rage seized her. "The buffoon!" she screamed. At that moment, there was a knock at the door, and Anastasia Alexandrovna looked at it with sudden apprehension. "You know the Bolsheviks have got a list of people they've decided to execute. My name is on it, and it may be that yours is too. If it's they and they want to come in, they only have to turn the handle," said Ashenden, smiling, but with ever so slightly odd a feeling at the pit of his stomach. "Come in." The door was opened, and Mr. Harrington stepped into the room. He was as dapper as ever, in his shot black coat and striped trousers, his shoes neatly polished and a derby on his bald head. He took it off when he saw Anastasia Alexandrovna. "Oh, fancy finding you here so early. I looked in on my way out. I wanted to tell you my news. I tried to find you yesterday evening, but couldn't. You didn't come in to dinner." "No, I was at a meeting," said Ashenden. "You must both congratulate me. I got my signatures yesterday, and my business is done." Mr. Harrington beamed on them, the picture of self-satisfaction, and he arched himself like a bantam cock who has chased away all rivals. Anastasia Alexandrovna burst into a sudden shriek of hysterical laughter. He stared at her in perplexity. "Why, Delilah, what is the matter?" he said. Anastasia laughed till the tears ran from her eyes and then began to sob in earnest. Ashenden explained. "The Bolsheviks have overthrown the government. Kerensky's ministers are in prison. The Bolsheviks are out to kill. Delilah says her name is on the list. Your minister signed your documents yesterday because he knew it did not matter what he did then. Your contracts are worth nothing. The Bolsheviks are going to make peace with Germany as soon as they can." Anastasia Alexandrovna had recovered her self-control as quickly as she had lost it. "You had better get out of Russia as soon as you can, Mr. Harrington. It's no place for a foreigner now, and it may be that in a few days you won't be able to." Mr. Harrington looked from one to the other. "Oh my," he said. "Oh my." It seemed inadequate. "Are you going to tell me that that Russian minister was just making a fool of me?" Ashenden shrugged his shoulders. How can one tell what he was thinking of? He may have a keen sense of humor, and perhaps he thought it funny to sign a $50 million contract yesterday when there was every chance of his being stood against the wall and shot today. "Anastasia Alexandrovna's right, Mr. Harrington. You'd better take the first train that'll get you to Sweden." "And what about you?" "There's nothing for me to do here anymore. I'm cabling for instructions, and I shall go as soon as I get leave. The Bolsheviks have got in ahead of us, and the people I was working with will have their work cut out to save their lives." "Boris Petrovich was shot this morning," said Anastasia Alexandrovna with a frown. They both looked at Mr. Harrington, and he stared at the floor. His pride in this achievement of his was shattered, and he sagged like a pricked balloon. But in a minute, he looked up. He gave Anastasia Alexandrovna a little smile, and for the first time, Ashenden noticed how attractive and kindly his smile was. There was something peculiarly disarming about it. "If the Bolsheviks are after you, Delilah, don't you think you'd better come with me? I'll take care of you, and if you like to come to America, I'm sure Mrs. Harrington would be glad to do anything she could for you. I can see Mrs. Harrington's face if you arrived in Philadelphia with a Russian refugee," laughed Anastasia Alexandrovna. "I'm afraid it would need more explaining than you could ever manage. No, I shall stay here. But if you're in danger, I'm a Russian, my place is here, I will not leave my country when most my country needs me." "That is the bunk, Delilah," said Mr. Harrington very quietly. Anastasia Alexandrovna had spoken with deep emotion, but now with a little start she shot a sudden quizzical look at him. "I know it is, Samson," she answered. "To tell you the truth, I think we're all going to have a hell of a time. God knows what's going to happen, but I want to see. I wouldn't miss a minute of it for the world." Mr. Harrington shook his head. "Curiosity is the bane of your sex, Delilah," he said. "Go along and do your packing, Mr. Harrington," said Ashenden, smiling, "and then we'll take you to the station. The train will be besieged." "Very well, I'll go. And I shan't be sorry either. I haven't had a decent meal since I came here, and I've done a thing I never thought I should have to do in my life. I've drunk my coffee without sugar, and when I've been lucky enough to get a little piece of black bread, I've had to eat it without butter. Mrs. Harrington will never believe me when I tell her what I've gone through. What this country wants is organization." When he left them, Ashenden and Anastasia Alexandrovna talked over the situation. Ashenden was depressed because all his careful schemes had come to nothing, but Anastasia Alexandrovna was excited, and she hazarded every sort of guess about the outcome of this new revolution. She pretended to be very serious, but in her heart, she looked upon it all very much as a thrilling play. She wanted more and more things to happen. Then there was another knock at the door, and before Ashenden could answer, Mr. Harrington burst in. "Really, the service at this hotel is a scandal," he cried heatedly. "I've been ringing my bell for 15 minutes and I can't get anyone to pay the smallest attention to me." "Service?" exclaimed Anastasia Alexandrovna. "There is not a servant left in the hotel, but I want my washing. They promised to let me have it back last night. I'm afraid you haven't got much chance of getting it now," said Ashenden. "I'm not going to leave without my washing. 4 shirts, 2 union suits, a pair of pajamas, and 4 collars. I wash my handkerchiefs and socks in my room. I want my washing, and I'm not going to leave this hotel without it." "Don't be a fool," cried Ashenden. "What you've got to do is to get out of here while the going's good. If there are no servants to get it, you'll just have to leave your washing behind you." "Pardon me, sir, I shall do nothing of the kind. I'll go and fetch it myself. I've suffered enough at the hands of this country, and I'm not going to leave 4 perfectly good shirts to be worn by a lot of dirty Bolsheviks. No, sir, I do not leave Russia till I have my washing." Anastasia Alexandrovna stared at the floor for a moment, then with a little smile looked up. It seemed to Ashenden that there was something in her that responded to Mr. Harrington's futile obstinacy. In her Russian way, she understood that Mr. Harrington could not leave Petrograd without his washing. His insistence had given it the value of a symbol. "I'll go downstairs and see if I can find anybody about who knows where the laundry is, and if I can, I'll go with you and you can bring your washing away with you." Mr. Harrington unbent. He answered with that sweet and disarming smile of his. "That's terribly kind of you, Delilah. I don't mind if it's ready or not. I'll take it just as it is." Anastasia Alexandrovna left them. "Well, what do you think of Russia and the Russians now?" Mr. Harrington asked Ashenden. "I'm fed up with them. I'm fed up with Tolstoy. I'm fed up with Turgenev and Dostoevsky. I'm fed up with Chekhov. I'm fed up with the intelligentsia. I hanker after people who know their mind from one minute to another, who mean what they say an hour after they've said it, whose word you can rely on. I'm sick of fine phrases and oratory and attitudinizing." Ashenden, bitten by the prevailing ill, was about to make a speech when he was interrupted by a rattle as of peas on a drum. In the city, so strangely silent, it sounded abrupt and odd. "What's that?" asked Mr. Harrington. "Rifle firing. On the other side of the river, I should think." Mr. Harrington gave a funny little look. He laughed, but his face was a trifle pale. He did not like it, and Ashenden did not blame him. "I think it's high time I got out. I shouldn't so much mind for myself, but I've got a wife and children to think of. I haven't had a letter from Mrs. Harrington for so long I'm a bit worried." He paused an instant. "I'd like you to know Mrs. Harrington. She's a very wonderful woman. She's the best wife a man ever had. Until I came here, I'd not been separated from her for more than 3 days since we were married. Anastasia Alexandrovna came back and told them that she had found the address. It's about 40 minutes walk from here, and if you'll come now I'll go with you, she said. I'm ready. You'd better look out, said Ashenden. I don't believe the streets are very healthy today. Anastasia Alexandrovna looked at Mr. Harrington. I must have my washing, Delilah, he said. I should never rest in peace if I left it behind me, and Mrs. Harrington would never let me hear the last of it. Come on then. They set out, and Ashenden went on with the dreary business of translating into a very complicated code the shattering news he had to give. It was a long message, and then he had to ask for instructions upon his own movements. It was a mechanical job, and yet it was one in which you could not allow your attention to wander. The mistake of a single figure might make a whole sentence incomprehensible. Suddenly his door was burst open, and Anastasia Alexandrovna flung into the room. She had lost her hat and was disheveled. She was panting. Her eyes were starting out of her head, and she was obviously in a state of great excitement. "Where's Mr. Harrington?" she cried. "Isn't he here?" "No. Is he in his bedroom?" "I don't know. Why, what's the matter? We'll go and look if you like." "Why didn't you bring him along with you?" They walked down the passage and knocked at Mr. Harrington's door. There was no answer. They tried the handle. The door was locked. "He's not there." They went back to Ashenden's room. Anastasia Alexandrovna sank into a chair. "Give me a glass of water, will you? I'm out of breath. I've been running." She drank the water Ashenden poured out for her. She gave a sudden sob. "I hope he's all right. I should never forgive myself if he was hurt. I was hoping he would have got here before me. He got his washing all right. We found the place. There was only an old woman there and they didn't want to let us take it, but we insisted." Mr. Harrington was furious because it hadn't been touched. It was exactly as he had sent it. They'd promised it last night, and it was still in the bundle that Mr. Harrington had made himself. I said that was Russia, and Mr. Harrington said he preferred colored people. I'd led him by side streets because I thought it was better, and we started to come back again. We passed at the top of a street, and at the bottom of it, I saw a little crowd. There was a man addressing them. "Let's go and hear what he's saying," I said. I could see they were arguing. It looked exciting. I wanted to know what was happening. "Come along, Delilah," he said. "Let us mind our own business. You go back to the hotel and do your packing. I'm going to see the fun," I said. I ran down the street and he followed me. There were about 200 or 300 people there and a student was addressing them. There were some working men and they were shouting at him. I love a row, and I edged my way into the crowd. Suddenly, we heard the sound of shots, and before you could realize what was happening, 2 armored cars came dashing down the street. There were soldiers in them and they were firing as they went. I don't know why. For fun, I suppose, or because they were drunk. We all scattered like a lot of rabbits. We just ran for our lives. I lost Mr. Harrington. I can't make out why he isn't here. Do you think something has happened to him? Ashenden was silent for a while. "We'd better go out and look for him," he said. "I don't know why the devil he couldn't leave his washing." I understand so well. "That's a comfort," said Ashenden irritably. "Let's go." He put on his hat and coat and they walked downstairs. The hotel seemed strangely empty. They went out into the street. There was hardly anyone to be seen. They walked along. The trams were not running, and the silence in the great city was uncanny. The shops were closed. It was quite startling when a motorcar dashed by at breakneck speed. The people they passed looked frightened and downcast. When they had to go through a main thoroughfare, they hastened their steps. A lot of people were there, and they stood about irresolutely, as though they did not know what to do next. Reservists in their shabby gray were walking down the middle of the roadway in little bunches. They did not speak. They looked like sheep looking for their shepherd. Then they came to the street down which Anastasia Alexandrovna had run, but they entered it from the opposite end. A number of windows had been broken by the wild shooting. It was quite empty. You could see where the people had scattered, for strewn about were articles they had dropped in their haste: books, a man's hat, a lady's bag, and a basket. Anastasia Alexandrovna touched Ashenden's arm to draw his attention. Sitting on the pavement, her head bent right down to her lap, was a woman, and she was dead. A little way on 2 men had fallen together. They were dead too. The wounded, one supposed, had managed to drag themselves away, or their friends had carried them. Then they found Mr. Harrington. His derby had rolled in the gutter. He lay on his face in a pool of blood, his bald head, with its prominent bones, very white, his neat black coat smeared and muddy. But his hand was clenched tight on the parcel that contained 4 shirts, 2 union suits, a pair of pajamas, and 4 collars. Mr. Harrington had not let his washing go. Preface: this book is founded on my experiences in the intelligence department during the war, but rearranged for the purposes of fiction. Fact is a poor storyteller. It starts a story at haphazard, generally long before the beginning, rambles on inconsequently and tails off, leaving loose ends hanging about, without a conclusion. It works up to an interesting situation, and then leaves it in the air to follow an issue that has nothing to do with the point. It has no sense of climax and whittles away its dramatic effects in irrelevance. There is a school of novelists that looks upon this as the proper model for fiction. If life, they say, is arbitrary and disconnected, why, fiction should be so too, for fiction should imitate life. In life things happen at random, and that is how they should happen in a story. They do not lead to a climax, which is an outrage to probability. They just go on. Nothing offends these people more than the punch, or the unexpected twist with which some writers seek to surprise their readers. And when the circumstances they relate seem to tend towards a dramatic effect, they do their best to avoid it. They do not give you a story, they give you the material on which you can invent your own. Sometimes it consists of an incident presented, you might think, at haphazard, and you are invited to divine its significance. Sometimes they give you a character and leave it at that. They give you the materials for a dish and expect you to do the cooking yourself. Now this is one way like another of writing stories, and some very good stories have been written in it. Chekhov used it with mastery. It is more suitable for the very short story than for the longer one. The description of a mood, an environment, or an atmosphere can hold your attention for half a dozen pages, but when it comes to 50, a story needs a supporting skeleton. The skeleton of a story is of course its plot. Now a plot has certain characteristics that you cannot get away from. It has a beginning, a middle, and an end. It is complete in itself. It starts with a set of circumstances which have consequences, but of which the causes may be ignored. And these consequences, in their turn the cause of other circumstances, are pursued till a point is reached when the reader is satisfied that they are the cause of no further consequences that need be considered. This means that a story should begin at a certain point and end at a certain point. It should not wander along an uncertain line, but follow, from exposition to climax, a bold and vigorous curve. If you wanted to represent it diagrammatically, you would draw a semicircle. It is very well to have the element of surprise, and this punch, this unexpected twist, which the imitators of Chekhov despise, is only bad when it is badly done. When it is an integral part of the story and its logical issue, it is excellent. There is nothing wrong in a climax. It is a very natural demand of the reader. It is only wrong if it does not follow naturally from the circumstances that have gone before. It is purely an affectation to elude it, because in life, as a general rule, things tail off ineffectively, for it is quite unnecessary to treat as axiomatic the assertion that fiction should imitate life. It is merely a literary theory like another. There is in fact a second theory that is just as plausible, and this is that fiction should use life merely as raw material, which it arranges in ingenious patterns. You have a very good analogy in painting. The landscape painters of the 17th century were not interested in the direct representation of nature, which to them was no more than the occasion for a formal decoration. They constructed a scene architecturally, balancing, for example, the mass of a tree with the mass of a cloud, and used light and shade to make a definite pattern. Their intention was not to portray a landscape, but to create a work of art. It was a deliberate composition. In their arrangement of the facts of nature, they were satisfied if they did not outrage the spectator's sense of reality. It was left for the Impressionists to paint what they saw. They tried to catch nature in its fleeting beauty. They were content to render the radiance of sunlight, the color of shadows, or the translucency of the air. They aimed at truth. They wanted a painter to be no more than an eye and a hand. They despised intelligence. It is strange how empty their paintings look now when you place them beside the stately pictures of Claude. The method of Claude is the method of that master of the short story Guy de Maupassant. It is a very good one, and I have a notion that it will survive the other. Already it is getting a little difficult to care much what middle-class Russians were like 50 years ago, and the anecdote in Chekhov's stories is not as a rule absorbing enough, as the story of Paolo and Francesca, or of Macbeth, is absorbing, to hold your attention apart from your interest in the people. The method of which I speak is that which chooses from life what is curious, telling, and dramatic. It does not seek to copy life, but keeps to it closely enough not to shock the reader into disbelief. It leaves out this and changes that. It makes a formal decoration out of such of the facts as it has found convenient to deal with, and presents a picture, the result of artifice, which, because it represents the author's temperament, is to a certain extent a portrait of himself, but which is designed to excite, interest, and absorb the reader. If it is a success, he accepts it as true. I have written all this in order to impress upon the reader that this book is a work of fiction, though I should say not much more so than several of the books on the same subject that have appeared during the last few years, and that purport to be truthful memoirs. The work of an agent in the intelligence department is on the whole extremely monotonous. A lot of it is uncommonly useless. The material it offers for stories is scrappy and pointless. The author has himself to make it coherent, dramatic, and probable. In 1917, I went to Russia. I was sent to prevent the Bolshevik Revolution and to keep Russia in the war. The reader will know that my efforts did not meet with success. I went to Petrograd from Vladivostok. One day, on the way through Siberia, the train stopped at some station, and the passengers as usual got out, some to fetch water to make tea, some to buy food, and others to stretch their legs. A blind soldier was sitting on a bench. Other soldiers sat beside him, and more stood behind. There were from 20 to 30. Their uniforms were torn and stained. The blind soldier, a big, vigorous fellow, was quite young. On his cheeks was the soft, pale down of a beard that has never been shaved. I dare say he wasn't 18. He had a broad face with flat, wide features, and on his forehead was a great scar of the wound that had lost him his sight. His closed eyes gave him a strangely vacant look. He began to sing. His voice was strong and sweet. He accompanied himself on an accordion. The train waited on, and he sang song after song. I could not understand his words, but through his singing, wild and melancholy, I seemed to hear the cry of the oppressed. I felt the lonely steppes and the interminable forests, the flow of the broad Russian rivers and all the toil of the countryside, the ploughing of the land and the reaping of the ripe corn, the sighing of the wind in the birch trees, the long months of dark winter, and then the dancing of women in the villages and the youths bathing in shallow streams on summer evenings. I felt the horror of war, the bitter nights in the trenches, the long marches on muddy roads, the battlefield with its terror and anguish and death. It was horrible and deeply moving. A cap lay at the singer's feet, and the passengers filled it full of money. The same emotion had seized them all, of boundless compassion and of vague horror, for there was something in that blind, scarred face that was terrifying. You felt that this was a being apart, sundered from the joy of this enchanting world. He did not seem quite human. The soldiers stood silent and hostile. Their attitude seemed to claim as a right the alms of the traveling herd. There was a disdainful anger on their side and immeasurable pity on ours, but no glimmering of a sense that there was but one way to compensate that helpless man for all his pain. It was not till the beginning of September that Ashenden, a writer by profession, who had been abroad at the outbreak of the war, managed to get back to England. He chanced soon after his arrival to go to a party, and was there introduced to a middle-aged colonel whose name he did not catch. He had some talk with him. As he was about to leave, this officer came up to him and asked, "I say, I wonder if you'd mind coming to see me? I'd rather like to have a chat with you." "Certainly," said Ashenden. "Whenever you like." "What about tomorrow at 11? "All right. I'll just write down my address. Have you a card on you?" Ashenden gave him one, and on this, the colonel scribbled in pencil the name of a street and the number of a house. When Ashenden walked along next morning, to keep his appointment, he found himself in a street of rather vulgar red brick houses in a part of London that had once been fashionable, but was now fallen in the esteem of the house hunter who wanted a good address. On the house at which Ashenden had been asked to call there was a board up to announce that it was for sale. The shutters were closed, and there was no sign that anyone lived in it. He rang the bell, and the door was opened by a non-commissioned officer so promptly that he was startled. He was not asked his business, but led immediately into a long room at the back, once evidently a dining room, the florid decoration of which looked oddly out of keeping with the office furniture, shabby and sparse, that was in it. It gave Ashenden the impression of a room in which the brokers had taken possession. The colonel, who was known in the intelligence department, as Ashenden later discovered, by the letter R, rose when he came in and shook hands with him. He was a man somewhat above the middle height, lean, with a yellow, deeply lined face, thin gray hair, and a toothbrush mustache. The thing immediately noticeable about him was the closeness with which his blue eyes were set. He only just escaped a squint. They were hard and cruel eyes, and very wary, and they gave him a cunning, shifty look. Here was a man that you could neither like nor trust at first sight. His manner was pleasant and cordial. He asked Ashenden a good many questions and then, without further ado, suggested that he had particular qualifications for the Secret Service. Ashenden was acquainted with several European languages, and his profession was excellent cover. On the pretext that he was writing a book, he could, without attracting attention, visit any neutral country. It was while they were discussing this point that said, "You know, you ought to get material that would be very useful to you in your work." "I shouldn't mind that," said Ashenden. "I'll tell you an incident that occurred only the other day, and I can vouch for its truth. I thought at the time it would make a damned good story. One of the French ministers went down to Nice to recover from a cold, and he had some very important documents with him that he kept in a dispatch case. They were very important indeed. Well, a day or two after he arrived, he picked up a yellow-haired lady at some restaurant or other where there was dancing, and he got very friendly with her. To cut a long story short, he took her back to his hotel. Of course it was a very imprudent thing to do, and when he came to himself in the morning, the lady and the dispatch case had disappeared. They had 1 or 2 drinks up in his room, and his theory is that when his back was turned, the woman slipped a drug into his glass." Finished and looked at Ashenden with a gleam in his close-set eyes. "Dramatic, isn't it?" he asked. "Do you mean to say that happened the other day? The week before last?" "Impossible," cried Ashenden. "Why, we've been putting that incident on the stage for 60 years. We've written it in 1,000 novels. Do you mean to say that life has only just caught up with us?" Was a trifle disconcerted. "Well, if necessary, I could give you names and dates, and believe me, the Allies have been put to no end of trouble by the loss of the documents that the dispatch case contained." "Well, sir, if you can't do better than that in the Secret Service," sighed Ashenden, "I'm afraid that as a source of inspiration to the writer of fiction, it's a washout. We really can't write that story much longer." It did not take them long to settle things, and when Ashenden rose to go, he had already made careful note of his instructions. He was to start for Geneva next day. The last words that said to him, with a casualness that made them impressive, were, "There's just one thing I think you ought to know before you take on this job. And don't forget it. If you do well, you'll get no thanks, and if you get into trouble, you'll get no help. Does that suit you?" "Perfectly. Then I'll wish you good afternoon." The dock woman Ashenden and General Carmona went through the formalities at the frontier independently, and when they returned to their carriage, Ashenden handed back to his companion the revolver and the knife. He sighed. "Now I feel more comfortable. What do you say to a game of cards?" "I should like it," said Ashenden. The hairless Mexican opened his bag again, and from a corner extracted a greasy pack of French cards. He asked Ashenden whether he played écarté, and when Ashenden told him that he did not, suggested piquet. This was a game that Ashenden was not unfamiliar with, so they settled the stakes and began. Since both were in favor of quick action, they played the game of 4 hands, doubling the first and lost. Ashenden had good enough cards, but the general seemed notwithstanding always to have better. Ashenden kept his eyes open, and he was not careless of the possibility that his antagonist might correct the inequalities of chance, but he saw nothing to suggest that everything was not above board. He lost game after game. He was capoted and rubicund. The score against him mounted up and up, till he had lost something like 1,000 francs, which at that time was a tidy sum. The general smoked innumerable cigarettes. He made them himself with a twist of the finger, a lick of his tongue, and incredible celerity. At last he flung himself against the back of his seat. "By the way, my friend, does the British government pay your card losses when you are on a mission?" he asked. "It certainly doesn't." "Well, I think you have lost enough. If it went down on your expense account, I would have proposed playing till we reached Rome, but you are sympathetic to me. If it is your own money, I do not want to win any more of it." He picked up the cards and put them aside. Ashenden somewhat ruefully took out a number of notes and handed them to the Mexican. He counted them, and with his usual neatness put them carefully folded into his pocketbook. Then, leaning forward, he patted Ashenden almost affectionately on the knee. "I like you. You are modest and unassuming. You have not the arrogance of your countrymen, and I am sure that you will take my advice in the spirit in which it is meant. Do not play piquet with people you don't know." Ashenden was somewhat mortified, and perhaps his face showed it, for the Mexican seized his hand. "My dear fellow, I have not hurt your feelings. I would not do that for the world. You do not play piquet worse than most piquet players. It is not that. If we were going to be together longer, I would teach you how to win at cards. One plays cards to win money, and there is no sense in losing." "I thought it was only in love and war that all things were fair," said Ashenden, with a chuckle. Ah, I am glad to see you smile. That is the way to take a loss. I see that you have good humor and good sense. You will go far in life. When I get back to Mexico and am in possession of my estates again, you must come and stay with me. I will treat you like a king. You shall ride my best horses, we will go to bullfights together, and if there are girls you fancy, you have only to say the word and you shall have them. He began telling Ashenden of the vast territories, the haciendas and the mines in Mexico, of which he had been dispossessed. He told him of the feudal state in which he lived. It did not matter whether what he said was true or not, for those sonorous phrases of his were fruity with the rich distilled perfumes of romance. He described a spacious life that seemed to belong to another age, and his eloquent gestures brought before the mind's eye tawny distances and vast green plantations, great herds of cattle, and in the moonlit night the song of the blind singers that melted in the air and the twanging of guitars. Everything I lost, everything. In Paris, I was driven to earn a pittance by giving Spanish lessons or showing Americanos del Not, the night life of the city. I who have flung away 1,000 euros on a dinner have been forced to beg my bread like a blind Indian. I who have taken pleasure in clasping a diamond bracelet round the wrist of a beautiful woman have been forced to accept a suit of clothes from a hag old enough to be my mother. Patience. Man is born to trouble as the sparks fly upward, but misfortune cannot last forever. The time is ripe, and soon we shall strike our blow. He took up the greasy pack of cards and set them out in a number of little piles. Let us see what the cards say. They never lie. Ah, if I had only had greater faith in them, I should have avoided the only action of my life that has weighed heavily on me. My conscience is at ease. I did what any man would do under the circumstances, but I regret that necessity forced upon me an action that I would willingly have avoided. He looked through the cards, set some of them on one side on a system Ashenden did not understand, shuffled the remainder, and once more put them in little piles. The cards warned me. I will never deny that their warning was dear and definite. Love and a dark woman, danger, betrayal, and death. It was as plain as the nose on your face. Any fool would have known what it meant, and I have been using the cards all my life. There is hardly an action that I make without consulting them. There are no excuses. I was besotted. Ah, you of the northern races do not know what love means. You do not know how it can prevent you from sleeping, how it can take your appetite for food away, so that you dwindle as if from a fever. You do not understand what a frenzy it is, so that you are like a madman, and you will stick at nothing to satisfy your desire. A man like me is capable of every folly and every crime when he is in love, si, senor, and of heroism. He can scale mountains higher than Everest and swim seas broader than the Atlantic. He is God, he is devil. Women have been my ruin. Once more the hairless Mexican glanced at the cards, took some out of the little piles and left others in. He shuffled them again. I have been loved by multitudes of women. I do not say it in vanity. I offer no explanation. It is mere matter of fact. Go to Mexico City and ask them what they know of Manuel Carmona and of his triumphs. Ask them how many women have resisted Manuel Carmona. Ashenden, frowning a little, watched him reflectively. He wondered whether that shrewd fellow who chose his instruments with such a sure instinct had not this time made a mistake, and he was uneasy. Did the hairless Mexican really believe that he was irresistible, or was he merely a blatant liar? In the course of his manipulations, he had thrown out all the cards in the pack but four, and these now lay in front of him face downwards and side by side. He touched them one by one, but did not turn them up. There is fate, he said, and no power on earth can change it. I hesitate. This is a moment that ever fills me with apprehension, and I have to steel myself to turn over the cards that may tell me that disaster awaits me. I am a brave man, but sometimes I have reached this stage and not had the courage to look at the four vital cards. Indeed, now he eyed the backs of them with an anxiety he did not try to hide. What was I saying to you? You were telling me that women found your fascinations irresistible, replied Ashenden dryly. Once all the same, I found a woman who resisted me. I saw her first in a house, a Casa de Mujas in Mexico City. She was going down the stairs as I went up. She was not very beautiful. I had 100 more beautiful, but she had something that took my fancy, and I told the old woman who kept the house to send her to me. You will know her when you go to Mexico City. They call her La Marquesa. She said that the girl was not an inmate, but came there only from time to time and had left. I told her to have her there next evening and not to let her go till I came. But I was delayed, and when I arrived, La Marquesa told me that the girl had said she was not used to being kept waiting and had gone. I am a good-natured fellow, and I do not mind if women are capricious and teasing, that is part of their charm. So with a laugh, I sent her a note of 100 euros and promised that on the following day, I would be punctual. But when I went, on the minute, La Marquise handed me back my 100 euros and told me the girl did not fancy me. I laughed at her impertinence. I took off the diamond ring I was wearing and told the old woman to give her that and see whether it would induce her to change her mind. In the morning, La Marquise brought me in return for my ring, a red carnation. I did not know whether to be amused or angry. I am not used to being thwarted in my passions. I never hesitate to spend money. What is it for but to squander on pretty women? And I told La Marquise to go to the girl and say that I would give her 1,000 euros to dine with me that night. Presently, she came back with the answer that the girl would come on the condition that I allowed her to go home immediately after dinner. I accepted with a shrug of the shoulders. I did not think she was serious. I thought that she was saying that only to make herself more desired. She came to dinner at my house. Did I say she was not beautiful? She was the most beautiful, the most exquisite creature I had ever met. I was intoxicated. She had charm and she had wit. She had all the gracia of the Andalusian. In one word, she was adorable. I asked her why she had treated me so casually, and she laughed in my face. I laid myself out to be agreeable. I exercised all my skill. I surpassed myself. But when we finished dinner, she rose from her seat and bade me good night. I asked her where she was going. She said I had promised to let her go, and she trusted me as a man of honor to keep my word. I expostulated, I reasoned, I raved, I stormed. She held me to my word. All I could induce her to do was to consent to dine with me the following night on the same terms. You will think I was a fool. I was the happiest man alive. For 7 days, I paid her 1,000 silver euros to dine with me. Every evening I waited for her with my hat in my mouth, as nervous as a novellero at his first bullfight, and every evening she played with me, laughed at me, coquetted with me, and drove me frantic. I was madly in love with her. I have never loved anyone so much before or since. I could think of nothing else. I was distracted. I neglected everything. I am a patriot and I love my country. A small band of us had got together and made up our minds that we could no longer put up with the misrule from which we were suffering. All the lucrative posts were given to other people. We were being made to pay taxes as though we were tradesmen, and we were exposed to abominable affronts. We had money and men. Our plans were made and we were ready to strike. I had an infinity of things to do, meetings to go to, ammunition to get, orders to give. I was so besotted over this woman that I could attend to nothing. You would have thought that I should be angry with her for making such a fool of me who had never known what it was not to gratify my smallest whim. I did not believe that she refused me to inflame my desires. I believed that she told the plain truth when she said that she would not give herself to me until she loved me. She said it was for me to make her love me. I thought her an angel. I was ready to wait. My passion was so consuming that sooner or later, I felt, at last it must communicate itself to her. It was like a fire on the prairie that devours everything around it. And at last she said she loved me. My emotion was so terrific that I thought I should fall down and die. Oh, what rapture! Oh, what madness! I would have given her everything I possessed in the world. I would have torn down the stars from heaven to deck her hair. I wanted to do something to prove to her the extravagance of my love. I wanted to do the impossible, the incredible. I wanted to give her myself, my soul, my honor, all I had and all I was. And that night when she lay in my arms, I told her of our plot and who we were that were concerned in it. I felt her body stiffen with attention. I was conscious of a flicker of her eyelids. There was something, I hardly knew what. The hand that stroked my face was dry and cold. A sudden suspicion seized me, and all at once I remembered what the cards had told me. Love and a dark woman, danger, betrayal, and death. 3 times they'd said it, and I wouldn't heed. I made no sign that I had noticed anything. She nestled up against my heart and told me that she was frightened to hear such things and asked me if so-and-so was concerned. I answered her. I wanted to make sure. One after the other, with infinite cunning, between her kisses, she cajoled me into giving every detail of the plot, and now I was certain as I am that you sit before me, that she was a spy. She was a spy of the president's, and she had been set to allure me with her devilish charm, and now she had wormed out of me all our secrets. The lives of all of us were in her hands, and I knew that if she left that room in 24 hours, we should be dead men. And I loved her. I loved her. Oh, words cannot tell you the agony of desire that burned my heart. Love like that is no pleasure. It is pain, but the exquisite pain that transcends all pleasure. It is that heavenly anguish that the saints speak of when they are seized with a divine ecstasy. I knew that she must not leave the room alive, and I feared that if I delayed my courage would fail me. I think I shall sleep, she said. Sleep, my dove, I answered. Alma de my corazon, she called me, soul of my heart. They were the last words she spoke. Those heavy lids of hers, dark like a grape and faintly humid, those heavy lids of hers closed over her eyes, and a little while I knew by the regular movement of her breast against mine that she slept. You see, I loved her. I could not bear that she should suffer. She was a spy, yes, but my heart bade me spare her the terror of knowing what must happen. It is strange, I felt no anger because she had betrayed me. I should have hated her because of her vileness. I could not, I only felt that my soul was enveloped in night. Poor thing, poor thing. I could have cried for pity for her. I drew my arm very gently from around her, my left arm that was, my right was free, and raised myself on my hand. But she was so beautiful, I turned my face away when I drew the knife with all my strength across her lovely throat. Without awaking, she passed from sleep to death. He stopped and stared frowning at the far cards that still lay, their backs upward, waiting to be turned up. It was in the cards. Why did I not take their warning? I will not look at them, damn them, take them away. With a violent gesture he swept the whole pack onto the floor. Though I am a freethinker, I had masses said for her soul. He leaned back and rolled himself a cigarette. He inhaled a long breathful of smoke. He shrugged his shoulders. The colonel said you were a writer. What do you write? Stories, replied Ashenden. Detective stories? No, why not? They are the only ones I read. If I were a writer, I should write detective stories. They are very difficult. You need an incredible amount of invention. I devised a murder story once, but the murder was so ingenious that I could never find a way of bringing it home to the murderer. And after all, one of the conventions of the detective story is that the mystery should in the end be solved and the criminal brought to justice. If your murder is as ingenious as you think, the only means you have of proving the murderer's guilt is by the discovery of his motives. When once you have found a motive, the chances are that you will hit upon evidence that till then had escaped you. If there is no motive, the most damning evidence will be inconclusive. Imagine, for instance, that you went up to a man in a lonely street on a moonless night and stabbed him to the heart. Who would ever think of you? But if he was your wife's lover, or your brother, or had cheated or insulted you, then a scrap of paper, a bit of string, or a chance remark would be enough to hang you. What were your movements at the time he was killed? Are there not a dozen people who saw you before and after? But if he was a total stranger, you would never for a moment be suspected. It was inevitable that Jack the Ripper should escape unless he was caught in the act. Ashenden had more than one reason to change the conversation. They were parting at Rome, and he thought it necessary to come to an understanding with his companion about their respective movements. The Mexican was going to Brindisi and Ashenden to Naples. He meant to lodge at the Hotel de Belfast, which was a large, second-rate hotel near the harbour, frequented by commercial travellers and the thriftier kind of tripper. It would be as well to let the general have the number of his room so that he could come up if necessary, without inquiring of the porter. And at the next stopping place, Ashenden got an envelope from the station buffet and made him address it in his own writing to himself at the post office in Brindisi. All Ashenden had to do then was to scribble a number on a sheet of paper and post it. The hairless Mexican shrugged his shoulders. To my mind, all these precautions are rather childish. There is absolutely no risk. But whatever happens, you may be quite sure that I will not compromise you. This is not the sort of job which I'm very familiar with, said Ashenden. I'm content to follow the colonel's instructions and know no more about it than it's essential I should. Quite so. Should the exigencies of the situation force me to take a drastic step, and I get into trouble, I shall of course be treated as a political prisoner. Sooner or later Italy is bound to come into the war on the side of the Allies, and I shall be released. I have considered everything. But I beg you very seriously to have no more anxiety about the outcome of our mission than if you were going for a picnic on the Thames. But when at last they separated, and Ashenden found himself alone in a carriage on the way to Naples, he heaved a great sigh of relief. He was glad to be rid of that chattering, hideous and fantastic creature. He was gone to meet Constantine Andretti at Brindisi, and if half of what he had told Ashenden was true, Ashenden could not but congratulate himself that he did not stand in the Greek spy's shoes. He wondered what sort of a man he was. There was a grimness in the notion of his coming across the blue Ionian, with his confidential papers and his dangerous secrets, all unconscious of the noose into which he was putting his head. Well, that was war, and only fools thought it could be waged with kid gloves on. Roman 13, the flip of a coin, it was high time. Snow had fallen in the morning, but now the sky was clear, and Ashenden, with a glance at the frosty stars, stepped out quickly. He feared that Herbatus, tired of waiting for him, might have gone home. He had at this interview to make a certain decision, and the hesitation he felt about it had lurked throughout the evening at the back of his mind like a malaise that had only to become a little more definite to be felt as pain. For Herbatus, indefatigable and determined, had been engaged in the arrangement of a scheme to blow up certain munition factories in Austria. It is not necessary to give here the details of his plan, but it was ingenious and effective. Its drawback was that it entailed the death and mutilation of a good many Galician Poles, his fellow countrymen, who were working in the factories in question. He had told Ashenden earlier in the day that everything was ready, and he had only to give the word. "But please do not give it unless it is essential," he said in his precise, somewhat throaty English. "Of course we will not hesitate if it is necessary, but we do not want to sacrifice our own people for nothing. When do you want an answer?" "Tonight. We have got someone who is starting for Prague tomorrow morning." It was then that Ashenden had made the appointment that he was now hurrying to keep. "You will not be late, will you?" Herbatus had said, "I shall not be able to catch the messenger after midnight." Ashenden had qualms, and he was conscious that it would be a relief if on reaching the hotel he found that Herbatus had left. That would give him a respite. The Germans had blown up factories in the Allied countries, and there was no reason why they should not be served in the same manner. It was a legitimate act of war. It not only hindered the manufacture of arms and munitions, but also shook the morale of the non-combatants. It was not of course a thing that the bigwigs cared to have anything to do with. Though ready enough to profit by the activities of obscure agents of whom they had never heard, they shut their eyes to dirty work so that they could put their clean hands on their hearts and congratulate themselves that they had never done anything that was unbecoming to men of honor. Ashenden thought with cynical humor of an incident in his relations with Ah. He had been approached with an offer that he thought it his duty to put before his chief. "By the way," he said to him as casually as possible, "I've got a sportsman who's willing to assassinate King B for £5,000. King B was the ruler of a Balkan state which was on the verge through his influence of declaring war against the Allies, and it was evident that his disappearance from the scene would be extremely useful. His successor's sympathies were indefinite, and it might be possible to persuade him to keep his country neutral." Ashenden saw from Ah.'s quick, intent look that he was perfectly aware of the situation, but he frowned sulkily. "Well, what of it?" "I told him I'd transmit his offer. I believe he's perfectly genuine. He's pro-ally, and he thinks it would about bust his country if it went in on the side of the Germans. What's he want £5,000 for then? It's a risk, and if he does the Allies a good turn, he doesn't see why he shouldn't get something out of it." Ah shook his head energetically. "It's not the kind of thing we can have anything to do with. We don't wage war by those methods. We leave them to the Germans. Damn it all, we are gentlemen." Ashenden did not reply, but watched Ah with attention. There was in his eyes the curious reddish light that they sometimes had, and that gave them so sinister an expression. He had always a slight tendency to squint, and now he was quite definitely cross-eyed. "You ought to know better than to put up a proposition like that to me. Why didn't you knock the man down when he made it?" "I didn't think I could," said Ashenden. "He was bigger than I. Besides, it never occurred to me. He was very civil and obliging. Of course it would be a damned good thing for the Allies if King B were out of the way, I admit that, but between that and countenancing his assassination, there's all the difference between black and white. If the man were a patriot, I should have thought he'd have gone straight ahead and done what he thought right regardless." "He may be thinking of his widow," said Ashenden. "Anyhow, it's not a matter I'm prepared to discuss. Different people look at things in different ways, and if anyone thought he was helping the Allies by taking on his own shoulders a heavy responsibility, that's of course entirely his lookout." It took Ashenden a moment to see what his chief meant. Then he smiled thinly. "Don't think I'm going to pay the fellow £5,000 out of my own pocket. Not a chance. I don't think anything of the kind, and you know I don't, and I shall be obliged if you won't exercise your very deficient sense of humor on me." Ashenden shrugged his shoulders, and now, recalling the conversation, he shrugged them again. They were all like that. They desired the end, but hesitated at the means. They were willing to take advantage of an accomplished fact, but wanted to shift on to someone else the responsibility of bringing it about. Ashenden entered the café of the Hôtel de Paris and saw Herbatus seated at a table facing the door. He gave the little gasp that is forced from you when you dive into water that is colder than you expected. There was no escape. He must make the decision. Herbatus was drinking a glass of tea. His heavy, clean-shaven face lit up when he saw Ashenden, and he stretched out a large, hairy hand. He was a big, dark fellow, of a powerful build, with fierce black eyes. Everything about him suggested a massive strength. He was hampered by no scruples, and since he was disinterested, he was ruthless. "Well, how did your dinner go off?" he asked as Ashenden sat down. "Did you say anything to the ambassador about our project?" "No. I think you were wise. It is best to leave those sort of people out of serious matters." Ashenden looked at Herbatus for a minute reflectively. His face bore a singular expression, and he sat warily like a tiger about to spring. "Have you ever read Balzac's Pierre Goriot?" asked Ashenden suddenly. 20 years ago, when I was a student. Do you remember that conversation between Rastignac and Vautrin where they discussed the question whether, were you able by a nod to effect the death of a mandarin in China, and so bring yourself a colossal fortune, you would give the nod? It was a notion of Rousseau's. Herbatus's large face coiled itself into a slow, large smile. "It has nothing to do with the case. You are uneasy at giving an order that will cause the death of a considerable number of people. Is it for your own profit? When a general orders in advance he knows that so and so many men will be killed. It is war. What a stupid war. It will give my country freedom. What will your country do with it when it gets it?" Herbatus did not answer. He shrugged his shoulders. "I warn you that if you do not take this opportunity, it may not recur very soon. We cannot send a messenger over the frontier every day of the week. Doesn't it make you a little uncomfortable to think of all those men being suddenly blown to smithereens by an explosion? And then it's not only the dead, it's the maimed. I don't like it. I said to you that, on account of my fellow countrymen who will be sacrificed, we should do nothing, unless it was worthwhile. I do not want those poor fellows to be killed, but if they are I shall not sleep less soundly, nor eat my dinner with less appetite. Will you? I suppose not. Well then." Ashenden thought on a sudden of those sharp-pointed stars on which for a moment his eyes had rested as he walked through the frosty night. It seemed an age since he had sat in the spacious dining room at the embassy and listened to Sir Herbert Witherspoon's story of his successful, wasted life. Mr. Sheffer's susceptibilities and his own small intrigues, the love of Byring and Rose Auburn. How unimportant. Man, with so short a time between the cradle and the grave, spent his life in foolishness. A trivial creature, the bright stars shone in the cloudless sky. "I'm tired, I can't think with any clearness. I must go in a minute. Then let's toss for it, shall we?" "Toss?" "Yes," said Ashenden, taking a coin out of his pocket. "If it comes down heads, tell your man to go ahead, and if it comes down tails, tell him to do nothing." "Very well." Ashenden balanced the coin on his thumbnail and flicked it neatly into the air. They watched it spin, and when it fell back on the table, Ashenden put his hand over it. They both leaned forward to look as Ashenden very slowly withdrew his hand. Herbatus drew a deep breath. "Well, that's that," said Ashenden. The Greek Ashenden arrived in Naples, and having taken a room at the hotel, wrote its number on a sheet of paper in block letters, and posted it to the hairless Mexican. He went to the British consulate where had arranged to send any instructions he might have for him, and found that they knew about him, and everything was in order. Then he put aside these matters and made up his mind to amuse himself. Here in the south the spring was well advanced, and in the busy streets the sun was hot. Ashenden knew Naples pretty well. The Piazza di San Ferdinando, with its bustle, the Piazza del Plebiscito, with its handsome church, stirred in his hot, pleasant recollections. The Strada di Chiaia was as noisy as ever. He stood at corners and looked up the narrow alleys that climbed the hill precipitously, those alleys of high houses with the washing set out to dry on lines across the street like pennants flying to mock a feast day. And he sauntered along the Shaw, looking at the burnished sea with Capri faintly outlined against the day, till he came to Posillipo, where there was an old, rambling, and bedraggled palazzo, in which in his youth he had spent many a romantic hour. He observed the curious little pain with which the memories of the past wrung his heartstrings. Then he took a fly drawn by a small and scraggy pony, and rattled back over the stones to the Galleria, where he sat in the cool and drank an Americano, and looked at the people who loitered there, talking, forever talking with vivacious gestures, and, exercising his fancy, sought from their appearance to divine their reality. For 3 days, Ashenden led the idle life that fitted so well the fantastical, untidy, and genial city. He did nothing from morning till night but wander at random, looking, not with the eye of the tourist who seeks for what ought to be seen, Not with the eye of the writer who looks for his own, seeing in a sunset a melodious phrase, or in a face the inkling of a character, but with that of the tramp to whom whatever happens is absolute. He went to the museum to look at the statue of Agrippina the Younger, which he had particular reasons for remembering with affection, and took the opportunity to see once more the Titian and the Brueghel in the picture gallery. But he always came back to the church of Santa Chiara. Its grace, its gaiety, the airy persiflage with which it seemed to treat religion, and at the back of this its sensual emotion. Its extravagance, its elegance of line. To Ashenden it seemed to express, as it were in one absurd and grandiloquent metaphor, the sunny, dusty, lovely city, and its bustling inhabitants. It said that life was charming and sad. It's a pity one hadn't any money, but money wasn't everything, and anyway why bother when we are here today and gone tomorrow, and it was all very exciting and amusing, and after all, we must make the best of things. Faxiamo una piccola combinazione. But on the fourth morning when Ashenden, having just stepped out of his bath, was trying to dry himself on a towel that absorbed no moisture, his door was quickly opened and a man slipped into his room. "What do you want?" cried Ashenden. "It's all right, don't you know me?" "Good Lord, it's the Mexican, what have you done to yourself?" He had changed his wig and wore now a black one, close-cropped, that fitted on his head like a cap. It entirely altered the look of him, and though this was still odd enough, it was quite different from that which he had worn before. He wore a shabby grey suit. "I can only stop a minute. He's getting shaved." Ashenden felt his cheeks suddenly redden. "You found him then?" "That wasn't difficult. He was the only Greek passenger on the ship. I went on board when she got in and asked for a friend who had sailed from the Piraeus. I said I had come to meet a Mr. George Diogenes. I pretended to be much puzzled at his not coming, and I got into conversation with Andridi. He's traveling under a false name. He calls himself Lombardos. I followed him when he landed, and do you know the first thing he did? He went into a barber's and had his beard shaved. What do you think of that?" "Nothing. Anyone might have his beard shaved." "That is not what I think. He wanted to change his appearance." "Oh, he's cunning. I admire the Germans. They leave nothing to chance. He's got his whole story pat, but I'll tell you that in a minute. By the way, you've changed your appearance too." "Ah, yes, this is a wig I'm wearing. It makes a difference, doesn't it? I should never have known you. One has to take precautions. We are bosom friends. We had to spend the day in Brindisi, and he cannot speak Italian. He was glad to have me help him, and we traveled up together. I have brought him to this hotel. He says he is going to Rome tomorrow, but I shall not let him out of my sight. I do not want him to give me the slip. He says that he wants to see Naples, and I have offered to show him everything there is to see." "Why isn't he going to Rome today?" "That is part of the story. He pretends he is a Greek businessman who has made money during the war. He says he was the owner of 2 coasting steamers and has just sold them. Now he means to go to Paris and have his fling. He says he has wanted to go to Paris all his life, and at last has the chance. He is close. I tried to get him to talk. I told him I was a Spaniard and had been to Brindisi to arrange communications with Turkey about war material. He listened to me, and I saw he was interested, but he told me nothing, and of course I did not think it wise to press him. He has the papers on his person." "How do you know?" "He is not anxious about his grip, but he feels every now and then round his middle. They're either in a belt or in the lining of his vest." "Why the devil did you bring him to this hotel?" "I thought it would be more convenient. We may want to search his luggage." "Are you staying here too?" "No, I am not such a fool as that. I told him I was going to Rome by the night train and would not take a room, but I must go. I promised to meet him outside the Baba's in 15 minutes. "All right. Where shall I find you tonight if I want you?" Ashenden for an instant eyed the hairless Mexican, then with a slight frown looked away. "I shall spend the evening in my room." "Very well. Will you just see that there's nobody in the passage?" Ashenden opened the door and looked out. He saw no one. The hotel, in point of fact, at that season was nearly empty. There were few foreigners in Naples, and trade was bad. "It's all right," said Ashenden. The hairless Mexican walked boldly out. Ashenden closed the door behind him. He shaved and slowly dressed. The sun was shining as brightly as usual on the square and the people who passed. The shabby little carriages with their scrawny horses had the same air as before, but they did not any longer fill Ashenden with gaiety. He was not comfortable. He went out and called, as was his habit, at the consulate to ask if there was a telegram for him. Nothing. Then he went to Cook's and looked out the trains to Rome. There was one soon after midnight and another at 5 in the morning. He wished he could catch the first. He did not know what were the Mexican's plans. If he really wanted to get to Cuba, he would do well to make his way to Spain, and glancing at the notices in the office, Ashenden saw that next day there was a ship sailing from Naples to Barcelona. Ashenden was bawed with Naples. The glare in the streets tired his eyes, the dust was intolerable, the noise was deafening. He went to the Galleria and had a drink. In the afternoon he went to a cinema. Then, going back to his hotel, he told the clock that since he was starting so early in the morning, he preferred to pay his bill at once, and he took his luggage to the station, leaving in his room only a dispatch case in which were the printed part of his code and a book or two. He dined. Then returning to the hotel, he sat down to wait for the hairless Mexican. He could not conceal from himself the fact that he was exceedingly nervous. He began to read, but the book was tiresome, and he tried another. His attention wandered and he glanced at his watch. It was desperately early. He took up his book again, making up his mind that he would not look at his watch till he had read 30 pages. But though he ran his eyes conscientiously down one page after another, he could not tell more than vaguely what it was he read. He looked at the time again. Good God, it was only 10:30. He wondered where the hairless Mexican was, and what he was doing. He was afraid he would make a mess of things. It was a horrible business. Then it struck him that he had better shut the window and draw the curtains. He smoked innumerable cigarettes. He looked at his watch, and it was 11:15. A thought struck him, and his heart began to beat against his chest. Out of curiosity, he counted his pulse, and was surprised to find that it was normal. Though it was a warm night, and the room was stuffy, his hands and feet were icy. What a nuisance it was, he reflected irritably, to have an imagination that conjured up pictures of things that you didn't in the least want to see. From his standpoint as a writer, he had often considered murder, and his mind went to that fearful description of one in Crime and Punishment. He did not want to think of this topic, but it forced itself upon him. His book dropped to his knees and staring at the wall in front of him. It had a brown wallpaper with a pattern of dingy roses. He asked himself how, if one had to, one would commit a murder in Naples. Of course there was the villa, the great leafy garden facing the bay in which stood the aquarium, that was deserted at night and very dark. Things happened there that did not bear the light of day, and prudent persons after dusk avoided its sinister paths. Beyond Posillipo, the road was very solitary, and there were byways that led up the hill, in which by night you would never meet a soul. But how would you induce a man who had any nerves to go there? You might suggest a row in the bay, but the boatman who hired the boat would see you. It was doubtful indeed if he would let you go on the water alone. There were disreputable hotels down by the harbor, where no questions were asked of persons who arrived late at night without luggage. But here again the waiter who showed you your room had the chance of a good look at you, and you had on entering to sign an elaborate questionnaire. Ashenden looked once more at the time. He was very tired. He sat now not even trying to read, his mind a blank. Then the door opened softly and he sprang to his feet. His flesh crept. The hairless Mexican stood before him. "Did I startle you?" he asked, smiling. "I thought you would prefer me not to knock. Did anyone see you come in?" "I was let in by the night watchman. He was asleep when I rang and didn't even look at me. I'm sorry I'm so late, but I had to change." The hairless Mexican wore now the clothes he had traveled down in and his fair wig. It was extraordinary how different he looked. He was bigger and more flamboyant. The very shape of his face was altered. His eyes were shining and he seemed in excellent spirits. He gave Ashenden a glance. "How white you are. My friend, surely you're not nervous? Have you got the documents?" No, he hadn't got them on him. This is all he had. He put down on the table a bulky pocketbook and a passport. "I don't want them," said Ashenden quickly. "Take them." With a shrug of the shoulders, the hairless Mexican put the things back in his pocket. "What was in his belt?" "You said he kept feeling round his middle." "Only money. I've looked through the pocketbook. It contains nothing but private letters and photographs of women. He must have locked the documents in his grip before coming out with me this evening." "Damn," said Ashenden. "I've got the key of his room. We'd better go and look through his luggage." Ashenden felt a sensation of sickness in the pit of his stomach. He hesitated. The Mexican smiled not unkindly. "There's no risk, amigo," he said, as though he were reassuring a small boy. "But if you don't feel happy, I'll go alone." "No, I'll come with you," said Ashenden. "There's no one awake in the hotel and Mr. Andretti won't disturb us. Take off your shoes if you like." Ashenden did not answer. He frowned because he noticed that his hands were slightly trembling. He unlaced his shoes and slipped them off. The Mexican did the same. "You'd better go first," he said. "Turn to the left and go straight along the corridor. It's number 38. Ashenden opened the door and stepped out. The passage was dimly lit. It exasperated him to feel so nervous when he could not but be aware that his companion was perfectly at ease. When they reached the door, the hairless Mexican inserted the key, turned the lock and went in. He switched on the light. Ashenden followed him and closed the door. He noticed that the shutters were shut. Now we're all right, we can take our time. He took a bunch of keys out of his pocket, tried one or two, and at last hit upon the right one. The suitcase was filled with clothes. Cheap clothes, said the Mexican contemptuously as he took them out. My own principle is that it's always cheaper in the end to buy the best. After all, one is a gentleman or one isn't a gentleman. Are you obliged to talk? Asked Ashenden. A spice of danger affects people in different ways. It only excites me, but it puts you in a bad temper, amigo. You see I'm scared and you're not, replied Ashenden with candor. It's merely a matter of nerves. Meanwhile, he felt the clothes, rapidly but with care, as he took them out. There were no papers of any sort in the suitcase. Then he took out his knife and slit the lining. It was a cheap piece, and the lining was gummed to the material of which the suitcase was made. There was no possibility of anything being concealed in it. They're not here. They must be hidden in the room. Are you sure he didn't deposit them in some office? At one of the consulates, for example? He was never out of my sight for a moment except when he was getting shaved. The hairless Mexican opened the drawers and the cupboard. There was no carpet on the floor. He looked under the bed, in it, and under the mattress. His dark eyes shot up and down the room, looking for a hiding place, and Ashenden felt that nothing escaped him. Perhaps he left them in charge of the clock downstairs? I should have known it. And he wouldn't dare. They're not here. I can't understand it. He looked about the room irresolutely. He frowned in the attempt to guess at a solution of the mystery. Let's get out of here, said Ashenden. In a minute. The Mexican went down on his knees, quickly and neatly folded the clothes and packed them up again. He locked the bag and stood up. Then, putting out the light, he slowly opened the door and looked out. He beckoned to Ashenden and slipped into the passage. When Ashenden had followed him, he stopped and locked the door, put the key in his pocket and walked with Ashenden to his room. When they were inside it, and the bolt drawn, Ashenden wiped his clammy hands and his forehead. Thank God we're out of that. There wasn't really the smallest danger, but what are we to do now? The colonel will be angry that the papers haven't been found. I'm taking the 5 o'clock train to Rome. I shall wire for instructions there. Very well, I will come with you. I should have thought it would suit you better to get out of the country more quickly. There's a boat tomorrow that goes to Barcelona. Why don't you take that, and if necessary, I can come to see you there. The hairless Mexican gave a little smile. I see that you are anxious to be rid of me. Well, I won't thwart a wish that your inexperience in these matters excuses. I will go to Barcelona. I have a visa for Spain. Ashenden looked at his watch. It was a little after 2. He had nearly 3 hours to wait. His companion comfortably rolled himself a cigarette. What do you say to a little supper? He asked. I'm as hungry as a wolf. The thought of food sickened Ashenden, but he was terribly thirsty. He did not want to go out with the hairless Mexican, but neither did he want to stay in that hotel by himself. Where could one go at this hour? Come along with me. I'll find you a place. Ashenden put on his hat and took his dispatch case in his hand. They went downstairs. In the hall, the potter was sleeping soundly on a mattress on the floor. As they passed the desk, walking softly in order not to wake him, Ashenden noticed in the pigeonhole belonging to his room a letter. He took it out and saw that it was addressed to him. They tiptoed out of the hotel and shut the door behind them. Then they walked quickly away. Stopping after 100 yards or so under a lamppost, Ashenden took the letter out of his pocket and read it. It came from the consulate and said, The enclosed telegram arrived tonight, and in case it is urgent, I am sending it round to your hotel by messenger. It had apparently been left some time before midnight, while Ashenden was sitting in his room. He opened the telegram and saw that it was in code. Well, it'll have to wait, he said, putting it back in his pocket. The hairless Mexican walked as though he knew his way through the deserted streets, and Ashenden walked by his side. At last they came to a tavern in a blind alley, noisome and evil, and this the Mexican entered. It's not the Ritz, he said, but at this hour of the night, it's only in a place like this that we stand a chance of getting something to eat. Ashenden found himself in a long sodded room at one end of which a wizened young man sat at a piano. There were tables standing out from the wall on each side and against them benches. A number of persons, men and women, were sitting about. They were drinking beer and wine. The women were old, painted, and hideous, and their harsh gaiety was at once noisy and lifeless. When Ashenden and the hairless Mexican came in, they all stared, and when they sat down at one of the tables, Ashenden looked away in order not to meet the leering eyes, just ready to break into a smile that sought his insinuatingly. The wizened pianist strummed a tune, and several couples got up and began to dance. Since there were not enough men to go round, some of the women danced together. The general ordered 2 plates of spaghetti and a bottle of Capri wine. When the wine was brought, he drank a glassful greedily, and then waiting for the pasta eyed the women who were sitting at the other tables. "Do you dance?" he asked Ashenden. "I'm going to ask one of these girls to have a turn with me." He got up, and Ashenden watched him go up to one who had at least flashing eyes and white teeth to recommend her. She rose, and he put his arm round her. He danced well. Ashenden saw him begin talking. The woman laughed, and presently the look of indifference with which she had accepted his offer changed to one of interest. Soon they were chatting gaily. The dance came to an end, and putting her back at her table, he returned to Ashenden and drank another glass of wine. "What do you think of my girl?" he asked. "Not bad, is she? It does one good to dance. Why don't you ask one of them? This is a nice place, is it not? You can always trust me to find anything like this. I have an instinct." The pianist started again. The woman looked at the hairless Mexican, and when with his thumb he pointed to the flaw, she jumped up with alacrity. He buttoned up his coat, arched his back, and standing up by the side of the table waited for her to come to him. He swung her off, talking, smiling, and already he was on familiar terms with everyone in the room. In fluent Italian, with his Spanish accent, he exchanged badinage with one and the other. They laughed at his sallies. Then the waiter brought 2 heaped platefuls of macaroni, and when the Mexican saw them, he stopped dancing without ceremony, and allowing his partner to get back to her table as she chose, hurried to his meal. "I'm ravenous," he said. "And yet I ate a good dinner. Where did you dine? You're going to eat some macaroni, aren't you?" "I have no appetite," said Ashenden. But he began to eat, and to his surprise found that he was hungry. The hairless Mexican ate with huge mouthfuls, enjoying himself vastly. His eyes shone, and he was loquacious. The woman he had danced with had in that short time told him all about herself, and he repeated now to Ashenden what she had said. He stuffed huge pieces of bread into his mouth. He ordered another bottle of wine. "Wine?" he cried scornfully. "Wine is not a drink, only champagne. It does not even quench your thirst. Well, amigo, are you feeling better?" "I'm bound to say I am," smiled Ashenden. "Practice, that is all you want, practice." He stretched out his hand to pat Ashenden on the arm. "What's that?" cried Ashenden with a start. "What's that stain on your cuff?" The hairless Mexican gave his sleeve a glance. "That, nothing, it's only blood. I had a little accident and cut myself." Ashenden was silent. His eyes sought the clock that hung over the door. "Are you anxious about your train? Let me have one more dance, and then I'll accompany you to the station." The Mexican got up, and with his sublime self-assurance seized in his arms the woman who sat nearest to him, and danced away with her. Ashenden watched him moodily. He was a monstrous, terrible figure with that blonde wig and his hairless face, but he moved with a matchless grace. His feet were small, and seemed to hold the ground like the pads of a cat or a tiger. His rhythm was wonderful, and you could not but see that the bedizened creature he danced with was intoxicated by his gestures. There was music in his toes, and in the long arms that held her so firmly, and there was music in those long legs that seemed to move strangely from the hips. Sinister and grotesque though he was, there was in him now a feline elegance, even something of beauty, and you felt a secret, shameful fascination. To Ashenden he suggested one of those sculptures of the pre-Aztec hewers of stone, in which there is barbarism and vitality, something terrible and cruel, and yet withal a brooding and significant loveliness. All the same, he would gladly have left him to finish the night by himself in that sodded dance hall, but he knew that he must have a business conversation with him. He did not look forward to it without misgiving. He had been instructed to give Manuel Carmona certain sums in return for certain documents. Well, the documents were not forthcoming, and as for the rest, Ashenden knew nothing about that. It was no business of his. The hairless Mexican waved gaily as he passed him. "I will come the moment the music stops. Pay the bill, and then I shall be ready." Ashenden wished he could have seen into his mind. He could not even make a guess at its workings. Then the Mexican, with his scented handkerchief wiping the sweat from his brow, came back. "Have you had a good time, General?" Ashenden asked him. "I always have a good time. Poor white trash, but what do I care? I like to feel the body of a woman in my arms and see her eyes grow languid and her lips pot as her desire for me melts the marrow in her bones like butter in the sun. Poor white trash, but women." They sallied forth. The Mexican proposed that they should walk, and in that quarter, at that hour, there would have been little chance of finding a cab, but the sky was starry. It was a summer night, and the air was still. The silence walked beside them like the ghost of a dead man. When they neared the station, the houses seemed on a sudden to take on a grayer, more rigid line, and you felt that the dawn was at hand. A little shiver trembled through the night. It was a moment of apprehension, and the soul for an instant was anxious. It was as though, inherited down the years in their countless millions, it felt a witless fear that perhaps another day would not break. But they entered the station, and the night once more enwrapped them. One or two potters lolled about like stagey hands after the curtain has rung down, and the scene is struck. Two soldiers in dim uniforms stood motionless. The waiting room was empty, but Ashenden and the hairless Mexican went to sit in the most retired part of it. I still have an hour before my train goes. I'll just see what this cable's about. He took it out of his pocket and from the dispatch case got his code. He was not then using a very elaborate one. It was in two parts, one contained in a skin book and the other, given him on a sheet of paper and destroyed by him before he left Allied territory, committed to memory. Ashenden put on his spectacles and set to work. The hairless Mexican sat in a corner of the seat, rolling himself cigarettes and smoking. He sat there placidly, taking no notice of what Ashenden did, and enjoyed his well-earned repose. Ashenden deciphered the groups of numbers one by one, and as he got it out jotted down each word on a piece of paper. His method was to abstract his mind from the sense till he had finished, since he had discovered that if you took notice of the words as they came along, you often jumped to a conclusion, and sometimes were led into error. So he translated quite mechanically, without paying attention to the words as he wrote them one after the other. When at last he had done, he read the complete message. It ran as follows: Constantine Andridi has been detained by illness at Piraeus. He will be unable to sail. Return Geneva and await instructions. At first Ashenden could not understand. He read it again. He shook from head to foot. Then, for once robbed of his self-possession, he blurted out in a hoarse, agitated and furious whisper, "You bloody fool. You've killed the wrong man. Roman fa the hairless Mexican, do you like macaroni?" Said Ah. "What do you mean by macaroni?" Answered Ashenden. "It is like asking me if I like poetry. I like Keats and Wordsworth and Verlaine and Goethe. When you say macaroni, do you mean spaghetti, tagliatelle, rigatoni, vermicelli, fettuccine, tufoli, farfalle, or just macaroni?" "Macaroni," replied Ah, a man of few words. "I like all simple things, boiled eggs, oysters, and caviar, Trudeau bleu, grilled salmon, roast lamb, the saddle by preference, cold grouse, treacle tot, and rice pudding. But of all simple things the only one I can eat day in and day out, not only without disgust but with the eagerness of an appetite unimpaired by excess, is macaroni. I am glad of that because I want you to go down to Italy." Ashenden had come from Geneva to meet Ah. At Lyons, and having got there before him, had spent the afternoon wandering about the dull, busy, and prosaic streets of that thriving city. They were sitting now in a restaurant on the place to which Ashenden had taken Ah. On his arrival, because it was reputed to give you the best food in that part of France. But since in so crowded a resort, for the Lyonnese like a good dinner, you never knew what inquisitive ears were pricked up to catch any useful piece of information that might fall from your lips, they had contented themselves with talking of indifferent things. They had reached the end of an admirable repast. "Have another glass of brandy?" said Ah. "No, thank you," answered Ashenden, who was of an abstemious turn. "One should do what one can to mitigate the rigors of war," remarked Ah, as he took the bottle and poured out a glass for himself and another for Ashenden. Ashenden, thinking it would be affectation to protest, let the gesture pass, but felt bound to remonstrate with his chief on the unseemly manner in which he held the bottle. "In my youth I was always taught that you should take a woman by the waist and a bottle by the neck," he murmured. "I am glad you told me. I shall continue to hold a bottle by the waist and give women a wide berth." Ashenden did not know what to reply to this, and so remained silent. He sipped his brandy and called for his bill. It was true that he was an important person, with power to make quite a large number of his fellows, and his opinions were listened to by those who held in their hands the fate of empires. But he could never face the business of tipping a waiter without an embarrassment that was obvious in his demeanor. He was tortured by the fear of making a fool of himself by giving too much, or of exciting the waiter's icy scorn by giving too little. When the bill came he passed some 100-franc notes over to Ashenden and said, "Pay him, will you? I can never understand French figures." The groom brought them their hats and coats. "Would you like to go back to the hotel?" asked Ashenden. "We might as well." It was early in the year, but the weather had suddenly turned warm and they walked with their coats over their arms. Ashenden, knowing that liked a sitting room, had engaged one for him, and to this, when they reached the hotel, they went. The hotel was old-fashioned and the sitting room was vast. It was furnished with a heavy mahogany suite upholstered in green velvet, and the chairs were set primly round a large table. On the walls, covered with a dingy paper, were large steel engravings of the battles of Napoleon, and from the ceiling hung an enormous chandelier once used for gas, but now fitted with electric bulbs. It flooded the cheerless room with a cold, hard light. "This is very nice," said Ah, as they went in. "Not exactly cozy," suggested Ashenden. "No, but it looks as though it were the best room in the place. It all looks very good to me." He drew one of the green velvet chairs away from the table and, sitting down, lit a cigar. He loosened his belt and unbuttoned his tunic. "I always thought I liked a cheroot better than anything," he said, "but since the war I've taken quite a fancy to Havanas. Oh well, I suppose it can't last forever." The corners of his mouth flickered with the beginning of a smile. "It's an ill wind that blows nobody any good." Ashenden took 2 chairs, one to sit on and one for his feet, and when Ah saw him he said, "That's not a bad idea," and swinging another chair out from the table with a sigh of relief put his boots on it. "What room is that next door?" he asked. "That's your bedroom." "And on the other side?" "A banqueting hall." Ah got up and strolled slowly about the room, and when he passed the windows, as though in idle curiosity, peeped through the heavy rep curtains that covered them, and then returning to his chair, once more comfortably put his feet up. "It's just as well not to take any more risk than one need," he said. He looked at Ashenden reflectively. There was a slight smile on his thin lips, but the pale eyes, too closely set together, remained cold and steely. Ah's stare would have been embarrassing if Ashenden had not been used to it. He knew that Ah was considering how he would broach the subject that he had in mind. The silence must have lasted for 2 or 3 minutes. "I'm expecting a fellow to come and see me tonight," he said at last. "His train gets in about 10. He gave his wristwatch a glance. "He's known as the hairless Mexican." "Why?" "Because he's hairless and because he's a Mexican." "The explanation seems perfectly satisfactory," said Ashenden. "He'll tell you all about himself. He talks 19 to the dozen. He was on his uppers when I came across him. It appears that he was mixed up in some revolution in Mexico and had to get out with nothing but the clothes he stood up in. They were rather the worse for wear when I found him. If you want to please him, you call him General. He claims to have been a general in Huerta's army. At least I think it was Huerta. Anyhow, he says that if things had gone right, he would be Minister of War now and no end of a big bug. I've found him very useful. Not a bad chap. The only thing I really have against him is that he will use scent." "And where do I come in?" asked Ashenden. "He's going down to Italy. I've got rather a ticklish job for him to do and I want you to stand by. I'm not keen on trusting him with a lot of money. He's a gambler and he's a bit too fond of the girls. I suppose you came from Geneva on your Ashenden passport." "Yes. I've got another for you, a diplomatic one, by the way, in the name of Somerville with visas for France and Italy. I think you and he had better travel together. He's an amusing cove when he gets going, and I think you ought to get to know one another." "What is the job?" "I haven't yet quite made up my mind how much it's desirable for you to know about it." Ashenden did not reply. They eyed one another in a detached manner, as though they were strangers who sat together in a railway carriage and each wondered who and what the other was. "In your place, I'd leave the general to do most of the talking. I wouldn't tell him more about yourself than you find absolutely necessary. He won't ask you any questions. I can promise you that. I think he's by way of being a gentleman after his own fashion. By the way, what is his real name?" "I always call him Manuel. I don't know that he likes it very much. His name is Manuel Carmona. I gather by what you have not said that he's an unmitigated scoundrel." Ah smiled with his pale blue eyes. "I don't know that I'd go quite so far as that. He hasn't had the advantages of a public school education. His ideas of playing the game are not quite the same as yours or mine. I don't know that I'd leave a gold cigarette case about when he was in the neighborhood, but if he lost money to you at poker and had pinched your cigarette case, he would immediately pawn it to pay you. If he had half a chance, he'd seduce your wife, but if you were up against it, he'd share his last crust with you. The tears will run down his face when he hears Gounod's Ave Maria on the gramophone, but if you insult his dignity, he'll shoot you like a dog. It appears that in Mexico, it's an insult to get between a man and his drink, and he told me himself that once when a Dutchman who didn't know passed between him and the bar, he whipped out his revolver and shot him dead." "Did nothing happen to him?" "No, it appears that he belongs to one of the best families. The matter was hushed up, and it was announced in the papers that the Dutchman had committed suicide. He did practically. I don't believe the hairless Mexican has a great respect for human life." Ashenden, who had been looking intently at Ah, started a little, and he watched more carefully than ever his chief's tired, lined and yellow face. He knew that he did not make this remark for nothing. Of course, a lot of nonsense is talked about the value of human life. You might just as well say that the counters you use at poker have an intrinsic value. Their value is what you like to make it. For a general giving battle, men are merely counters, and he's a fool if he allows himself, for sentimental reasons, to look upon them as human beings. But you see, they're counters that feel and think, and if they believe they're being squandered, they are quite capable of refusing to be used anymore. Anyhow, that's neither here nor there. We've had information that a man called Constantine Andridi is on his way from Constantinople with certain documents that we want to get hold of. He's a Greek. He's an agent of Enver Pasha, and Enver has great confidence in him. He's given him verbal messages that are too secret and too important to be put on paper. He's sailing from the Piraeus on a boat called the Ithaca, and will land at Brindisi on his way to Rome. He's to deliver his dispatches at the German embassy and impart what he has to say personally to the ambassador. I see. At this time, Italy was still neutral. The Central Powers were straining every nerve to keep her so. The Allies were doing what they could to induce her to declare war on their side. We don't want to get into any trouble with the Italian authorities. It might be fatal, but we've got to prevent Andridi from getting to Rome. At any cost? Asked Ashenden. Money's no object, answered Ah, his lips twisting into a sardonic smile. What do you propose to do? I don't think you need bother your head about that. I have a fertile imagination, said Ashenden. I want you to go down to Naples with the hairless Mexican. He's very keen on getting back to Cuba. It appears that his friends are organizing a show, and he wants to be as near at hand as possible so that he can hop over to Mexico when things are ripe. He needs cash. I've brought money down with me in American dollars, and I shall give it to you tonight. You'd better carry it on your person. Is it much? It's a good deal, but I thought it would be easier for you if it wasn't bulky, so I've got it in $1,000 notes. You will give the hairless Mexican the notes in return for the documents that Andridi is bringing. A question sprang to Ashenden's lips, but he did not ask it. He asked another instead. Does this fellow understand what he has to do? Perfectly. There was a knock at the door. It opened, and the hairless Mexican stood before them. I have arrived. Good evening, Colonel. I am enchanted to see you. Ah, got up. Had a nice journey, Manuel? This is Mr. Somerville, who's going to Naples with you, General Carmona. Pleased to meet you, sir. He shook Ashenden's hand with such force that he winced. Your hands are like iron, General, he murmured. The Mexican gave them a glance. I had them manicured this morning. I do not think they were very well done. I like my nails much more highly polished. They were cut to a point, stained bright red, and to Ashenden's mind shone like mirrors. Though it was not cold, the general wore a fur coat with an astrakhan collar, and with his every movement a wave of perfume was wafted to your nose. Take off your coat, General, and have a cigar, said Ah. The hairless Mexican was a tall man, and though thinnish gave you the impression of being very powerful. He was smartly dressed in a blue serge suit, with a silk handkerchief neatly tucked in the breast pocket of his coat, and he wore a gold bracelet on his wrist. His features were good, but a little larger than life-size, and his eyes were brown and lustrous. He was quite hairless. His yellow skin had the smoothness of a woman's, and he had no eyebrows nor eyelashes. He wore a pale brown wig, rather long, and the locks were arranged in artistic disorder. This and the unwrinkled sallow face, combined with his dandified dress, gave him an appearance that was at first glance a trifle horrifying. He was repulsive and ridiculous, but you could not take your eyes from him. There was a sinister fascination in his strangeness. He sat down and hitched up his trousers so that they should not bag at the knee. Well, Manuel, have you been breaking any hearts today? Said Ah. With his sardonic joviality, the general turned to Ashenden. Our good friend, the colonel, envies me my successes with the fair sex. I tell him he can have just as many as I if he will only listen to me. Confidence, that is all you need. If you never fear a rebuff, you will never have one. Nonsense, Manuel. One has to have your way with the girls. There's something about you that they can't resist. The hairless Mexican laughed with a self-satisfaction that he did not try to disguise. He spoke English very well, with a Spanish accent, but with an American intonation. But since you ask me, Colonel, I don't mind telling you that I got into conversation on the train with a little woman who was coming to Lyons to see her mother-in-law. She was not very young, and she was thinner than I like a woman to be, but she was possible, and she helped me to pass an agreeable hour. Well, let's get to business, said Ah. I am at your service, Colonel. He gave Ashenden a glance. Is Mr. Somerville a military man? No, said Ah. He's an author. It takes all sorts to make a world, as you say. I am happy to make your acquaintance, Mr. Somerville. I can tell you many stories that will interest you. I am sure that we shall get on well together. You have a sympathetic air. I am very sensitive to that. To tell you the truth, I am nothing but a bundle of nerves, and if I am with a person who is antipathetic to me, I go all to pieces. I hope we shall have a pleasant journey, said Ashenden. When does our friend arrive at Brindisi? Asked the Mexican, turning to Ah. He sails from the Piraeus in the Ithaca on the 14th. It's probably some old tub, but you'd better get down to Brindisi in good time. I agree with you. Ah got up and with his hands in his pockets sat on the edge of the table. In his rather shabby uniform, his tunic unbuttoned, he looked a slovenly creature beside the neat and well-dressed Mexican. Mr. Somerville knows practically nothing of the errand on which you are going, and I do not desire you to tell him anything. I think you had much better keep your own counsel. He is instructed to give you the funds you need for your work, but your actions are your own affair. If you need his advice, of course you can ask for it. I seldom ask other people's advice and never take it. And should you make a mess of things, I trust you to keep Mr. Somerville out of it. He must on no account be compromised. I am a man of honor, Colonel, answered the hairless Mexican with dignity, and I would sooner let myself be cut in 1,000 pieces than betray my friends. That is what I have already told Mr. Somerville. On the other hand, if everything pans out okay, Mr. Somerville is instructed to give you the sum we agreed on in return for the papers I spoke to you about. In what manner you get them is no business of his. That goes without saying. There is only one thing I wish to make quite plain. Mr. Somerville understands of course that I have not accepted the mission with which you have entrusted me on account of the money? Quite, replied Ah, gravely, looking him straight in the eyes. I am with the Allies body and soul. I cannot forgive the Germans for outraging the neutrality of Belgium, and if I accept the money that you have offered me, it is because I am first and foremost a patriot. I can trust Mr. Somerville implicitly, I suppose? Ah, nodded, the Mexican turned to Ashenden. An expedition is being arranged to free my unhappy country from the tyrants that exploit and ruin it, and every penny that I receive will go on guns and cartridges. For myself, I have no need of money. I am a soldier, and I can live on a crust and a few olives. There are only 3 occupations that befit a gentleman: war, cards, and women. It costs nothing to sling a rifle over your shoulder and take to the mountains, and that is real warfare, not this maneuvering of battalions and firing of great guns. Women love me for myself, and I generally win at cards. Ashenden found the flamboyance of this strange creature, with his scented handkerchief and his gold bracelet, very much to his taste. This was far from being just the man in the street, whose tyranny we rail at but in the end submit to, and to the amateur of the Baroque in human nature, he was a rarity to be considered with delight. He was a purple patch on 2 legs. Notwithstanding his wig and his hairless big face, he had undoubtedly an air. He was absurd, but he did not give you the impression that he was a man to be trifled with. His self-complacency was magnificent. "Where is your kit, Manuel?" asked Ah. It was possible that a frown for an instant darkened the Mexican's brow at the abrupt question that seemed a little contemptuously to brush to one side his eloquent statement, but he gave no other sign of displeasure. Ashenden suspected that he thought the colonel a barbarian insensitive to the finer emotions. "I left it at the station. Mr. Somerville has a diplomatic passport so that he can get it through with his own things at the frontier without examination if you like. I have very little, a few suits and some linen, but perhaps it would be as well if Mr. Somerville would take charge of it. I bought 6 suits of silk pajamas before I left Paris." "And what about you?" asked Ah, turning to Ashenden. "I've only got 1 bag. It's in my room. You'd better have it taken to the station while there's someone about. Your train goes at 1:10. "Oh?" This was the first Ashenden had heard that they were to start that night. "I think you'd better get down to Naples as soon as possible." "Very well." Ah got up. "I'm going to bed. I don't know what you fellows want to do." "I shall take a walk about Lyons," said the hairless Mexican. "I am interested in life. Lend me 100 francs, Colonel, will you? I have no change on me." Ah took out his pocketbook and gave the general the note he asked for. Then to Ashenden, "What are you going to do? Wait here?" "No," said Ashenden. "I shall go to the station and read." "You'd both of you better have a whiskey and soda before you go, hadn't you? What about it, Manuel?" "It is very kind of you, but I never drink anything but champagne and brandy." "Mixed?" asked Ah, dryly. "Not necessarily," returned the other with gravity. Ah ordered brandy and soda, and when it came, whereas he and Ashenden helped themselves to both, the hairless Mexican poured himself out 3 pots of a tumbler of neat brandy, and swallowed it in 2 noisy gulps. He rose to his feet and put on his coat with the astrakhan collar, seized in one hand his bold black hat, and with the gesture of a romantic actor giving up the girl he loved to one more worthy of her, held out the other to Ah. Well, Colonel, I will bid you good night and pleasant dreams. I do not expect that we shall meet again so soon. Don't make a hash of things, Manuel, and if you do, keep your mouth shut. They tell me that in one of your colleges where the sons of gentlemen are trained to become naval officers, it is written in letters of gold. There is no such word as impossible in the British Navy. I do not know the meaning of the word failure. It has a good many synonyms, retorted Ah. I will meet you at the station, Mr. Somerville, said the hairless Mexican, and with a flourish left them. Ah looked at Ashenden with that little smile of his that always made his face look so dangerously shrewd. Well, what do you think of him? You've got me beat, said Ashenden. Is he a mountebank? He seems as vain as a peacock. And with that frightful appearance, can he really be the ladies' man he pretends? What makes you think you can trust him? Ah gave a low chuckle, and he washed his thin, old hands with imaginary soap. I thought you'd like him. He's quite a character, isn't he? I think we can trust him. Ah's eyes suddenly grew opaque. I don't believe it would pay him to double-cross us. He paused for a moment. Anyhow, we've got to risk it. I'll give you the tickets and the money, and then you can take yourself off. I'm all in, and I want to go to bed. 10 minutes later, Ashenden set out for the station with his bag on a porter's shoulder. Having nearly 2 hours to wait, he made himself comfortable in the waiting room. The light was good, and he read a novel. When the time drew near for the arrival of the train from Paris, that was to take them direct to Rome, and the hairless Mexican did not appear. Ashenden, beginning to grow a trifle anxious, went out on the platform to look for him. Ashenden suffered from that distressing malady known as train fever. An hour before his train was due, he began to have apprehensions lest he should miss it. He was impatient with the porters who would never bring his luggage down from his room in time, and he could not understand why the hotel bus cut it so fine. A block in the street would drive him to frenzy, and the languid movements of the station porters infuriate him. The whole world seemed in a horrid plot to delay him. People got in his way as he passed through the barriers. Others, a long string of them, were at the ticket office getting tickets for other trains than his, and they counted their change with exasperating care. His luggage took an interminable time to register. And then, if he was traveling with friends, they would go to buy newspapers, or would take a walk along the platform, and he was certain they would be left behind. They would stop to talk to a casual stranger, or suddenly be seized with a desire to telephone and disappear at a run. In fact, the universe conspired to make him miss every train he wanted to take, and he was not happy unless he was settled in his corner, his things on the rack above him, with a good half-hour to spare. Sometimes by arriving at the station too soon, he had caught an earlier train than the one he had meant to, but that was nerve-wracking and caused him all the anguish of very nearly missing it. The Rome Express was signaled, and there was no sign of the hairless Mexican. It came in, and he was not to be seen. Ashenden became more and more harassed. He walked quickly up and down the platform, looked in all the waiting rooms, went to the consigne where the luggage was left. He could not find him. There were no sleeping cars, but a number of people got out, and he took 2 seats in a first-class carriage. He stood at the door, looking up and down the platform and up at the clock. It was useless to go if his traveling companion did not turn up, and Ashenden made up his mind to take his things out of the carriage as the porter cried en voiture. But by George, he would give the brute hell when he found him. There were 3 minutes more, then 2 minutes, then 1. At that late hour there were few persons about, and all who were traveling had taken their seats. Then he saw the hairless Mexican, followed by 2 porters with his luggage and accompanied by a man in a bowler hat, walk leisurely on to the platform. He caught sight of Ashenden and waved to him. "Ah, my dear fellow, there you are. I wondered what had become of you. Good God, man, hurry up or we shall miss the train." "I never miss a train. Have you got good seats?" "The chef de gare has gone for the night. This is his assistant." The man in the bowler hat took it off when Ashenden nodded to him. "But this is an ordinary carriage. I am afraid I could not travel in that." He turned to the station-master's assistant with an affable smile. "You must do better for me than that, mon cher." "Certainement, mon général. I will put you into a salonlet, of course." The assistant station-master led them along the train and put them in an empty compartment where there were 2 beds. The Mexican eyed it with satisfaction and watched the porters arrange the luggage. "That will do very well. I am much obliged to you." He held out his hand to the man in the bowler hat. "I shall not forget you, and next time I see the minister I will tell him with what civility you have treated me. You are too good, General. I shall be very grateful." A whistle was blown and the train started. "This is better than an ordinary first-class carriage, I think, Mr. Somerville," said the Mexican. A good traveler should learn how to make the best of things. But Ashenden was still extremely cross. "I don't know why the devil you wanted to cut it so fine. We should have looked a pair of damned fools if we'd missed the train." "My dear fellow, there was never the smallest chance of that. When I arrived, I told the station master that I was General Carmona, Commander-in-Chief of the Mexican Army, and that I had to stop off in Lyons for a few hours to hold a conference with the British Field Marshal. I asked him to hold the train for me if I was delayed, and suggested that my government might see its way to conferring an order on him. I have been to Lyons before. I like the girls here. They have not the chic of the Parisians, but they have something. There is no denying that they have something. Will you have a mouthful of brandy before you go to sleep?" "No, thank you," said Ashenden morosely. "I always drink a glass before going to bed. It settles the nerves." He looked in his suitcase and without difficulty found a bottle. He put it to his lips and had a long drink, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and lit a cigarette. Then he took off his boots and lay down. Ashenden dimmed the light. "I have never yet made up my mind," said the hairless Mexican reflectively, "whether it is pleasanter to go to sleep with the kisses of a beautiful woman on your mouth or with a cigarette between your lips. Have you ever been to Mexico? I will tell you about Mexico tomorrow. Good night." Presently Ashenden heard from his steady breathing that he was asleep and in a little while himself dozed off. Presently he woke. The Mexican, deep in slumber, lay motionless. He had taken off his fur coat and was using it as a blanket. He still wore his wig. Suddenly there was a jolt and the train with a noisy grinding of brakes stopped. In the twinkling of an eye, before Ashenden could realize that anything had happened, the Mexican was on his feet with his hand to his hip. "What is it?" he cried. "Nothing, probably only a signal against us." The Mexican sat down heavily on his bed. Ashenden turned on the light. "You wake quickly for such a sound sleeper," he said. "You have to in my profession." Ashenden would have liked to ask him whether this was murder, conspiracy, or commanding armies, but was not sure that it would be discreet. The general opened his bag and took out the bottle. "Will you have a nip?" he asked. "There is nothing like it when you wake suddenly in the night." When Ashenden refused, he put the bottle once more to his lips and poured a considerable quantity of liquor down his throat. He sighed and lit a cigarette. Although Ashenden had seen him now drink nearly a bottle of brandy, and it was probable that he had had a good deal more when he was going about the town, he was certainly quite sober. Neither in his manner nor in his speech was there any indication that he had drunk during the evening anything but lemonade. The train started, and soon Ashenden again fell asleep. When he awoke, it was morning, and turning round lazily, he saw that the Mexican was awake too. He was smoking a cigarette. The floor by his side was strewn with burnt-out butts, and the air was thick and gray. He had begged Ashenden not to insist on opening a window, for he said the night air was dangerous. "I did not get up because I was afraid of waking you. Will you do your toilet first, or shall I?" "I'm in no hurry," said Ashenden. "I am an old campaigner, it will not take me long." "Do you wash your teeth every day?" "Yes," said Ashenden. "So do I. It is a habit I learned in New York. I always think that a fine set of teeth are an adornment to a man." There was a wash basin in the compartment, and the general scrubbed his teeth, with gurglings and gogglings, energetically. Then he got a bottle of eau de cologne from his bag, poured some of it on a towel, and rubbed it over his face and hands. He took a comb and carefully arranged his wig. Either it had not moved in the night or else he had set it straight before Ashenden awoke. He got another bottle out of his bag, with a spray attached to it, and squeezing a bulb covered his shirt and coat with a fine cloud of scent, did the same to his handkerchief, and then with a beaming face, like a man who has done his duty by the world and is well pleased, turned to Ashenden and said, "Now I am ready to brave the day. I will leave my things for you. You need not be afraid of the eau de cologne. It is the best you can get in Paris." "Thank you very much," said Ashenden. "All I want is soap and water." "Water? I never use water except when I have a bath. Nothing can be worse for the skin." When they approached the frontier, Ashenden, remembering the general's instructive gesture when he was suddenly awakened in the night, said to him, "If you've got a revolver on you, I think you'd better give it to me. With my diplomatic passport, they're not likely to search me, but they might take it into their heads to go through you, and we don't want to have any bothers." "It is hardly a weapon, it is only a toy," returned the Mexican, taking out of his hip pocket a fully loaded revolver of formidable dimensions. "I do not like parting with it even for an hour. It gives me the feeling that I am not fully dressed. But you are quite right. We do not want to take any risks. I will give you my knife as well. I would always rather use a knife than a revolver. I think it is a more elegant weapon. I dare say it is only a matter of habit, answered Ashenden. Perhaps you are more at home with a knife. Anyone can pull a trigger, but it needs a man to use a knife. To Ashenden, it looked as though it were in a single movement that he tore open his waistcoat, and from his belt snatched and opened a long knife of murderous aspect. He handed it to Ashenden with a pleased smile on his large, ugly, and naked face. There's a pretty piece of work for you, Mr. Somerville. I've never seen a better bit of steel in my life. It takes an edge like a razor and it's strong. You can cut a cigarette paper with it, and you can hew down an oak. There is nothing to get out of order, and when it is closed it might be the knife a schoolboy uses to cut notches in his desk. He shut it with a click, and Ashenden put it along with the revolver in his pocket. Have you anything else? My hands, replied the Mexican with arrogance, but those I dare say the custom officials will not make trouble about. Ashenden remembered the iron grip he had given him when they shook hands and slightly shuddered. They were large and long and smooth. There was not a hair on them or on the wrists, and with the pointed, rosy, manicured nails, there was really something sinister about them. Roman II, a domiciliary visit. Ashenden was on his way back to Geneva. The night was stormy and the wind blew cold from the mountains, but the stodgy little steamer plodded sturdily through the choppy waters of the lake. A scudding rain, just turning into sleet, swept the deck in angry gusts, like a nagging woman who cannot leave a subject alone. Ashenden had been to France in order to write and dispatch a report. A day or two before, about 5 in the afternoon, an Indian agent of his had come to see him in his rooms. It was only by a lucky chance that he was in, for he had no appointment with him, and the agent's instructions were to come to the hotel only in a case of urgent importance. He told Ashenden that a Bengali in the German service had recently come from Berlin with a black cane trunk in which were a number of documents interesting to the British government. At that time, the Central Powers were doing their best to foment such an agitation in India as would make it necessary for Great Britain to keep their troops in the country and perhaps send others from France. It had been found possible to get the Bengali arrested in Bern on a charge that would keep him out of harm's way for a while, but the black cane trunk could not be found. Ashenden's agent was a very brave and very clever fellow, and he mixed freely with such of his countrymen as were disaffected to the interests of Great Britain. He had just discovered that the Bengali, before going to Bern, had, for greater safety, left the trunk in the cloakroom at Zurich station, and now that he was in jail, awaiting trial, was unable to get the bulletin by which it might be obtained into the hands of any of his confederates. It was a matter of great urgency for the German intelligence department to secure the contents of the trunk without delay, and since it was impossible for them to get hold of it by the ordinary official means, they had decided to break into the station that very night and steal it. It was a bold and ingenious scheme, and Ashenden felt a pleasant exhilaration, for a great deal of his work was uncommonly dull. When he heard of it, he recognized the dashing and unscrupulous touch of the head of the German Secret Service at Bern. But the burglary was arranged for 2 o'clock on the following morning, and there was not a moment to lose. He could trust neither the telegraph nor the telephone to communicate with the British officer at Bern, and since the Indian agent could not go, he was taking his life in his hands by coming to see Ashenden, and if he were noticed leaving his room, it might easily be that he would be found one day floating in the lake with a knife thrust in his back. There was nothing for it but to go himself. There was a train to Bern that he could just catch, and he put on his hat and coat as he ran downstairs. He jumped into a cab. 4 hours later, he rang the bell of the headquarters of the intelligence department. His name was known there but to one person, and it was for him that Ashenden asked. A tall, tired-looking man, whom he had not met before, came out and without a word led him into an office. Ashenden told him his errand. The tall man looked at his watch. It's too late for us to do anything ourselves. We couldn't possibly get to Zurich in time. He reflected. We'll put the Swiss authorities on the job. They can telephone, and when your friends attempt their little burglary, I have no doubt they'll find the station well guarded. Anyhow, you had better get back to Geneva. He shook hands with Ashenden and showed him out. Ashenden was well aware that he would never know what happened then. Being no more than a tiny rivet in a vast and complicated machine, he never had the advantage of seeing a completed action. He was concerned with the beginning or the end of it, perhaps, or with some incident in the middle, but what his own doings led to he had seldom a chance of discovering. It was as unsatisfactory as those modern novels that give you a number of unrelated episodes and expect you, by piecing them together to construct in your mind a connected narrative. Notwithstanding his fur coat and his muffler, Ashenden was chilled to the bone. It was warm in the saloon, and there were good lights to read by, but he thought it better not to sit there in case some habitual traveler, recognizing him, wondered why he made these constant journeys between Geneva in Switzerland and Thonon in France. And so, making the best of what shelter could be found, he passed the tedious time in the darkness of the deck. He looked in the direction of Geneva, but could see no lights, and the sleet, turning into snow, prevented him from recognizing the landmarks. Lake Leman, on fine days, so trim and pretty, artificial like a piece of water in a French garden, in this tempestuous weather was as secret and as menacing as the sea. He made up his mind that, on getting back to his hotel, he would have a fire lit in his sitting room, a hot bath, and dinner comfortably by the fireside in pajamas and a dressing gown. The prospect of spending an evening by himself with his pipe and a book was so agreeable that it made the misery of that journey across the lake positively worthwhile. 2 sailors tramped past him heavily, their heads bent down to save themselves from the sleet that blew in their faces, and one of them shouted to him. News arrivins. They went to the side and withdrew a bar to allow passage for the gangway, and looking again Ashenden through the howling darkness saw mistily the lights of the quay. A welcome sight. In 2 or 3 minutes the steamer was made fast, and Ashenden, muffled to the eyes, joined himself to the little knot of passengers that waited to step ashore. Though he made the journey so often, it was his duty to cross the lake into France once a week to deliver his reports and to receive instructions. He had always a faint sense of trepidation when he stood among the crowd at the gangway and waited to land. There was nothing on his passport to show that he had been in France. The steamer went round the lake, touching French soil at 2 places, but going from Switzerland to Switzerland, so that his journey might have been to Vevey or to Lausanne. But he could never be sure that the secret police had not taken note of him, and if he had been followed and seen to land in France, the fact that there was no stamp on his passport would be difficult to explain. Of course he had his story ready, but he well knew that it was not a very convincing one, and though it might be impossible for the Swiss authorities to prove that he was anything but a casual traveler, he might nevertheless spend 2 or 3 days in jail, which would be uncomfortable, and then be firmly conducted to the frontier, which would be mortifying. The Swiss knew well that their country was the scene of all manner of intrigues. Agents of the Secret Service, spies, revolutionaries and agitators infested the hotels of the principal towns, and, jealous of their neutrality, they were determined to prevent conduct that might embroil them with any of the belligerent powers. There were as usual 2 police officers on the quay to watch the passengers disembark, and Ashenden, walking past them with as unconcerned an air as he could assume, was relieved when he had got safely by. The darkness swallowed him up, and he stepped out briskly for his hotel. The wild weather, with a scornful gesture, had swept all the neatness from the trim promenade. The shops were closed, and Ashenden passed only an occasional pedestrian who sidled along, scrunched up, as though he fled from the blind wrath of the unknown. You had a feeling in that black and bitter night that civilization, ashamed of its artificiality, cowered before the fury of elemental things. It was hail now that blew in Ashenden's face, and the pavement was wet and slippery, so that he had to walk with caution. The hotel faced the lake. When he reached it, and a page boy opened the door for him, he entered the hall with a flurry of wind that sent the papers on the porter's desk flying into the air. Ashenden was dazzled by the light. He stopped to ask the porter if there were letters for him. There was nothing, and he was about to get into the lift when the porter told him that 2 gentlemen were waiting in his room to see him. Ashenden had no friends in Geneva. "Oh," he answered, not a little surprised. "Who are they?" He had taken care to get on friendly terms with the porter, and his tips for trifling services had been generous. The porter gave a discreet smile. "There is no harm in telling you. I think they are members of the police." "What do they want?" asked Ashenden. "They did not say. They asked me where you were, and I told them you had gone for a walk. They said they would wait till you came back." "How long have they been there?" "An hour." Ashenden's heart sank, but he took care not to let his face betray his concern. "I'll go up and see them," he said. The liftman stood aside to let him step into the lift, but Ashenden shook his head. "I'm so cold," he said. "I'll walk up." He wished to give himself a moment to think, but as he ascended the 3 flights slowly his feet were like lead. There could be small doubt why 2 police officers were so bent upon seeing him. He felt on a sudden dreadfully tired. He did not feel he could cope with a multitude of questions, and if he were arrested as a secret agent, he must spend at least the night in a cell. He longed more than ever for a hot bath and a pleasant dinner by his fireside. He had half a mind to turn tail and walk out of the hotel, leaving everything behind him. He had his passport in his pocket, and he knew by heart the hours at which trains started for the frontier. Before the Swiss authorities had made up their minds what to do, he would be in safety. But he continued to trudge upstairs. He did not like the notion of abandoning his job so easily. He had been sent to Geneva, knowing the risks, to do work of a certain kind, and it seemed to him that he had better go through with it. Of course, it would not be very nice to spend 2 years in a Swiss prison, but the chance of this was, like assassination to kings, one of the inconveniences of his profession. He reached the landing of the 3rd floor and walked to his room. Ashenden had in him, it seems, a strain of flippancy, on account of which, indeed, the critics had often reproached him, and as he stood for a moment outside the door, his predicament appeared to him on a sudden rather droll. His spirits went up, and he determined to brazen the thing out. It was with a genuine smile on his lips that he turned the handle and, entering the room, faced his visitors. "Good evening, gentlemen," said he. The room was brightly lit, for all the lights were on, and a fire burned in the hearth. The air was grey with smoke, since the strangers, finding it long to wait for him, had been smoking strong and inexpensive cigars. They sat in their greatcoats and bowler hats, as though they had only just that moment come in. But the ashes in the little tray on the table would alone have suggested that they had been long enough there to make themselves familiar with their surroundings. They were 2 powerful men, with black moustaches, on the stout side, heavily built, and they reminded Ashenden of Fafner and Fasolt, the giants in the Rheingold. Their clumsy boots, the massive way they sat in their chairs, and the ponderous alertness of their expression made it obvious that they were members of the detective force. Ashenden gave his room an enveloping glance. He was a neat creature, and saw at once that his things, though not in disorder, were not as he had left them. He guessed that an examination had been made of his effects. That did not disturb him, for he kept in his room no document that would compromise him. His code he had learned by heart and destroyed before leaving England, and such communications as reached him from Germany were handed to him by third parties and transmitted without delay to the proper places. There was nothing he need fear in a search, but the impression that it had been made confirmed his suspicion that he had been denounced to the authorities as a secret agent. "What can I do for you, gentlemen?" he asked affably. "It's warm in here. Wouldn't you like to take off your coats and hats?" It faintly irritated him that they should sit there with their hats on. "We're only staying a minute," said one of them. "We were passing, and as the concierge said you would be in at once, we thought we would wait." He did not remove his hat. Ashenden unwrapped his scarf and disembarrassed himself of his heavy coat. "Won't you have a cigar?" he asked, offering the box to the 2 detectives in turn. "I don't mind if I do," said the first, Fafner taking one, upon which the second, Fasolt, helped himself without a word, even of thanks. The name on the box appeared to have a singular effect on their manners, for both now took off their hats. "You must have had a very disagreeable walk in this bad weather," said Fafner, as he bit half an inch off the end of his cigar and spat it in the fireplace. Now it was Ashenden's principle, a good one in life as well as in the intelligence department, always to tell as much of the truth as he conveniently could. So he answered as follows: "What do you take me for? I wouldn't go out in such weather if I could help it. I had to go to Vevey today to see an invalid friend, and I came back by boat. It was bitter on the lake." "We come from the police," said Fafner casually. Ashenden thought they must consider him a perfect idiot if they imagined he had not long discovered that, but it was not a piece of information to which it was discreet to reply with a pleasantry. "Oh, really?" he said. "Have you your passport on you?" "Yes, in these war times I think a foreigner is wise always to keep his passport on him." "Very wise." Ashenden handed the man the nice new passport, which gave no information about his movements other than that he had come from London 3 months before, and had since then crossed no frontier. The detective looked at it carefully and passed it on to his colleague. "It appears to be all in order," he said. Ashenden, standing in front of the fire to warm himself, a cigarette between his lips, made no reply. He watched the detectives warily, but with an expression, he flattered himself, of amiable unconcern. Fasolt handed back the passport to Fafner, who tapped it reflectively with a thick forefinger. "The chief of police told us to come here," he said, and Ashenden was conscious that both of them now looked at him with attention, "to make a few inquiries of you." Ashenden knew that when you have nothing opposite to say, it is better to hold your tongue, and when a man has made a remark that calls to his mind for an answer, He is apt to find silence a trifle disconcerting. Ashenden waited for the detective to proceed. He was not quite sure, but it seemed to him that he hesitated. It appears that there have been a good many complaints lately of the noise that people make when they come out of the casino late at night. We wish to know if you personally have been troubled by the disturbance. It is evident that as your rooms look on the lake and the revelers pass your windows, if the noise is serious, you must have heard it. For an instant Ashenden was dumbfounded. What balderdash was this? The detective was talking to him. Boom, boom. He heard the big drum as the giant lumbered on the scene. And why on earth should the chief of police send to him to find out if his beauty's sleep had been disturbed by vociferous gamblers? It looked very like a trap, but nothing is so foolish as to ascribe profundity to what on the surface is merely inept. It is a pitfall into which many an ingenuous reviewer has fallen headlong. Ashenden had a confident belief in the stupidity of the human animal, which in the course of his life had stood him in good stead. It flashed across him that if the detective asked him such a question, it was because he had no shadow of proof that he was engaged in any illegal practice. It was clear that he had been denounced, but no evidence had been offered, and the search of his rooms had been fruitless. But what a silly excuse was this to make for a visit, and what a poverty of invention it showed. Ashenden immediately thought of 3 reasons the detectives might have given for seeking an interview with him, and he wished that he were on terms sufficiently familiar with them to make the suggestions. This was really an insult to the intelligence. These men were even stupider than he thought, but Ashenden had always a soft corner in his heart for the stupid, and now he looked upon them with a feeling of unexpected kindliness. He would have liked to pat them gently, but he answered the question with gravity. To tell you the truth, I am a very sound sleeper, the result doubtless of a pure heart and an easy conscience, and I have never heard a thing. Ashenden looked at them for the faint smile that he thought his remark deserved, but their countenances remained stolid. Ashenden, as well as an agent of the British government, was a humorist, and he stifled the beginnings of a sigh. He assumed a slightly imposing air and adopted a more serious tone. But even if I had been awakened by noisy people, I should not dream of complaining. At a time when there is so much trouble, misery, and unhappiness in the world, I cannot but think it very wrong to disturb the amusement of persons who are lucky enough to be able to amuse themselves. An effort, said the detective, but the fact remains that people have been disturbed, and the chief of police thought the matter should be inquired into. His colleague, who had hitherto preserved a silence that was positively sphinx-like, now broke it. I notice by your passport that you are an author, monsieur, he said. Ashenden, in reaction from his previous perturbation, was feeling exceedingly debonair, and he answered with good humor. It is true. It is a profession full of tribulation, but it has now and then its compensations. La gloire, said Fafnir politely. Or shall we say notoriety? Hazarded Ashenden. And what are you doing in Geneva? The question was put so pleasantly that Ashenden felt it behoved him to be on his guard. A police officer amiable is more dangerous to the wise than a police officer aggressive. I am writing a play, said Ashenden. He waved his hand to the papers on his table. 4 eyes followed his gesture. A casual glance told him that the detectives had looked and taken note of his manuscripts. And why should you write a play here rather than in your own country? Ashenden smiled upon them with even more affability than before, since this was a question for which he had long been prepared, and it was a relief to give the answer. He was curious to see how it would go down. Mais, monsieur, there is the war. My country is in a turmoil. It would be impossible to sit there quietly and write a play. Is it a comedy or a tragedy? Oh, a comedy, and a light one at that, replied Ashenden. The artist needs peace and quietness. How do you expect him to preserve that detachment of spirit that is demanded by creative work unless he can have perfect tranquility? Switzerland has the good fortune to be neutral, and it seemed to me that in Geneva I should find the very surroundings I wanted. Fafnir nodded slightly to Fasold, but whether to indicate that he thought Ashenden an imbecile, or whether in sympathy with his desire for a safe retreat from a turbulent world, Ashenden had no means of knowing. Anyhow, the detective evidently came to the conclusion that he could learn nothing more from talking to Ashenden, for his remarks grew now desultory, and in a few minutes he rose to go. When Ashenden, having warmly shaken their hands, closed the door behind the pair, he heaved a great sigh of relief. He turned on the water for his bath, as hot as he thought he could possibly bear it, and as he undressed reflected comfortably over his escape. The day before, an incident had occurred that had left him on his guard. There was in his service a Swiss, known in the intelligence department as Bernard, who had recently come from Germany, and Ashenden had instructed him to go to a certain café desiring to see him at a certain time. Since he had not seen him before, so that there might be no mistake, he had informed him through an intermediary what question himself would ask and what reply he was to give. He chose the luncheon hour for the meeting. Since then, the café was unlikely to be crowded, and it chanced that on entering he saw but one man of about the age he knew Bernard to be. He was by himself, and going up to him, Ashenden casually put to him the prearranged question. The prearranged answer was given, and sitting down beside him, Ashenden ordered himself a dewbonnet. The spy was a stocky little fellow, shabbily dressed, with a bullet-shaped head, close-cropped, fair, with shifty blue eyes and a sallow skin. He did not inspire confidence, and but that Ashenden knew by experience how hard it was to find men willing to go into Germany, he would have been surprised that his predecessor had engaged him. He was a German Swiss and spoke French with a strong accent. He immediately asked for his wages, and these Ashenden passed over to him in an envelope. They were in Swiss francs. He gave a general account of his stay in Germany and answered Ashenden's careful questions. He was by calling a waiter and had found a job in a restaurant near one of the Rhine bridges, which gave him good opportunity to get the information that was required of him. His reasons for coming to Switzerland for a few days were plausible, and there could apparently be no difficulty in his crossing the frontier on his return. Ashenden expressed his satisfaction with his behavior, gave him his orders, and was prepared to finish the interview. "Very good," said Bernard. "But before I go back to Germany, I want 2,000 francs. Do you?" "Yes, and I want them now, before you leave this café. It's a sum I have to pay, and I've got to have it. I'm afraid I can't give it to you." A scowl made the man's face even more unpleasant to look at than it was before. "You've got to." "What makes you think that?" The spy leaned forward and, not raising his voice, but speaking so that only Ashenden could hear, burst out angrily. "Do you think I'm going on risking my life for that beggarly sum you give me? Not 10 days ago a man was caught at Mainz and shot. Was that one of your men?" "We haven't got anyone at Mainz," said Ashenden, carelessly, and for all he knew it was true. He had been puzzled not to receive his usual communications from that place, and Bernard's information might afford the explanation. "You knew exactly what you were to get when you took on the job, and if you weren't satisfied you needn't have taken it. I have no authority to give you a penny more." "Do you see what I've got here?" said Bernard. He took a small revolver out of his pocket and fingered it significantly. "What are you going to do with it? Pawn it?" With an angry shrug of the shoulders he put it back in his pocket. Ashenden reflected that had he known anything of the technique of the theatre, Bernard would have been aware that it was useless to make a gesture that had no ulterior meaning. "You refuse to give me the money?" "Certainly." The spy's manner, which at first had been obsequious, was now somewhat truculent, but he kept his head and never for a moment raised his voice. Ashenden could see that Bernard, however big a ruffian, was a reliable agent, and he made up his mind to suggest to that his salary should be raised. The scene diverted him. A little way off 2 fat citizens of Geneva, with black beards, were playing dominoes, and on the other side a young man with spectacles was with great rapidity writing sheet after sheet of an immensely long letter. A Swiss family, who knows, perhaps Robinson by name, consisting of a father and mother and 4 children, were sitting round a table making the best of 2 small cups of coffee. The caissière behind the counter, an imposing brunette with a large bust encased in black silk, was reading the local paper. The surroundings made the melodramatic scene in which Ashenden was engaged perfectly grotesque. His own play seemed to him much more real. Bernard smiled. His smile was not engaging. "Do you know that I have only to go to the police and tell them about you to have you arrested? Do you know what a Swiss prison is like?" "No, I've often wondered lately." "Do you?" "Yes, and you wouldn't much like it." One of the things that had bothered Ashenden was the possibility that he would be arrested before he finished his play. He disliked the notion of leaving it half done for an indefinite period. He did not know whether he would be treated as a political prisoner or as a common criminal, and he had a mind to ask Bernard whether in the latter case, the only one Bernard was likely to know anything about, he would be allowed writing materials. He was afraid Bernard would think the inquiry an attempt to laugh at him, but he was feeling comparatively at ease and was able to answer Bernard's threat without heat. "You could of course get me sentenced to 2 years' imprisonment. At least. No, that is the maximum, I understand, and I think it is quite enough. I won't conceal from you that I should find it extremely disagreeable, but not nearly so disagreeable as you would." "What could you do?" Oh, we'd get you somehow, and after all, the war won't last forever. You are a waiter, you want your freedom of action. I promise you that if I get into any trouble, you will never be admitted into any of the Allied countries for the rest of your life. I can't help thinking it would cramp your style. Bernard did not reply, but looked down sulkily at the marble-topped table. Ashenden thought this was the moment to pay for the drinks and go. Think it over, Bernard, he said. If you want to go back to your job, you have your instructions, and your usual wages shall be paid through the usual channels. The spy shrugged his shoulders, and Ashenden, though not knowing in the least what was the result of their conversation, felt that it behoved him to walk out with dignity. He did so, and now as he carefully put one foot into the bath, wondering if he could bear it, he asked himself what Bernard had in the end decided on. The water was just not scalding, and he gradually let himself down into it. On the whole, it seemed to him that the spy had thought it would be as well to go straight, and the sauce of his denunciation must be looked for elsewhere. Perhaps in the hotel itself. Ashenden lay back, and as his body grew used to the heat of the water, gave a sigh of satisfaction. Really, he reflected, there are moments in life when all this to-do that has led from the primeval slime to myself seems almost worthwhile. Ashenden could not but think he was lucky to have wriggled out of the fix he had found himself in that afternoon. Had he been arrested and in due course sentenced, shrugging his shoulders, would merely have called him a damned fool and set about looking for someone to take his place. Already, Ashenden knew his chief well enough to be aware that when he had told him that if he got into trouble, he need look for no help, he meant exactly what he said. The traitor having taken a room at the hotel at which he had been instructed to stay, Ashenden went out. It was a lovely day, early in August, and the sun shone in an unclouded sky. He had not been to Lucerne since he was a boy, and but vaguely remembered a covered bridge, a great stone lion, and a church in which he had sat, bawed yet impressed, while they played an organ. And now, wandering along a shady quay, and the lake looked just as tawdry and unreal as it looked on the picture postcards. He tried not so much to find his way about a half-forgotten scene as to reform in his mind some recollection of the shy and eager lad, so impatient for life, which he saw not in the present of his adolescence, but only in the future of his manhood, who so long ago had wandered there. But it seemed to him that the most vivid of his memories was not of himself, but of the crowd. He seemed to remember sun and heat and people. The train was crowded, and so was the hotel. The lake steamers were packed and on the quays, and in the streets you threaded your way among the throng of holiday-makers. They were fat and old and ugly and odd, and they stank. Now, in wartime, Lucerne was as deserted as it must have been before the world at large discovered that Switzerland was the playground of Europe. Most of the hotels were closed, the streets were empty, the rowing boats for hire rocked idly at the water's edge, and there was none to take them. And in the avenues by the lake, the only persons to be seen were serious Swiss taking their neutrality, like a Dachshund, for a walk with them. Ashenden felt exhilarated by the solitude, and sitting down on a bench that faced the water, surrendered himself deliberately to the sensation. It was true that the lake was absurd, the water was too blue, the mountains too snowy, and its beauty, hitting you in the face, exasperated rather than thrilled. But all the same, there was something pleasing in the prospect, an artless candor, like one of Mendelssohn's songs without words, that made Ashenden smile with complacency. Lucerne reminded him of wax flowers under glass cases and cuckoo clocks and fancy work in Berlin wool. So long at all events as the fine weather lasted, he was prepared to enjoy himself. He did not see why he should not at least try to combine pleasure to himself with profit to his country. He was traveling with a brand-new passport in his pocket, under a borrowed name, and this gave him an agreeable sense of owning a new personality. He was often slightly tired of himself, and it diverted him for a while to be merely a creature of facile invention. The experience he had just enjoyed appealed to his acute sense of the absurd. It is true, had not seen the fun of it. What humor possessed was of a sardonic turn, and he had no facility for taking in good part a joke at his own expense. To do that you must be able to look at yourself from the outside, and be at the same time spectator and actor in the pleasant comedy of life. Was a soldier and regarded introspection as unhealthy, un-English, and unpatriotic. Ashenden got up and strolled slowly to his hotel. It was a small German hotel, of the second class, spotlessly clean, and his bedroom had a nice view. It was furnished with brightly varnished pitch pine, and though on a cold, wet day, it would have been wretched. In that warm and sunny weather it was gay and pleasing. There were tables in the hall, and he sat down at one of these and ordered a bottle of beer. The landlady was curious to know why in that dead season he had come to stay, and he was glad to satisfy her curiosity. He told her that he had recently recovered from an attack of typhoid and had come to Lucerne to get back his strength. He was employed in the censorship department and was taking the opportunity to brush up his rusty German. He asked her if she could recommend to him a German teacher. The landlady was a blonde and blowsy Swiss, good-humored and talkative, so that Ashenden felt pretty sure that she would repeat in the proper quarter the information he gave her. It was his turn now to ask a few questions. She was voluble on the subject of the war, on account of which the hotel, in that month so full that rooms had to be found for visitors in neighboring houses, was nearly empty. A few people came in from outside to eat their meals and pension, but she had only 2 lots of resident guests. One was an old Irish couple who lived in Vevey and passed their summers in Lucerne, and the other was an Englishman and his wife. She was a German, and they were obliged on that account to live in a neutral country. Ashenden took care to show little curiosity about them. He recognized in the description Grantley Caper, but of her own accord she told him that they spent most of the day walking about the mountains. Herr Caper was a botanist and much interested in the flora of the country. His lady was a very nice woman, and she felt her position keenly. Ah, well, the war could not last forever. The landlady bustled away, and Ashenden went upstairs. Dinner was at 7, and, wishing to be in the dining room before anyone else so that he could take stock of his fellow guests as they entered, he went down as soon as he heard the bell. It was a very plain, stiff, whitewashed room, with chairs of the same shiny pitch pine as in his bedroom, and on the walls were oleographs of Swiss lakes. On each little table was a bunch of flowers. It was all neat and clean and presaged a bad dinner. Ashenden would have liked to make up for it by ordering a bottle of the best Rhine wine to be found in the hotel, but did not venture to draw attention to himself by extravagance. He saw on 2 or 3 tables half-empty bottles of table hock, which made him surmise that his fellow guests drank thriftily, and so contented himself with ordering a pint of lager. Presently 1 or 2 persons came in, single men with some occupation in Lucerne and obviously Swiss, and sat down each at his own little table, and untied the napkins that at the end of luncheon they had neatly tied up. They propped newspapers against their water jugs and read while they somewhat noisily ate their soup. Then entered a very old tall bent man, with white hair and a drooping white moustache, accompanied by a little old white-haired lady in black. These were certainly the Irish colonel and his wife of whom the landlady had spoken. They took their seats, and the colonel poured out a thimbleful of wine for his wife and a thimbleful for himself. They waited in silence for their dinner to be served to them by the buxom, haughty maid. At last the persons arrived for whom Ashenden had been waiting. He was doing his best to read a German book, and it was only by an exercise of self-control that he allowed himself only for 1 instant to raise his eyes as they came in. His glance showed him a man of about 45 with short dark hair, somewhat grizzled, of middle height, but corpulent, with a broad red clean-shaven face. He wore a shirt open at the neck, with a wide collar, and a grey suit. He walked ahead of his wife, and of her Ashenden only caught the impression of a German woman self-effaced and dusty. Grantley Caper sat down and began in a loud voice explaining to the waitress that they had taken an immense walk. They had been up some mountain the name of which meant nothing to Ashenden, but which excited in the maid expressions of astonishment and enthusiasm. Then Caper, still in fluent German but with a mocked English accent, said that they were so late they had not even gone up to wash, but had just rinsed their hands outside. He had a resonant voice and a jovial manner. "Serve me quick, we're starving with hunger, and bring beer, bring 3 bottles. Lieber Gott, what a thirst I have." He seemed to be a man of exuberant vitality. He brought into that dull, over-clean dining room the breath of life, and everyone in it appeared on a sudden more alert. He began to talk to his wife in English, and everything he said could be heard by all. But presently she interrupted him with a remark made in an undertone. Caper stopped, and Ashenden felt that his eyes were turned in his direction. Mrs. Caper had noticed the arrival of a stranger, and had drawn her husband's attention to it. Ashenden turned the page of the book he was pretending to read, but he felt that Caper's gaze was fixed intently upon him. When he addressed his wife again, it was in so low a tone that Ashenden could not even tell what language he used, but when the maid brought them their soup, Caper, his voice still low, asked her a question. It was plain that he was inquiring who Ashenden was. Ashenden could catch of the maid's reply but the one word "Lenda." One or two people finished their dinner and went out picking their teeth. The old Irish colonel and his old wife rose from their table, and he stood aside to let her pass. They had eaten their meal without exchanging a word. She walked slowly to the door, but the colonel stopped to say a word to a Swiss who might have been a local attorney, and when she reached it, she stood there, bowed and with a sheep-like look, patiently waiting for her husband to come and open it for her. Ashenden realized that she had never opened a door for herself. She did not know how to. In a minute, the colonel with his old gait came to the door and opened it. She passed out, and he followed. The little incident offered a key to their whole lives, and from it, Ashenden began to reconstruct their histories, circumstances, and characters, but he pulled himself up. He could not allow himself the luxury of creation. He finished his dinner. When he went into the hall, he saw tied to the leg of table a bull terrier, and in passing mechanically put down his hand to fondle the dog's drooping, soft ears. The landlady was standing at the foot of the stairs. "Whose is this lovely beast?" asked Ashenden. "He belongs to Herr Caper. Fritzi, he is called. Herr Caper says he has a longer pedigree than the King of England." Fritzi rubbed himself against Ashenden's leg and with his nose sought the palm of his hand. Ashenden went upstairs to fetch his hat, and when he came down saw Caper standing at the entrance of the hotel talking with the landlady. From the sudden silence and their constrained manner, he guessed that Caper had been making inquiries about him. When he passed between them, into the street, out of the corner of his eye he saw Caper give him a suspicious stare. That frank, jovial red face bore then a look of shifty cunning. Ashenden strolled along till he found a tavern where he could have his coffee in the open, and to compensate himself for the bottle of beer that his sense of duty had urged him to drink at dinner, ordered the best brandy the house provided. He was pleased at last to have come face to face with the man of whom he had heard so much, and in a day or two hoped to become acquainted with him. It is never very difficult to get to know anyone who has a dog. But he was in no hurry. He would let things take their course. With the object he had in view he could not afford to be hasty. Ashenden reviewed the circumstances. Grantley Caper was an Englishman, born according to his passport in Birmingham, and he was 42 years of age. His wife, to whom he had been married for 11 years, was of German birth and parentage. That was public knowledge. Information about his antecedents was contained in a private document. He had started life, according to this, in a lawyer's office in Birmingham, and then had drifted into journalism. He had been connected with an English paper in Cairo and with another in Shanghai. There he got into trouble for attempting to get money on false pretenses and was sentenced to a short term of imprisonment. All trace of him was lost for 2 years after his release, when he reappeared in a shipping office in Marseille. From there, still in the shipping business, he went to Hamburg, where he married, and to London. In London, he set up for himself in the export business, but after some time failed and was made a bankrupt. He returned to journalism. At the outbreak of war, he was once more in the shipping business, and in August 1914 was living quietly with his German wife at Southampton. In the beginning of the following year, he told his employers that owing to the nationality of his wife his position was intolerable. They had no fault to find with him and, recognizing that he was in an awkward fix, granted his request that he should be transferred to Genoa. Here he remained till Italy entered the war, but then gave notice, and with his papers in perfect order, crossed the border and took up his residence in Switzerland. All this indicated a man of doubtful honesty and unsettled disposition, with no background and of no financial standing, but the facts were of no importance to anyone till it was discovered that Caper, certainly from the beginning of the war and perhaps sooner, was in the service of the German intelligence department. He had a salary of £40 a month, but though dangerous and wily, no steps would have been taken to deal with him if he had contented himself with transmitting such news as he was able to get in Switzerland. He could do no great harm there, and it might even be possible to make use of him to convey information that it was desirable to let the enemy have. He had no notion that anything was known of him. His letters, and he received a good many, were closely censored. There were few codes that the people who dealt with such matters could not in the end decipher, and it might be that sooner or later through him it would be possible to lay hands on the organization that still flourished in England. But then he did something that drew awe's attention to him. Had he known it, none could have blamed him for shaking in his shoes. Was not a very nice man to get on the wrong side of. Caper scraped acquaintance in Zurich with a young Spaniard, Gomez by name, who had lately entered the British Secret Service. By his nationality inspired him with confidence, and managed to worm out of him the fact that he was engaged in espionage. Probably the Spaniard, with a very human desire to seem important, had done no more than talk mysteriously. But on Kepa's information, he was watched when he went to Germany, and one day caught just as he was posting a letter in a code that was eventually deciphered. He was tried, convicted, and shot. It was bad enough to lose a useful and disinterested agent, but it entailed besides the changing of a safe and simple code. Ah was not pleased, but was not the man to let any desire of revenge stand in the way of his main object, and it occurred to him that if Kepa was merely betraying his country for money, it might be possible to get him to take more money to betray his employers. The fact that he had succeeded in delivering into their hands an agent of the Allies must seem to them an earnest of his good faith. He might be very useful, but had no notion what kind of man Kepa was. He had lived his shabby, furtive life obscurely, and the only photograph that existed of him was one taken for a passport. Ashenden's instructions were to get acquainted with Kepa and see whether there was any chance that he would work honestly for the British. If he thought there was, he was entitled to sound him, and if his suggestions were met with favor, to make certain propositions. It was a task that needed tact and a knowledge of men. If, on the other hand, Ashenden came to the conclusion that Kepa could not be bought, he was to watch and report his movements. The information he had obtained from Gustav was vague, but important. There was only one point in it that was interesting, and this was that the head of the German intelligence department in Bern was growing restive at Kepa's lack of activity. Kepa was asking for a higher salary, and Major von P. had told him that he must earn it. It might be that he was urging him to go to England. If he could be induced to cross the frontier, Ashenden's work was done. "How the devil do you expect me to persuade him to put his head in a noose?" asked Ashenden. "It won't be a noose, it'll be a firing squad," said Kepa's clever. "Well, be cleverer, damn your eyes." Ashenden made up his mind that he would take no steps to make Kepa's acquaintance, but allow the first advances to be made by him. If he was being pressed for results, it must surely occur to him that it would be worthwhile to get into conversation with an Englishman who was employed in the censorship department. Ashenden was prepared with a supply of information that it could not in the least benefit the Central Powers to possess. With a false name and a false passport, he had little to fear that Kepa would guess that he was a British agent. Ashenden did not have to wait long. Next day, he was sitting in the doorway of the hotel, drinking a cup of coffee and already half asleep after a substantial Mittagessen, when the Kepas came out of the dining room. Mrs. Kepa went upstairs, and Kepa released his dog. The dog bounded along and in a friendly fashion leaped up against Ashenden. "Come here, Fritzy," cried Kepa, and then to Ashenden, "I'm so sorry, but he's quite gentle." "Oh, that's all right, he won't hurt me." Kepa stopped at the doorway. "He's a bull terrier. You don't often see them on the continent." He seemed while he spoke to be taking Ashenden's measure. He called to the maid. "A coffee, please, Fraulein. You've just arrived, haven't you?" "Yes, I came yesterday." "Really? I didn't see you in the dining room last night. Are you making a stay?" "I don't know. I've been ill and I've come here to recuperate." The maid came with the coffee and seeing Kepa talking to Ashenden put the tray on the table at which he was sitting. Kepa gave a laugh of faint embarrassment. "I don't want to force myself upon you. I don't know why the maid put my coffee on your table." "Please sit down," said Ashenden. "It's very good of you. I've lived so long on the continent that I'm always forgetting that my countrymen are apt to look upon it as confounded cheek if you talk to them. Are you English, by the way, or American?" "English," said Ashenden. Ashenden was by nature a very shy person, and he had in vain tried to cure himself of a failing that at his age was unseemly, but on occasion he knew how to make effective use of it. He explained now in a hesitating and awkward manner the facts that he had the day before told the landlady, and that he was convinced she had already passed on to Kepa. "You couldn't have come to a better place than Lucerne. It's an oasis of peace in this war-weary world. When you're here you might almost forget that there is such a thing as a war going on. That is why I've come here. I'm a journalist by profession." "I couldn't help wondering if you wrote," said Ashenden, with an eagerly timid smile. It was clear that he had not learnt that oasis of peace in a war-weary world at the shipping office. "You see, I married a German lady," said Kepa gravely. "Oh, really? I don't think anyone could be more patriotic than I am. I'm English through and through, and I don't mind telling you that, in my opinion, the British Empire is the greatest instrument for good that the world has ever seen. But having a German wife, I naturally see a good deal of the reverse of the medal. You don't have to tell me that the Germans have faults, but frankly, I'm not prepared to admit that they are devils incarnate. At the beginning of the war, my poor wife had a very rough time in England, and I for one couldn't have blamed her if she'd felt rather bitter about it. Everyone thought she was a spy. It'll make you laugh when you know her. She's the typical German Hausfrau who cares for nothing but her house and her husband and our only child Fritzi. Kepa fondled his dog and gave a little laugh. Yes, Fritzi, you are our child, aren't you? Naturally, it made my position very awkward. I was connected with some very important papers, and my editors weren't quite comfortable about it. Well, to cut a long story short, I thought the most dignified course was to resign and come to a neutral country till the storm blew over. My wife and I never discussed the war, though I'm bound to tell you that it's more on my account than hers. She's much more tolerant than I am, and she's more willing to look upon this terrible business from my point of view than I am from hers. That is strange, said Ashenden. As a rule, women are so much more rabid than men. My wife is a very remarkable person. I should like to introduce you to her. By the way, I don't know if you know my name. Grantley Kepa. My name is Somerville, said Ashenden. He told him then of the work he had been doing in the censorship department, and he fancied that into Kepa's eyes came a certain intentness. Presently he told him that he was looking for someone to give him conversation lessons in German, so that he might rub up his rusty knowledge of the language. And as he spoke, a notion flashed across his mind. He gave Kepa a look, and saw that the same notion had come to him. It had occurred to them at the same instant that it would be a very good plan for Ashenden's teacher to be Mrs. Kepa. I asked our landlady if she could find me someone, and she said she thought she could. I must ask her again. It ought not to be very hard to find a man who is prepared to come and talk German to me for an hour a day. I wouldn't take anyone on the landlady's recommendation, said Kepa. After all, you want someone with a good North German accent, and she only talks Swiss. I'll ask my wife if she knows anyone. My wife's a very highly educated woman, and you could trust her recommendation. That's very kind of you. Ashenden observed Grantley Kepa at his ease. He noticed how the small, gray-green eyes, which last night he had not been able to see, contradicted the red, good-humored frankness of the face. They were quick and shifty, but when the mind behind them was seized by an unexpected notion, they were suddenly still. It gave one a peculiar feeling of the working of the brain. They were not eyes that inspired confidence. Kepa did that with his jolly, good-natured smile, the openness of his broad, weather-beaten face, his comfortable obesity, and the cheeriness of his loud, deep voice. He was doing his best now to be agreeable. While Ashenden talked to him, a little shyly still, but gaining confidence from that breezy, cordial manner, capable of putting anyone at his ease, it intrigued him to remember that the man was a common spy. It gave a tang to his conversation to reflect that he had been ready to sell his country for no more than £40 a month. Ashenden had known Gomez, the young Spaniard whom Kepa had betrayed. He was a high-spirited youth with a love of adventure, and he had undertaken his dangerous mission not for the money he earned by it, but from a passion for romance. It amused him to outwit the clumsy German, and it appealed to his sense of the absurd to play a part in a shilling shocker. It was not very nice to think of him now 6 feet underground in a prison yard. He was young, and he had a certain grace of gesture. Ashenden wondered whether Kepa had felt a qualm when he delivered him up to destruction. "I suppose you know a little German?" asked Kepa, interested in the stranger. "Oh yes, I was a student in Germany, and I used to talk it fluently, but that is long ago and I have forgotten. I can still read it very comfortably." "Oh yes, I noticed you were reading a German book last night." Fool, it was only a little while since he had told Ashenden that he had not seen him at dinner. He wondered whether Kepa had observed the slip. How difficult it was never to make one. Ashenden must be on his guard. The thing that made him most nervous was the thought that he might not answer readily enough to his assumed name of Somerville. Of course, there was always the chance that Kepa had made the slip on purpose to see by Ashenden's face whether he noticed anything. Kepa got up. "There is my wife. We go for a walk up one of the mountains every afternoon. I can tell you some charming walks. The flowers even now are lovely." "I'm afraid I must wait till I'm a bit stronger," said Ashenden, with a little sigh. He had naturally a pale face and never looked as robust as he was. Mrs. Kepa came downstairs and her husband joined her. They walked down the road, Fritzi bounding round them, and Ashenden saw that Kepa immediately began to speak with volubility. He was evidently telling his wife the results of his interview with Ashenden. Ashenden looked at the sun shining so gaily on the lake. The shadow of a breeze fluttered the green leaves of the trees. Everything invited to a stroll. He got up, went to his room, and throwing himself on his bed, had a very pleasant sleep. He went into dinner that evening as the Capas were finishing, for he had wandered melancholy about Lucerne in the hope of finding a cocktail that would enable him to face the potato salad that he foresaw, and on their way out of the dining room, Capa stopped and asked him if he would drink coffee with them. When Ashenden joined them in the hall, Capa got up and introduced him to his wife. She bowed stiffly, and no answering smile came to her face to respond to Ashenden's civil greeting. It was not hard to see that her attitude was definitely hostile. It put Ashenden at his ease. She was a plainish woman, nearing 40, with a muddy skin and vague features. Her drab hair was arranged in a plait round her head like that of Napoleon's Queen of Prussia, and she was squarely built, plump rather than fat, and solid. But she did not look stupid. She looked, on the contrary, a woman of character, and Ashenden, who had lived enough in Germany to recognize the type, was ready to believe that though capable of doing the housework, cooking the dinner and climbing a mountain, she might be also prodigiously well informed. She wore a white blouse that showed a sunburned neck, a black skirt, and heavy walking boots. Capa, addressing her in English, told her in his jovial way, as though she did not know it already, what Ashenden had told him about himself. She listened grimly. "I think you told me you understood German," said Capa, his big red face wreathed in polite smiles, but his little eyes dotting about restlessly. "Yes, I was for some time a student in Heidelberg." "Really?" said Mrs. Capa in English, an expression of faint interest for a moment chasing away the sullenness from her face. "I know Heidelberg very well. I was at school there for 1 year." Her English was correct, but throaty, and the mouthing emphasis she gave her words was disagreeable. Ashenden was diffuse in praise of the old university town and the beauty of the neighborhood. She heard him, from the standpoint of her Teutonic superiority, with toleration rather than with enthusiasm. "It is well known that the valley of the Neckar is one of the beauty places of the whole world," she said. "I have not told you, my dear," said Capa then, "that Mr. Somerville is looking for someone to give him conversation lessons while he is here. I told him that perhaps you could suggest a teacher." "No, I know no one whom I could conscientiously recommend," she answered. The Swiss accent is hateful beyond words. It could do Mr. Somerville only harm to converse with a Swiss. "If I were in your place, Mr. Somerville, I would try and persuade my wife to give you lessons. She is, if I may say so, a very cultivated and highly educated woman. Etch Grantley, I have not the time. I have my own work to do." Ashenden saw that he was being given his opportunity. The trap was prepared, and all he had to do was to fall in. He turned to Mrs. Capa with a manner that he tried to make shy, deprecating, and modest. "Of course it would be too wonderful if you would give me lessons. I should look upon it as a real privilege. Naturally, I wouldn't want to interfere with your work. I am just here to get well, with nothing in the world to do, and I would suit my time entirely to your convenience." He felt a flash of satisfaction pass from one to the other, and in Mrs. Capa's blue eyes he fancied that he saw a dark glow. "Of course it would be a purely business arrangement," said Capa. "There's no reason that my good wife shouldn't earn a little pin money. Would you think 10 francs an hour too much?" "No," said Ashenden. "I should think myself lucky to get a first-rate teacher for that. What do you say, my dear? Surely you can spare an hour, and you would be doing this gentleman a kindness. He would learn that all Germans are not the devilish fiends that they think them in England." On Mrs. Capa's brow was an uneasy frown, and Ashenden could not but think with apprehension of that hour's conversation a day that he was going to exchange with her. Heaven only knew how he would have to rack his brain for subjects of discourse with that heavy and morose woman. Now she made a visible effort. "I shall be very pleased to give Mr. Somerville conversation lessons." "I congratulate you, Mr. Somerville," said Capa noisily. "You're in for a treat. When will you start? Tomorrow at 11? That would suit me very well if it suits Mrs. Capa." "Yes, that is as good an hour as another," she answered. Ashenden left them to discuss the happy outcome of their diplomacy, but when, punctually at 11 next morning, he heard a knock at his door, for it had been arranged that Mrs. Capa should give him his lesson in his room, it was not without trepidation that he opened it. It behoved him to be frank, a trifle indiscreet, but obviously wary of a German woman, sufficiently intelligent and impulsive. Mrs. Capa's face was dark and sulky. She plainly hated having anything to do with him, but they sat down and she began, somewhat peremptorily, to ask him questions about his knowledge of German literature. She corrected his mistakes with exactness, and when he put before her some difficulty in German construction, explained it with clearness and precision. It was obvious that though she hated giving him a lesson, she meant to give it conscientiously. She seemed to have not only an aptitude for teaching, but a love of it, and as the hour went on, she began to speak with greater earnestness. It was already only by an effort that she remembered that he was a brutal Englishman. Ashenden, noticing the unconscious struggle within her, found himself not a little entertained, and it was with truth that, when later in the day Caper asked him how the lesson had gone, he answered that it was highly satisfactory. Mrs. Caper was an excellent teacher and a most interesting person. I told you so. She's the most remarkable woman I know. And Ashenden had a feeling that when in his hearty, laughing way Caper said this, he was for the first time entirely sincere. In a day or two, Ashenden guessed that Mrs. Caper was giving him lessons only in order to enable Caper to arrive at a closer intimacy with him, for she confined herself strictly to matters of literature, music, and painting. And when Ashenden, by way of experiment, brought the conversation round to the war, she cut him short. I think that is a topic that we had better avoid, Herr Somerville, she said. She continued to give her lessons with the greatest thoroughness, and he had his money's worth. But every day she came with the same sullen face, and it was only in the interest of teaching that she lost for a moment her instinctive dislike of him. Ashenden exercised in turn, but in vain, all his wiles. He was ingratiating, ingenuous, humble, grateful, flattering, simple, and timid. She remained coldly hostile. She was a fanatic. Her patriotism was aggressive but disinterested, and obsessed with the notion of the superiority of all things German. She loathed England with a virulent hatred, because in that country she saw the chief obstacle to their diffusion. Her ideal was a German world in which the rest of the nations under a hegemony greater than that of Rome should enjoy the benefits of German science and German art and German culture. There was in the conception a magnificent impudence that appealed to Ashenden's sense of humor. She was no fool. She had read much, in several languages, and she could talk of the books she had read with good sense. She had a knowledge of modern painting and modern music that not a little impressed Ashenden. It was amusing once to hear her before luncheon play one of those silvery little pieces of Debussy. She played it disdainfully, because it was French and so light, but with an angry appreciation of its grace and gaiety. When Ashenden congratulated her, she shrugged her shoulders. "The decadent music of a decadent nation," she said. Then with powerful hands she struck the first resounding chords of a sonata by Beethoven, but she stopped. "I cannot play, I am out of practice, and you English, what do you know of music? You have not produced a composer since Purcell? What do you think of that statement?" Ashenden, smiling, asked Caper, who was standing near. "I confess it's truth, the little I know of music my wife taught me. I wish you could hear her play when she is in practice." He put his fat hand with its square, stumpy fingers on her shoulder. "She can ring your heartstrings with pure beauty." "Dummer curl," she said in a soft voice, "stupid fellow," and Ashenden saw her mouth for a moment quiver, but she quickly recovered. "You English, you cannot paint, you cannot model, you cannot write music." "Some of us can at times write pleasing verses," said Ashenden, with good humor, for it was not his business to be put out, and he did not know why. 2 lines occurring to him, he said them. "Whither, O splendid ship, thy white sails crowding, leaning across the bosom of the urgent west." "Yes," said Mrs. Caper with a strange gesture, "you can write poetry, I wonder why." And to Ashenden's surprise she went on, in her guttural English, to recite the next 2 lines of the poem he had quoted. "Come, Grantley, Mittagessen is ready, let us go into the dining room." They left Ashenden reflective. Ashenden admired goodness, but was not outraged by wickedness. People sometimes thought him heartless because he was more often interested in others than attached to them, and even in the few to whom he was attached his eyes saw with equal clearness the merits and the defects. When he liked people, it was not because he was blind to their faults. He did not mind their faults, but accepted them with a tolerant shrug of the shoulders, or because he ascribed to them excellencies that they did not possess. And since he judged his friends with candor, they never disappointed him, and so he seldom lost one. He asked from none more than he could give. He was able to pursue his study of the Capers without prejudice and without passion. Mrs. Caper seemed to him more of a piece, and therefore the easier of the two to understand. She obviously detested him. Though it was so necessary for her to be civil to him, her antipathy was strong enough to wring from her now and then an expression of rudeness. And had she been safely able to do so, she would have killed him without a qualm. But in the pressure of Caper's chubby hand on his wife's shoulder, and in the fugitive trembling of her lips, Ashenden had divined that this unprepossessing woman and that mean fat man were joined together by a deep and sincere love. It was touching. Ashenden assembled the observations that he had been making for the past few days and little things that he had noticed, but to which he had attached no significance returned to him. It seemed to him that Mrs. Capa loved her husband because she was of a stronger character than he, and because she felt his dependence on her. She loved him for his admiration of her, and you might guess that till she met him this dumpy, plain woman with her dullness, good sense and want of humor could not have much enjoyed the admiration of men. She enjoyed his haughtiness and his noisy jokes, and his high spirits stirred her sluggish blood. He was a great big bouncing boy, and he would never be anything else, and she felt like a mother towards him. She had made him what he was, and he was her man, and she was his woman, and she loved him, notwithstanding his weakness, for with her clear head she must always have been conscious of that. She loved him, was as Isolde loved Tristan, but then there was the espionage. Even Ashenden, with all his tolerance for human frailty, could not but feel that to betray your country for money is not a very pretty proceeding. Of course she knew of it. Indeed, it was probably through her that Capa had first been approached. He would never have undertaken such work if she had not urged him to it. She loved him, and she was an honest and an upright woman. By what devious means had she persuaded herself to force her husband to adopt so base and dishonorable a calling? Ashenden lost himself in a labyrinth of conjecture as he tried to piece together the actions of her mind. Grantley Capa was another story. There was little to admire in him, but at that moment, Ashenden was not looking for an object of admiration, but there was much that was singular and much that was unexpected in that gross and vulgar fellow. Ashenden watched with entertainment the suave manner in which the spy tried to inveigle him in his toils. It was a couple of days after his first lesson that Capa, after dinner, his wife having gone upstairs, threw himself heavily into a chair by Ashenden's side. His faithful Fritzie came up to him and put his long muzzle with its black nose on his knee. "He has no brain," said Capa, "but a heart of gold. Look at those little pink eyes. Did you ever see anything so stupid? And what an ugly face, but what incredible charm." "Have you had him long?" asked Ashenden. "I got him in 1914, just before the outbreak of war. By the way, what do you think of the news today? Of course my wife and I never discuss the war. You can't think what a relief to me it is to find a fellow countryman to whom I can open my heart." He handed Ashenden a cheap Swiss cigar, and Ashenden, making a rueful sacrifice to duty, accepted it. "Of course they haven't got a chance, the Germans," said Capa. "Not a dog's chance. I knew they were beaten the moment we came in." His manner was earnest, sincere, and confidential. Ashenden made a commonplace rejoinder. "It's the greatest grief of my life that owing to my wife's nationality, I was unable to do any war work. I tried to enlist the day war broke out, but they wouldn't have me on account of my age, but I don't mind telling you, if the war goes on much longer, wife or no wife, I'm going to do something. With my knowledge of languages, I ought to be of some service in the censorship department. That's where you were, wasn't it?" That was the mark at which he had been aiming, and in answer now to his well-directed questions, Ashenden gave him the information that he had already prepared. Capa drew his chair a little nearer and dropped his voice. "I'm sure you wouldn't tell me anything that anyone shouldn't know, but after all these Swiss are absolutely pro-German, and we don't want to give anyone the chance of overhearing." Then he went on another tack. He told Ashenden a number of things that were of a certain secrecy. "I wouldn't tell this to anybody else, you know, but I have one or two friends who are in pretty influential positions, and they know they can trust me." Thus encouraged, Ashenden was a little more deliberately indiscreet, and when they parted both had reason to be satisfied. Ashenden guessed that Capa's typewriter would be kept busy next morning, and that extremely energetic major in Bern would shortly receive a most interesting report. One evening, going upstairs after dinner, Ashenden passed an open bathroom. He caught sight of the Capas. "Come in," cried Capa in his cordial way. "We're washing our Fritzie." The bull terrier was constantly getting himself very dirty, and it was Capa's pride to see him clean and white. Ashenden went in. Mrs. Capa, with her sleeves turned up, and a large white apron, was standing at one end of the bath, while Capa, in a pair of trousers and a singlet, his fat, freckled arms bare, was soaping the wretched hound. "We have to do it at night," he said, "because the Fitzgeralds use this bath, and they'd have a fit if they knew we washed the dog in it. We wait till they go to bed. Come along, Fritzie. Show the gentleman how beautifully you behave when you have your face scrubbed." The poor brute, woebegone but faintly wagging his tail to show that however foul was this operation performed on him, he bore no malice to the god who did it, was standing in the middle of the bath in 6 inches of water. He was soaped all over, and Capa, talking the while, shampooed him with his great fat hands. Oh, what a beautiful dog he's going to be when he's as white as the driven snow. His master will be as proud as Punch to walk out with him, and all the little lady dogs will say, "Good gracious, who's that beautiful aristocratic-looking bull terrier walking as though he owned the whole of Switzerland? Now stand still while you have your ears washed. You couldn't bear to go out into the street with dirty ears, could you? Like a nasty little Swiss schoolboy. Noblesse oblige. Now the black nose. Oh, and all the soap is going into his little pink eyes and they'll smart." Mrs. Caper listened to this nonsense with a good-humored sluggish smile on her broad, plain face, and presently gravely took a towel. Now he's going to have a ducking. Upsy-daisy. Caper seized the dog by the forelegs and ducked him once and ducked him twice. There was a struggle, a flurry, and a splashing. Caper lifted him out of the bath. "Now go to mother and she'll dry you." Mrs. Caper sat down and taking the dog between her strong legs rubbed him till the sweat poured off her forehead. And Fritzy, a little shaken and breathless, but happy it was all over, stood with his sweet stupid face, white and shining. "Blood will tell," cried Caper exultantly. "He knows the names of no less than 64 of his ancestors, and they were all nobly born." Ashenden was faintly troubled. He shivered a little as he walked upstairs. Then, one Sunday, Caper told him that he and his wife were going on an excursion and would eat their luncheon at some little mountain restaurant. And he suggested that Ashenden, each paying his share, should come with them. After 3 weeks at Lucerne, Ashenden thought that his strength would permit him to venture the exertion. They started early, Mrs. Caper businesslike in her walking boots and Tyrolese hat and alpenstock, and Caper in stockings and plus furs, looking very British. The situation amused Ashenden, and he was prepared to enjoy his day, but he meant to keep his eyes open. It was not inconceivable that the Capers had discovered what he was, and it would not do to go too near a precipice. Mrs. Caper would not hesitate to give him a push, and Caper, for all his jolliness, was an ugly customer. But on the face of it, there was nothing to mar Ashenden's pleasure in the golden morning. The air was fragrant. Caper was full of conversation. He told funny stories. He was gay and jovial. The sweat rolled off his great red face and he laughed at himself because he was so fat. To Ashenden's astonishment, he showed a peculiar knowledge of the mountain flowers. Once he went out of the way to pick one, he saw a little distance from the path and brought it back to his wife. He looked at it tenderly. "Isn't it lovely?" he cried, and his shifty gray-green eyes for a moment were as candid as a child's. "It's like a poem by Walter Savage Landor." "Botany is my husband's favorite science," said Mrs. Caper. "I laugh at him sometimes. He is devoted to flowers. Often when we have hardly had enough money to pay the butcher, he has spent everything in his pocket to bring me a bunch of roses." "Qui fleurit sa mason fleurit son cur," said Grantley Caper. Ashenden had once or twice seen Caper, coming in from a walk, offer Mrs. Fitzgerald a nosegay of mountain flowers with an elephantine courtesy that was not entirely displeasing, and what he had just learned added a certain significance to the pretty little action. His passion for flowers was genuine, and when he gave them to the old Irish lady, he gave her something he valued. It showed a real kindness of heart. Ashenden had always thought botany a tedious science, but Caper, talking exuberantly as they walked along, was able to impart to it life and interest. He must have given it a good deal of study. "I've never written a book," he said. "There are too many books already, and any desire to write I have is satisfied by the more immediately profitable and quite ephemeral composition of an article for a daily paper. But if I stay here much longer, I have half a mind to write a book about the wild flowers of Switzerland. Oh, I wish you'd been here a little earlier. They were marvelous, but one wants to be a poet for that, and I'm only a poor newspaper man." It was curious to observe how he was able to combine real emotion with false fact. When they reached the inn, with its view of the mountains and the lake, it was good to see the sensual pleasure with which he pawed down his throat a bottle of ice-cold beer. You could not but feel sympathy for a man who took so much delight in simple things. They lunched deliciously off scrambled eggs and mountain trout. Even Mrs. Caper was moved to an unwonted gentleness by her surroundings. The inn was in an agreeably rural spot. It looked like a picture of a Swiss chalet in a book of early 19th century travels, and she treated Ashenden with something less than her usual hostility. When they arrived, she had burst into loud German exclamations on the beauty of the scene, and now, softened perhaps too by food and drink, her eyes, dwelling on the grandeur before her, filled with tears. She stretched out her hand. "It is dreadful, and I am ashamed. Notwithstanding this horrible and unjust war, I can feel in my heart at the moment nothing but happiness and gratitude. Kepa took her hand and pressed it, and an unusual thing with him, addressing her in German, called her little pet names. It was absurd, but touching. Ashenden, leaving them to their emotions, strolled through the garden and sat down on a bench that had been prepared for the comfort of the tourist. The view was of course spectacular, but it captured you. It was like a piece of music that was obvious and meretricious, but for the moment shattered your self-control. And as Ashenden lingered idly in that spot, he pondered over the mystery of Grantley Kepa's treachery. If he liked strange people, he had found in him one who was strange beyond belief. It would be foolish to deny that he had amiable traits. His joviality was not assumed, he was without pretense a haughty fellow, and he had real good nature. He was always ready to do a kindness. Ashenden had often watched him with the old Irish colonel and his wife, who were the only other residents of the hotel. He would listen good-humoredly to the old man's tedious stories of the Egyptian war, and he was charming with her. Now that Ashenden had arrived at terms of some familiarity with Kepa, he found that he regarded him less with repulsion than with curiosity. He did not think that he had become a spy merely for the money. He was a man of modest tastes, and what he had earned in a shipping office must have sufficed to so good a manager as Mrs. Kepa. And after war was declared, there was no lack of remunerative work for men over the military age. It might be that he was one of those men who prefer devious ways to straight for some intricate pleasure they get in fooling their fellows, and that he had turned spy, not from hatred of the country that had imprisoned him, not even from love of his wife, but from a desire to score off the bigwigs who never even knew of his existence. It might be that it was vanity that impelled him, a feeling that his talents had not received the recognition they merited, or just a puckish, impish desire to do mischief. He was a crook. It is true that only 2 cases of dishonesty had been brought home to him, but if he had been caught twice, it might be surmised that he had often been dishonest without being caught. What did Mrs. Kepa think of this? They were so united that she must be aware of it. Did it make her ashamed? For her own uprightness surely none could doubt, or did she accept it as an inevitable kink in the man she loved? Did she do all she could to prevent it, or did she close her eyes to something she could not help? How much easier life would be if people were all black or all white, and how much simpler it would be to act in regard to them. Was Kepa a good man who loved evil or a bad man who loved good? And how could such unreconcilable elements exist side by side and in harmony within the same heart? For one thing was clear, Kepa was disturbed by no gnawing of conscience. He did his mean and despicable work with gusto. He was a traitor who enjoyed his treachery. Though Ashenden had been studying human nature more or less consciously all his life, it seemed to him that he knew as little about it now in middle age as he had done when he was a child. Of course would have said to him, "Why the devil do you waste your time with such nonsense? The man's a dangerous spy and your business is to lay him by the heels." That was true enough. Ashenden had decided that it would be useless to attempt to make any arrangement with Kepa. Though doubtless he would have no feeling about betraying his employers, he could certainly not be trusted. His wife's influence was too strong. Besides, notwithstanding what he had from time to time told Ashenden, he was in his heart convinced that the Central Powers must win the war, and he meant to be on the winning side. Well, then Kepa must be laid by the heels, but how he was to effect that Ashenden had no notion. Suddenly he heard a voice. "There you are. We've been wondering where you had hidden yourself." He looked round and saw the Kepas strolling towards him. They were walking hand in hand. "So this is what has kept you so quiet," said Kepa as his eyes fell on the view. "What a spot." Mrs. Kepa clasped her hands. "Ech Gott, why schön?" she cried. "Why schön? When I look at that blue lake and those snowy mountains I feel inclined, like Gode's Faust, to cry to the passing moment, Terry. This is better than being in England with the excursions and alarms of war, isn't it?" said Kepa. "Much," said Ashenden. "By the way, did you have any difficulty in getting out?" "No, not the smallest. I'm told they make rather a nuisance of themselves at the frontier nowadays. I came through without the smallest difficulty. I don't fancy they bother much about the English. I thought the examination of passports was quite perfunctory." A fleeting glance passed between Kepa and his wife. Ashenden wondered what it meant. It would be strange if Kepa's thoughts were occupied with the chances of a journey to England at the very moment when he was himself reflecting on its possibility. In a little while, Mrs. Kepa suggested that they had better be starting back, and they wandered together in the shade of trees down the mountain paths. Ashenden was watchful. He could do nothing, and his inactivity irked him, but wait with his eyes open to seize the opportunity that might present itself. A couple of days later, an incident occurred that made him certain something was in the wind. In the course of his morning lesson, Mrs. Caper remarked, "My husband has gone to Geneva today. He had some business to do there." "Oh," said Ashenden. "Will he be gone long?" "No, only 2 days." It is not everyone who can tell a lie, and Ashenden had the feeling, he hardly knew why, that Mrs. Caper was telling one then. Her manner, perhaps, was not quite as indifferent as you would have expected when she was mentioning a fact that could be of no interest to Ashenden. It flashed across his mind that Caper had been summoned to Bern to see the redoubtable head of the German Secret Service. When he had the chance, he said casually to the waitress, "A little less work for you to do, Fräulein. I hear that Herr Caper has gone to Bern." "Yes, but he'll be back tomorrow." That proved nothing, but it was something to go upon. Ashenden knew in Lucen a Swiss who was willing on emergency to do odd jobs and, looking him up, asked him to take a letter to Bern. It might be possible to pick up Caper and trace his movements. Next day, Caper appeared once more with his wife at the dinner table, but merely nodded to Ashenden, and afterwards both went straight upstairs. They looked troubled. Caper, as a rule so animated, walked with bowed shoulders and looked neither to the right nor to the left. Next morning, Ashenden received a reply to his letter. Caper had seen Major von P. It was possible to guess what the Major had said to him. Ashenden well knew how rough he could be. He was a hard man and a brutal, clever and unscrupulous, and he was not accustomed to mince his words. They were tired of paying Caper a salary to sit still in Lucen and do nothing. The time was come for him to go to England. Guesswork? Of course it was guesswork, but in that trade it mostly was. You had to deduce the animal from its jawbone. Ashenden knew from Gustav that the Germans wanted to send someone to England. He drew a long breath. If Caper went, he would have to get busy. When Mrs. Caper came in to give him his lesson, she was dull and listless. She looked tired, and her mouth was set obstinately. It occurred to Ashenden that the Capers had spent most of the night talking. He wished he knew what they had said. Did she urge him to go, or did she try to dissuade him? Ashenden watched them again at luncheon. Something was the matter, for they hardly spoke to one another, and as a rule they found plenty to talk about. They left the room early, but when Ashenden went out he saw Caper sitting in the hall by himself. "Hulloa," he cried jovially, but surely the effort was patent. "How are you getting on?" "I've been to Geneva." "So I heard," said Ashenden. "Come and have your coffee with me. My poor wife's got a headache. I told her she'd better go and lie down." In his shifty green eyes was an expression that Ashenden could not read. "The fact is, she's rather worried, poor dear. I'm thinking of going to England." Ashenden's heart gave a sudden leap against his ribs, but his face remained impassive. "Oh, are you going for long? We shall miss you." "To tell you the truth, I'm fed up with doing nothing. The war looks as though it were going on for years, and I can't sit here indefinitely. Besides, I can't afford it. I've got to earn my living. I may have a German wife, but I am an Englishman, hang it all, and I want to do my bit. I could never face my friends again if I just stayed here in ease and comfort till the end of the war and never attempted to do a thing to help the country. My wife takes her German point of view, and I don't mind telling you that she's a bit upset. You know what women are." Now Ashenden knew what it was that he saw in Caper's eyes. Fear. It gave him a nasty turn. Caper didn't want to go to England. He wanted to stay safely in Switzerland. Ashenden knew now what the Major had said to him when he went to see him in Bern. He had got to go or lose his salary. What was it that his wife had said when he told her what had happened? He had wanted her to press him to stay, but it was plain she hadn't done that. Perhaps he had not dared tell her how frightened he was. To her he had always been gay, bold, adventurous, and devil-may-care, and now, the prisoner of his own lies, he had not found it in him to confess himself the mean and sneaking coward he was. "Are you going to take your wife with you?" asked Ashenden. "No, she'll stay here." It had been arranged very neatly. Mrs. Caper would receive his letters and forward the information they contained to Bern. "I've been out of England so long that I don't quite know how to set about getting war work. What would you do in my place?" "I don't know. What sort of work are you thinking of?" "Well, you know, I imagine I could do the same thing as you did. I wonder if there's anyone in the censorship department that you could give me a letter of introduction to." It was only by a miracle that Ashenden saved himself from showing by a smothered cry or by a broken gesture how startled he was, but not by Caper's request, by what had just dawned upon him. What an idiot he had been! He had been disturbed by the thought that he was wasting his time at Lucen. He was doing nothing, and though in fact, as it turned out, Caper was going to England, it was due to no cleverness of his. He could take to himself no credit for the result. And now he saw that he had been put in Lucen, told how to describe himself, and given the proper information, so that what actually had occurred should occur. It would be a wonderful thing for the German Secret Service to get an agent into the censorship department, and by a happy accident, there was Grantley Caper, the very man for the job, on friendly terms with someone who had worked there. What a bit of luck! Major von P. was a man of culture, and, rubbing his hands, he must surely have murmured, "Stultum facit fortuna quem vult perdia." It was a trap of that devilish awe, and the grim major at Bern had fallen into it. Ashenden had done his work just by sitting still and doing nothing. He almost laughed as he thought what a fool Ah had made of him. "I was on very good terms with the chief of my department. I could give you a note to him if you liked." "That would be just the thing. But of course I must give the facts. I must say I've met you here and only known you a fortnight." "Of course. But you'll say what else you can for me, won't you?" "Oh, certainly. I don't know yet if I can get a visa. I'm told they're rather fussy." "I don't see why. I shall be very sick if they refuse me one when I want to go back." "I'll go and see how my wife is getting on," said Capa suddenly, getting up. "When will you let me have that letter?" "Whenever you like. Are you going at once?" "As soon as possible." Capa left him. Ashenden waited in the hall for a quarter of an hour so that there should appear in him no sign of hurry. Then he went upstairs and prepared various communications. In one he informed that Capa was going to England. In another, he made arrangements through Bern that wherever Capa applied for a visa it should be granted to him without question, and these he dispatched forthwith. When he went down to dinner, he handed Capa a cordial letter of introduction. Next day but one Capa left Lucerne. Ashenden waited. He continued to have his hour's lesson with Mrs. Capa, and under her conscientious tuition began now to speak German with ease. They talked of Goethe and Winckelmann, of art and life and travel. Fritzi sat quietly by her chair. "He misses his master," she said, pulling his ears. "He only really cares for him. He suffers me only as belonging to him." After his lesson, Ashenden went every morning to Cook's to ask for his letters. It was here that all communications were addressed to him. He could not move till he received instructions, but could be trusted not to leave him idle long. And meanwhile, there was nothing for him to do but have patience. Presently he received a letter from the consul in Geneva to say that Capa had there applied for his visa and had set out for France. Having read this, Ashenden went on for a little stroll by the lake, and on his way back happened to see Mrs. Capa coming out of Cook's office. He guessed that she was having her letters addressed there too. He went up to her. "Have you had news of Herr Capa?" he asked her. "No," she said. "I suppose I could hardly expect to yet." He walked along by her side. She was disappointed but not yet anxious. She knew how irregular at that time was the post. But next day, during the lesson, he could not but see that she was impatient to have done with it. The post was delivered at noon, and at 5 minutes to she looked at her watch and him. Though Ashenden knew very well that no letter would ever come for her, he had not the heart to keep her on tenterhooks. "Don't you think that's enough for the day? I'm sure you want to go down to Cook's," he said. "Thank you, that is very amiable of you." When a little later he went there himself, he found her standing in the middle of the office. Her face was distraught. She addressed him wildly. "My husband promised to write from Paris. I am sure there is a letter for me, but these stupid people say there's nothing. They're so careless, it's a scandal." Ashenden did not know what to say. While the clock was looking through the bundle to see if there was anything for him, she came up to the desk again. "When does the next post come in from France?" she asked. "Sometimes there are letters about 5. I'll come then." She turned and walked rapidly away. Fritzi followed her with his tail between his legs. There was no doubt of it. Already the fear had seized her that something was wrong. Next morning she looked dreadful. She could not have closed her eyes all night, and in the middle of the lesson she started up from her chair. "You must excuse me, Herr Somerville. I cannot give you a lesson today. I am not feeling well." Before Ashenden could say anything she had flung nervously from the room, and in the evening he got a note from her to say that she regretted that she must discontinue giving him conversation lessons. She gave no reason. Then Ashenden saw no more of her. She ceased coming in to meals. Except to go morning and afternoon to Cook's, she spent apparently the whole day in her room. Ashenden thought of her sitting there hour after hour, with that hideous fear gnawing at her heart. Who could help feeling sorry for her? The time hung heavy on his hands too. He read a good deal and wrote a little. He hired a canoe and went for long leisurely paddles on the lake. And at last one morning the clock at Cook's handed him a letter. It was from It had all the appearance of a business communication, but between the lines he read a good deal. "Dear Sir," it began, "the goods, with accompanying letter, dispatched by you from Lucerne have been duly delivered. We are obliged to you for executing our instructions with such promptness." It went on in this strain. Was exultant. Ashenden guessed that Kepa had been arrested and by now had paid the penalty of his crime. He shuddered. He remembered a dreadful scene. Dawn. A cold, grey dawn with a drizzling rain falling. A man, blindfolded, standing against a wall, an officer very pale giving an order, a volley, and then a young soldier, one of the firing party, turning round and holding onto his gun for support, vomiting. The officer turned paler still, and he, Ashenden, feeling dreadfully faint. How terrified Kepa must have been. It was awful when the tears ran down their faces. Ashenden shook himself. He went to the ticket office and, obedient to his orders, bought himself a ticket for Geneva. As he was waiting for his change, Mrs. Kepa came in. He was shocked at the sight of her. She was blowsy and disheveled, and there were heavy rings round her eyes. She was deathly pale. She staggered up to the desk and asked for a letter. The clerk shook his head. "I'm sorry, madam, there's nothing yet." "But look, are you sure? Please look again." The misery in her voice was heartrending. The clerk, with a shrug of the shoulders, took out the letters from a pigeonhole and sorted them once more. "No, there's nothing, madam." She gave a hoarse cry of despair, and her face was distorted with anguish. Oh, God," she moaned. She turned away, the tears streaming from her weary eyes, and for a moment she stood there like a blind man groping and not knowing which way to go. Then a fearful thing happened. Fritzy, the bull terrier, sat down on his haunches and threw back his head and gave a long, melancholy howl. Mrs. Kepa looked at him with terror. Her eyes seemed really to start from her head. The doubt, the gnawing doubt that had tortured her during those dreadful days of suspense, was a doubt no longer. She knew. She staggered blindly into the street. Ashenden by W. Somerset, Maugham. Uncopyright, may you do good and not evil. May you find forgiveness for yourself and forgive others. May you share freely, never taking more than you give. Copyright pages exist to tell you that you can't do something. Unlike them, this uncopyright page exists to tell you that the writing and artwork in this ebook are believed to be in the United States public domain. That is, they are believed to be free of copyright restrictions in the United States. The United States public domain represents our collective cultural heritage, and items in it are free for anyone in the United States to do almost anything at all with, without having to get permission. Copyright laws are different all over the world, and the source text or artwork in this ebook may still be copyrighted in other countries. If you're not located in the United States, you must check your local laws before using this ebook. Standard ebooks makes no representations regarding the copyright status of the source text or artwork in this ebook in any country other than the United States. Non-authorship activities performed on items that are in the public domain, so-called sweat of the brow work, don't create a new copyright. That means that nobody can claim a new copyright on an item that is in the public domain for, among other things, work like digitization, mock-up, or typography. Regardless, the contributors to this ebook release their contributions under the terms in the CC 01.0 Universal Public Domain dedication, thus dedicating to the worldwide public domain all of the work they've done on this ebook, including but not limited to metadata, the title page, imprint, colophon, this uncopyright, and any changes or enhancements to, or mock-up on, the original text and artwork. This dedication doesn't change the copyright status of the source text or artwork. We make this dedication in the interest of enriching our global cultural heritage, to promote free and libre culture around the world, and to give back to the unrestricted culture that has given all of us so much. Table of Contents Landmarks. Roman 7. A trip to Paris. Ashenden was in the habit of asserting that he was never bored. It was one of his notions that only such persons were as had no resources in themselves, and it was but the stupid that depended on the outside world for their amusement. Ashenden had no illusions about himself, and such success in current letters as had come to him had left his head unturned. He distinguished acutely between fame and the notoriety that rewards the author of a successful novel or a popular play, and he was indifferent to this, except in so far as it was attended with tangible benefits. He was perfectly ready to take advantage of his familiar name to get a better stateroom on a ship than he had paid for, and if a customs house officer passed his luggage unopened because he had read his short stories, Ashenden was pleased to admit that the pursuit of literature had its compensations. He sighed when eager young students of the drama sought to discuss its technique with him, and when gushing ladies tremulously whispered in his ear their admiration of his books. He often wished he was dead. But he thought himself intelligent, and so it was absurd that he should be bawed. It was a fact that he could talk with interest to persons commonly thought so excruciatingly dull that their fellows fled from them as though they owed them money. It may be that here he was but indulging the professional instinct that was seldom dominant in him. They, his raw material, did not baw him any more than fossils baw the geologist. And now he had everything that a reasonable man could want for his entertainment. He had pleasant rooms in a good hotel, and Geneva is one of the most agreeable cities in Europe to live in. He hired a boat and rowed on the lake, or hired a horse and trotted sedately, for in that neat and orderly canton it is difficult to find a stretch of turf where you can have a good gallop, along the macadamized roads in the environs of the town. He wandered on foot about its old streets, trying among those grey stone houses, so quiet and dignified, to recapture the spirit of a past age. He read again with delight Rousseau's Confessions, and for the second or third time tried in vain to get on with La Nouvelle Héloïse. He wrote. He knew few people, for it was his business to keep in the background, but he had picked up a chatting acquaintance with several persons living in his hotel, and he was not lonely. His life was sufficiently filled, it was varied, and when he had nothing else to do, he could enjoy his own reflections. It was absurd to think that under these circumstances he could possibly be bawed, and yet, like a little lonely cloud in the sky, he did see in the offing the possibility of bottom. There is a story that Louis Roman XIV, having summoned a courtier to attend him on a ceremonial occasion, found himself ready to go as the courtier appeared. He turned to him and with icy majesty said, "J.I. faili attenda," of which the only translation I can give, but a poor one, is, "I have but just escaped waiting." So Ashenden might have admitted that he now but just escaped being bawed. It might be, he mused, as he rode along the lake on a dappled horse with a great rump and a short neck, like one of those prancing steeds that you see in old pictures, but this horse never pranced, and he needed a firm jab with the spur to break even into a smart trot. It might be, he mused, that the great chiefs of the Secret Service in their London offices, their hands on the throttle of this great machine, led a life full of excitement. They moved their pieces here and there, they saw the pattern woven by the multitudinous threads. Ashenden was lavish with his metaphors. They made a picture out of the various pieces of the jigsaw puzzle. But it must be confessed that for the small fry like himself to be a member of the Secret Service was not as adventurous an affair as the public thought. Ashenden's official existence was as orderly and monotonous as a city clock's. He saw his spies at stated intervals and paid them their wages. When he could get hold of a new one, he engaged him, gave him his instructions, and sent him off to Germany. He waited for the information that came through and dispatched it. He went into France once a week to confer with his colleague over the frontier and to receive his orders from London. He visited the marketplace on market day to get any message the old butter woman had brought him from the other side of the lake. He kept his eyes and ears open, and he wrote long reports which he was convinced no one read, till having inadvertently slipped a jest into one of them, he received a sharp reproof for his levity. The work he was doing was evidently necessary, but it could not be called anything but monotonous. At one moment, for something better to do, he had considered the possibility of a flirtation with the Baroness von Higgins. He was confident now that she was an agent in the service of the Austrian government, and he looked forward to a certain entertainment in the duel he foresaw. It would be amusing to set his wits against hers. He was quite aware that she would lay snares for him, and to avoid them would give him something to keep his mind from rusting. He found her not unwilling to play the game. She wrote him gushing little notes when he sent her flowers. She went for a row with him on the lake, and letting her long white hand drag through the water, talked of love and hinted at a broken heart. They dined together and went to see a performance, in French and in prose, of Romeo and Juliet. Ashenden had not made up his mind how far he was prepared to go when he received a sharp note from A to ask him what he was playing at. Information had come to hand that he, Ashenden, was much in the society of a woman calling herself the Baroness de Higgins, who was known to be an agent of the Central Powers, and it was most undesirable that he should be on any terms with her but those of frigid courtesy. Ashenden shrugged his shoulders. Did not think him as clever as he thought himself, but he was intrigued to discover, what he had not known before, that there was someone in Geneva, part of whose duties at all events was to keep an eye on him. There was evidently someone who had orders to see that he did not neglect his work or get into mischief. Ashenden was not a little amused. What a shrewd, unscrupulous old thing was He took no risks, he trusted nobody, He made use of his instruments, but high or low, had no opinion of them. Ashenden looked about to see whether he could spot the person who had told what he was doing. He wondered if it was one of the waiters in the hotel. He knew that had a great belief in waiters. They had the chance of seeing so much, and could so easily get into places where information was lying about to be picked up. He even wondered whether had got his news from the Baroness herself. It would not be so strange if after all she was employed by the secret service of one of the allied nations. Ashenden continued to be polite to the Baroness, but ceased to be attentive. He turned his horse and trotted gently back to Geneva. An ostler from the riding stables was waiting at the hotel door, and slipping out of the saddle Ashenden went into the hotel. At the desk the porter handed him a telegram. It was to the following effect: Aunt Maggie not at all well. Staying at Hotel Lottie, Paris. If possible please go and see her. Raymond. Raymond was one of S. facetious noms de guerre, and since Ashenden was not so fortunate as to possess an Aunt Maggie, he concluded that this was an order to go to Paris. It had always seemed to Ashenden that had spent much of his spare time in reading detective fiction, and especially, when he was in a good humor, he found a fantastic pleasure in aping the style of the shilling shocker. If was in a good humor, it meant that he was about to bring off a coup, for when he had brought one off he was filled with depression, and then vented his spleen on his subordinates. Ashenden, leaving his telegram with deliberate carelessness on the desk, asked at what time the express left for Paris. He glanced at the clock to see whether he had time to get to the consulate before it closed and secure his visa. When he went upstairs to fetch his passport, the porter, just as the lift doors were closed, called him. "Monsieur has forgotten his telegram," he said. "How stupid of me," said Ashenden. Now Ashenden knew that if an Austrian baroness by any chance wondered why he had so suddenly gone to Paris, she would discover that it was owing to the indisposition of a female relative. In those troublous times of war, it was just as well that everything should be clear and above board. He was known at the French consulate, and so lost little time there. He had told the porter to get him a ticket, and on his return to the hotel, bathed and changed. He was not a little excited at the prospect of this unexpected jaunt. He liked the journey. He slept well in a sleeping car, and was not disturbed if a sudden jolt waked him. It was pleasant to lie a while smoking a cigarette, and to feel oneself in one's little cabin so enchantingly alone. The rhythmical sound as the wheels rattled over the points was an agreeable background to the pattern of one's reflections, and to speed through the open country and the night made one feel like a star speeding through space. And at the end of the journey was the unknown. When Ashenden arrived in Paris, it was chilly and a light rain was falling. He felt unshaved and he wanted a bath and clean linen, but he was in excellent spirits. He telephoned from the station to and asked how Aunt Maggie was. "I'm glad to see that your affection for her was great enough to allow you to waste no time in getting here," answered with the ghost of a chuckle in his voice. "She's very low, but I'm sure it'll do her good to see you." Ashenden reflected that this was the mistake the amateur humorist, as opposed to the professional, so often made. When he made a joke, he hopped on it. The relations of the joker to his joke should be as quick and desultory as those of a bee to its flower. He should make his joke and pass on. There is of course no harm if, like the bee approaching the flower, he buzzes a little, for it is just as well to announce to a thick-headed world that a joke is intended. But Ashenden, unlike most professional humorists, had a kindly tolerance for other people's humor, and now he answered on his own lines. "When would she like to see me, do you think?" he asked. "Give her my love, won't you?" Now quite distinctly chuckled. Ashenden sighed. "She'll want to titivate a little before you come, I expect. You know what she is. She likes to make the best of herself. Shall we say 10:30, and then when you've had a talk to her we might go out and lunch together somewhere?" "All right," said Ashenden. "I'll come to the Lottie at 10:30. When Ashenden, clean and refreshed, reached the hotel, an orderly whom he recognized met him in the hall and took him up to S apartment. He opened the door and showed Ashenden in. Was standing with his back to a bright log fire dictating to his secretary. "Sit down," said and went on with his dictation. It was a nicely furnished sitting room, and a bunch of roses in a bowl gave the impression of a woman's hand. On a large table was a litter of papers. Looked older than when last Ashenden had seen him. His thin yellow face was more lined and his hair was grayer. The work was telling on him. He did not spare himself. He was up at 7 every morning and he worked late into the night. His uniform was spick and span, but he wore it shabbily. "That'll do," he said. "Take all this stuff away and get on with the typing. I'll sign before I go out to lunch." Then he turned to the orderly. I don't want to be disturbed. The secretary, a sub-lieutenant in the 30s, obviously a civilian with a temporary commission, gathered up a mass of papers and left the room. As the orderly was following, said, wait outside. If I want you, I'll call. Very good, sir. When they were alone, turned to Ashenden with what for him was cordiality. Have a nice journey up. Yes, sir. What do you think of this? He asked, looking round the room. Not bad, is it? I never see why one shouldn't do what one can to mitigate the hardships of war. While he was idly chatting, gazed at Ashenden with a singular fixity. The stare of those pale eyes of his, too closely set together, gave you the impression that he looked at your naked brain and had a very poor opinion of what he saw there. In rare moments of expansion, made no secret of the fact that he looked upon his fellow men as fools or knaves. That was one of the obstacles he had to contend with in his calling. On the whole, he preferred them knaves. You knew then what you were up against and could take steps accordingly. He was a professional soldier and had spent his career in India and the colonies. At the outbreak of the war, he was stationed in Jamaica, and someone in the War Office who had had dealings with him, remembering him, brought him over and put him in the intelligence department. His astuteness was so great that he very soon occupied an important post. He had an immense energy and a gift for organization, no scruples, but resource, courage, and determination. He had perhaps but one weakness. Throughout his life, he had never come in contact with persons, especially women, of any social consequence. The only women he had ever known were the wives of his brother officers, the wives of government officials and of businessmen. And when, coming to London at the beginning of the war, his work brought him into contact with brilliant, beautiful, and distinguished women, he was unduly dazzled. They made him feel shy, but he cultivated their society. He became quite a ladies' man, and to Ashenden, who knew more about him than suspected, that bowl of roses told a story. Ashenden knew that had not sent for him to talk about the weather and the crops, and wondered when he was coming to the point. He did not wonder long. You've been doing pretty well in Geneva, he said. I'm glad you think that, sir, replied Ashenden. Suddenly looked very cold and stern. He had done with idle talk. I've got a job for you, he said. Ashenden made no reply, but he felt a happy little flutter somewhere about the pit of his stomach. Have you ever heard of Chandra Lal? No, sir. A frown of impatience for an instant darkened the colonel's brow. He expected his subordinates to know everything he wished them to know. Where have you been living all these years? At 36 Chesterfield Street, Mayfair, returned Ashenden. The shadow of a smile crossed S' yellow face. The somewhat impertinent reply was off to his own sardonic heart. He went over to the big table and opened a dispatch case that lay upon it. He took out a photograph and handed it to Ashenden. That's him. To Ashenden, unused to Oriental faces, it looked like any of 100 Indians that he had seen. It might have been the photograph of one or other of the Rajas who come periodically to England and are portrayed in the illustrated papers. It showed a fat-faced, swarthy man, with full lips and a fleshy nose. His hair was black, thick and straight, and his very large eyes even in the photograph were liquid and cow-like. He looked ill at ease in European clothes. Here he is in native dress, said giving Ashenden another photograph. This was full length, whereas the first had shown only the head and shoulders, and it had evidently been taken some years earlier. He was thinner, and his great, serious eyes seemed to devour his face. It was done by a native photographer in Calcutta, and the surroundings were naively grotesque. Chandra Lal stood against a background on which had been painted a pensive palm tree and a view of the sea. One hand rested on a heavily carved table on which was a rubber plant in a flower pot, but in his turban and long, pale tunic he was not without dignity. What do you think of him? Asked I should have said he was a man not without personality. There is a certain force there. Here's his dossier. Read it, will you? Gave Ashenden a couple of typewritten pages, and Ashenden sat down. Put on his spectacles and began to read the letters that awaited his signature. Ashenden skimmed the report and then read it a second time more attentively. It appeared that Chandra Lal was a dangerous agitator. He was a lawyer by profession, but had taken up politics and was bitterly hostile to the British rule in India. He was a partisan of armed force and had been on more than one occasion responsible for riots in which life had been lost. He was once arrested, tried, and sentenced to 2 years' imprisonment, but he was at liberty at the beginning of the war, and seizing his opportunity, began to foment active rebellion. He was at the heart of plots to embarrass the British in India, and so prevent them from transferring troops to the seat of war, and with the help of immense sums given to him by German agents, he was able to cause a great deal of trouble. He was concerned in 2 or 3 bomb outrages, which, though beyond killing a few innocent bystanders, they did little harm, yet shook the nerves of the public and so damaged its morale. He evaded all attempts to arrest him. His activity was formidable, he was here and there, but the police could never lay hands on him, and they only learned that he had been in some city when, having done his work, he had left it. At last, a high reward was offered for his arrest on a charge of murder, but he escaped the country, got to America, from there went to Sweden, and eventually reached Berlin. Here he busied himself with schemes to create disaffection among the native troops that had been brought to Europe. All this was narrated dryly, without comment or explanation, but from the very frigidity of the narrative you got a sense of mystery and adventure, of hairbreadth escapes and dangers dangerously encountered. The report ended as follows: C. has a wife in India and 2 children. He is not known to have anything to do with women. He neither drinks nor smokes. He is said to be honest. Considerable sums of money have passed through his hands, and there has never been any question as to his not having made a proper use of them. He has undoubted courage and is a hard worker. He is said to pride himself on keeping his word. Ashenden returned the document to a fanatic. Ashenden thought there was about the man something rather romantic and attractive, but he knew that did not want any nonsense of that sort from him. He looks like a very dangerous fellow. He is the most dangerous conspirator in or out of India. He's done more harm than all the rest of them put together. You know that there's a gang of these Indians in Berlin. Well, he's the brains of it. If he could be got out of the way, I could afford to ignore the others. He's the only one who has any guts. I've been trying to catch him for a year. I thought there wasn't a hope. But now at last I've got a chance, and by God, I'm going to take it. And what'll you do then? Chuckled grimly. Shoot him and shoot him damn quick. Ashenden did not answer. Walked once or twice across the small room and then, again with his back to the fire, faced Ashenden. His thin mouth was twisted by a sarcastic smile. Did you notice at the end of that report I gave you, it said he wasn't known to have anything to do with women? Well, that was true, but it isn't any longer. The damned fool has fallen in love. Stepped over to his dispatch case and took out a bundle tied up with pale blue ribbon. Look, here are his love letters. You're a novelist, it might amuse you to read them. In fact, you should read them, it will help you to deal with the situation. Take them away with you? Flung the neat little bundle back into the dispatch case. One wonders how an able man like that can allow himself to get besotted over a woman. It was the last thing I ever expected of him. Ashenden's eyes traveled to that bowl of beautiful roses that stood on the table, but he said nothing. Who missed little saw the glance and his look suddenly darkened. Ashenden knew that he felt like asking him what the devil he was staring at. At that moment, had no friendly feelings towards his subordinate, but he made no remark. He went back to the subject on hand. Anyhow, that's neither here nor there. Chandra has fallen madly in love with a woman called Giulia Lazzari. He's crazy about her. Do you know how he picked her up? Of course I do. She's a dancer, and she does Spanish dances, but she happens to be an Italian. For stage purposes, she calls herself La Maligna. You know the kind of thing. Popular Spanish music and a mantilla, a fan and a high comb. She's been dancing all over Europe for the last 10 years. Is she any good? No, rotten. She's been in the provinces in England, and she's had a few engagements in London. She never got more than £10 a week. Chandra met her in Berlin in a Tingle-Tangle. You know what that is, a cheap sort of music hall. I take it that on the continent she looked upon her dancing chiefly as a means to enhance her value as a prostitute. How did she get to Berlin during the war? She'd been married to a Spaniard at one time. I think she still is, though they don't live together, and she traveled on a Spanish passport. It appears Chandra made a dead set for her. Took up the Indian's photograph again and looked at it thoughtfully. You wouldn't have thought there was anything very attractive in that greasy little nigger. God, how they run to fat. The fact remains that she fell very nearly as much in love with him as he did with her. I've got her letters too, only copies of course. He's got the originals, and I dare say he keeps them tied up in pink ribbon. She's mad about him. I'm not a literary man, but I think I know when a thing rings true. Anyhow, you'll be reading them, and you can tell me what you think. And then people say there's no such thing as love at first sight. Smiled with faint irony. He was certainly in a good humor this morning. But how did you get hold of all these letters? How did I get hold of them? How do you imagine? Owing to her Italian nationality, Giulia Lazzari was eventually expelled from Germany. She was put over the Dutch frontier. Having an engagement to dance in England, she was granted a visa, and looked up a date among the papers. and on the 24th of October last sailed from Rotterdam to Harwich. Since then she has danced in London, Birmingham, Portsmouth and other places. She was arrested a fortnight ago at Hull. What for? Espionage. She was transferred to London, and I went to see her myself at Holloway. Ashenden and looked at one another for a moment without speaking, and it may be that each was trying his hardest to read the other's thoughts. Ashenden was wondering where the truth in all this lay, and wondered how much of it he could advantageously tell him. How did you get on to her? I thought it odd that the Germans should allow her to dance quite quietly in Berlin for weeks, and then for no particular reason decide to put her out of the country. It would be a good introduction for espionage. And a dancer who was not too careful of her virtue might make opportunities of learning things that it would be worth somebody's while in Berlin to pay a good price for. I thought it might be as well to let her come to England and see what she was up to. I kept track of her. I discovered that she was sending letters to an address in Holland 2 or 3 times a week, and 2 or 3 times a week was receiving answers from Holland. Hers were written in a queer mixture of French, German, and English. She speaks English a little and French quite well, but the answers were written entirely in English. It was good English, but not an Englishman's English, flowery and rather grandiloquent. I wondered who was writing them. They seemed to be just ordinary love letters, but they were by way of being rather hot stuff. It was plain enough that they were coming from Germany, and the writer was neither English, French nor German. Why did he write in English? The only foreigners who know English better than any continental language are Orientals, and not Turks or Egyptians either. They know French. A Jap would write English, and so would an Indian. I came to the conclusion that Julia's lover was one of that gang of Indians that were making trouble for us in Berlin. I had no idea it was Chandra Lal till I found the photograph. How did you get that? She carried it about with her. It was a pretty good bit of work, that. She kept it locked up in her trunk with a lot of theatrical photographs of comic singers and clowns and acrobats. It might easily have passed for the picture of some music hall artiste in his stage dress. In fact, later, when she was arrested and asked who the photograph represented, she said she didn't know. It was an Indian conjurer who had given it her, and she had no idea what his name was. Anyhow, I put a very smart lad on the job, and he thought it queer that it should be the only photograph in the lot that came from Calcutta. He noticed that there was a number on the back, and he took it. The number, I mean. Of course the photograph was replaced in the box. By the way, just as a matter of interest, how did your very smart lad get at the photograph at all? Eyes twinkled. That's none of your business, but I don't mind telling you that he was a good-looking boy. Anyhow, it's of no consequence. When we got the number of the photograph, we cabled to Calcutta, and in a little while, I received the grateful news that the object of Julia's affections was no less a person than the incorruptible Chandra Lal. Then I thought it my duty to have Julia watched a little more carefully. She seemed to have a sneaking fondness for naval officers. I couldn't exactly blame her for that. They are attractive, but it is unwise for ladies of easy virtue and doubtful nationality to cultivate their society in wartime. Presently, I got a very pretty little body of evidence against her. How was she getting her stuff through? She wasn't getting it through. She wasn't trying to. The Germans had turned her out quite genuinely. She wasn't working for them. She was working for Chandra. After her engagement was through in England, she was planning to go to Holland again and meet him. She wasn't very clever at the work. She was nervous, but it looked easy. No one seemed to bother about her. It grew rather exciting. She was getting all sorts of interesting information without any risk. In one of her letters she said, "I have so much to tell you, mon petit chou darling, and what you will be extrêmement intéressé to know," and she underlined the French words. Paused and rubbed his hands together. His tired face bore a look of devilish enjoyment of his own cunning. It was espionage made easy. Of course I didn't care a damn about her. It was him I was after. Well, as soon as I'd got the goods on her, I arrested her. I had enough evidence to convict a regiment of spies. Put his hands in his pockets and his pale lips twisted to a smile that was almost a grimace. Holloway's not a very cheerful place, you know. I imagine no prison is, remarked Ashenden. I left her to stew in her own juice for a week before I went to see her. She was in a very pretty state of nerves by then. The wardress told me she'd been in violent hysterics most of the time. I must say she looked like the devil. Is she handsome? You'll see for yourself. She's not my type. I dare say she's better when she's made up and that kind of thing. I talked to her like a Dutch uncle. I put the fear of God into her. I told her she'd get 10 years. I think I scared her. I know I tried to. Of course she denied everything, but the proofs were there. I assured her she hadn't got a chance. I spent 3 hours with her. She went all to pieces, and at last she confessed everything. Then I told her that I'd let her go scot-free if she'd get Chandra to come to France. She absolutely refused. She said she'd rather die. She was very hysterical and tiresome, but I let her rave. I told her to think it over and said I'd see her in a day or two and we'd have another talk about it. In point of fact, I left her for a week. She'd evidently had time to reflect, because when I came again, she asked me quite calmly what it was exactly that I proposed. She'd been in jail a fortnight then, and I expect she'd had about enough of it. I put it to her as plainly as I could and she accepted. "I don't think I quite understand," said Ashenden. "Don't you? I should have thought it was clear to the meanest intelligence. If she can get Chandra to cross the Swiss frontier and come into France, she's to go free, either to Spain or to South America, with her passage paid. And how the devil is she to get Chandra to do that? He's madly in love with her. He's longing to see her. His letters are almost crazy. She's written to him to say that she can't get a visa to Holland. I told you she was to join him there when her tour was over, but she can get one for Switzerland. That's a neutral country and he's safe there. He jumped at the chance. They've arranged to meet at Lausanne. Yes. When he reaches Lausanne, he'll get a letter from her to say that the French authorities won't let her cross the frontier and that she's going to Thonon, which is just on the other side of the lake from Lausanne, in France, and she's going to ask him to come there. What makes you think he will?" Paused for an instant. He looked at Ashenden with a pleasant expression. "She must make him if she doesn't want to go to penal servitude for 10 years. "I see. She's arriving from England this evening in custody, and I should like you to take her down to Thonon by the night train." "Me?" said Ashenden. "Yes, I thought it the sort of job you could manage very well. Presumably you know more about human nature than most people. It'll be a pleasant change for you to spend a week or two at Thonon. I believe it's a pretty little place, fashionable too, in peacetime. You might take the baths there. And what do you expect me to do when I get the lady down to Thonon? I leave you a free hand. I've made a few notes that may be useful to you. I'll read them to you, shall I?" Ashenden listened attentively. S' plan was simple and explicit. Ashenden could not but feel unwilling admiration for the brain that had so neatly devised it. Presently suggested that they should have luncheon, and he asked Ashenden to take him to some place where they could see smart people. It amused Ashenden to see so sharp, sure of himself, and alert in his office, seized as he walked into the restaurant with shyness. He talked a little too loud in order to show that he was at his ease and made himself somewhat unnecessarily at home. You saw in his manner the shabby and commonplace life he had led, till the hazards of war raised him to a position of consequence. He was glad to be in that fashionable restaurant cheek by jowl, with persons who bore great or distinguished names, but he felt like a schoolboy in his first top hat, and he quailed before the steely eye of the maître d'hôtel. His quick glance darted here and there, and his sallow face beamed with a self-satisfaction of which he was slightly ashamed. Ashenden drew his attention to an ugly woman in black, with a lovely figure, wearing a long row of pearls. "That is Madame de Brides. She is the mistress of the Grand Duke Theodore. She's probably one of the most influential women in Europe. She's certainly one of the cleverest." S' clever eyes rested on her and he flushed a little. "By George, this is life," he said. Ashenden watched him curiously. "Luxury is dangerous to people who have never known it, and to whom its temptations are held out too suddenly." That shrewd, cynical man was captivated by the vulgar glamour and the shoddy brilliance of the scene before him. Just as the advantage of culture is that it enables you to talk nonsense with distinction, so the habit of luxury allows you to regard its frills and furbelows with a proper contumely. But when they had eaten their luncheon and were drinking their coffee, Ashenden, seeing that was mellowed by the good meal and his surroundings, went back to the subject that was in his thoughts. "That Indian fellow must be a rather remarkable chap," he said. "He's got brains, of course. One can't help being impressed by a man who had the courage to take on almost single-handed the whole British power in India. I wouldn't get sentimental about him if I were you. He's nothing but a dangerous criminal. I don't suppose he'd use bombs if he could command a few batteries and half a dozen battalions. He uses what weapons he can. You can hardly blame him for that. After all, he's aiming at nothing for himself, is he? He's aiming at freedom for his country. On the face of it, it looks as though he were justified in his actions." But had no notion of what Ashenden was talking. "That's very far-fetched and morbid," he said. "We can't go into all that. Our job is to get him, and when we've got him, to shoot him. Of course, he's declared war and he must take his chance. I shall carry out your instructions. That's what I'm here for. but I see no harm in realizing that there's something to be admired and respected in him. Ah, was once more the cool and astute judge of his fellows. I've not yet made up my mind whether the best men for this kind of job are those who do it with passion or those who keep their heads. Some of them are filled with hatred for the people we're up against, and when we down them, it gives them a sort of satisfaction like satisfying a personal grudge. Of course, they're very keen on their work. You're different, aren't you? You look at it like a game of chess and you don't seem to have any feeling one way or the other. I can't quite make it out. Of course, for some sort of jobs, it's just what one wants. Ashenden did not answer. He called for the bill and walked back with awe. To the hotel, Roman 11 behind the scenes when Ashenden was sent to X, and looked about him, he could not but see that his situation was equivocal. X was the capital of an important belligerent state, but a state divided against itself. There was a large party antagonistic to the war and revolution, was possible, if not imminent. Ashenden was instructed to see what under the circumstances could best be done. He was to suggest a policy and, if it was approved by the exalted personages who had sent him, to carry it out. A vast amount of money was put at his disposal. The ambassadors of Great Britain and the United States had been directed to afford him such facilities as were at their command, but Ashenden had been told privately to keep himself to himself. He was not to make difficulties for the official representatives of the two powers by divulging to them facts that it might be inconvenient for them to know, and since it might be necessary for him to give support under cover to a party that was at daggers drawn with that in office, and with which the relations of the United States and Great Britain were extremely cordial, it was just as well that Ashenden should keep his own counsel. The exalted personages did not wish the ambassadors to suffer the affront of discovering that an obscure agent had been sent to work at cross purposes with them. On the other hand, it was thought just as well to have a representative in the opposite camp, who in the event of a sudden upheaval would be at hand with adequate funds and in the confidence of the new leaders of the country. But ambassadors are sticklers for their dignity, and they have a keen nose to scent any encroachment on their authority. When Ashenden, on his arrival at X, paid an official call on Sir Herbert Witherspoon, the British ambassador, he was received with a politeness to which no exception could be taken, but with a frigidity that would have sent a little shiver down the spine of a polar bear. Sir Herbert was a diplomat de carrière, and he cultivated the manner of his profession to a degree that filled the observer with admiration. He did not ask Ashenden anything about his mission, because he knew that Ashenden would reply evasively, but he allowed him to see that it was a perfectly foolish one. He talked with acidulous tolerance of the exalted personages who had sent Ashenden to X. He told Ashenden that he had instructions to meet any demands for help that he made, and stated that if Ashenden at any time desired to see him, he had only to say so. I have received the somewhat singular request to dispatch telegrams for you in a private code, which I understand has been given to you, and to hand over to you telegrams in code as they arrive. I hope they will be few and far between, sir, answered Ashenden. I know nothing so tedious as coding and decoding. Sir Herbert paused for an instant. Perhaps that was not quite the answer he expected. He rose. If you will come into the chancellery, I will introduce you to the councillor and to the secretary to whom you can take your telegrams. Ashenden followed him out of the room, and after handing him over to the councillor, the ambassador gave him a limp hand to shake. I hope I shall have the pleasure of seeing you again one of these days, he said, and with a curt nod left him. Ashenden bore his reception with composure. It was his business to remain in obscurity, and he did not wish any official attentions to attract notice to him, but when on the afternoon of the same day he made his call at the American embassy, he discovered why Sir Herbert Witherspoon had shown him so much coldness. The American ambassador was Mr. Wilbur Sheffer. He came from Kansas City and had been given his post when few suspected that a war was on the point of breaking out, as a reward for political services. He was a big stout man, no longer young, for his hair was white, but well-preserved and exceedingly robust. He had a square, red face, clean-shaven, with a little snub nose and a determined chin. His face was very mobile, and he twisted it continually into odd and amusing grimaces. It looked as though it were made out of the red india-rubber from which they make hot water bottles. He greeted Ashenden with cordiality. He was a hearty fellow. I suppose you've seen Sir Herbert. I reckon you've got his dander up. What do they mean in Washington and London by telling us to dispatch your code telegrams without knowing what they're all about? You know, they've got no right to do that. "Oh, Your Excellency, I think it was only done to save time and trouble," said Ashenden. "Well, what is this mission anyway?" This of course was a question that Ashenden was not prepared to answer, but not thinking it politic to say so, he determined to give a reply from which the ambassador could learn little. He had already made up his mind from the look of him that Mr. Sheffer, though doubtless possessed of the gifts that enable a man to swing a presidential election this way or that, had not, at least nakedly for all men to see, the acuteness that his position perhaps demanded. He gave you the impression of a bluff, good-humored creature who liked good cheer. Ashenden would have been wary when playing poker with him, but where the matter in hand was concerned, felt himself fairly safe. He began to talk in a loose, vague way of the world at large, and before he had gone far managed to ask the ambassador his opinion of the general situation. It was the sound of the trumpet to the war horse. Mr. Sheffer made him a speech that lasted without a break for 25 minutes, and when at last he stopped in exhaustion, Ashenden, with warm thanks for his friendly reception, was able to take his leave. Making up his mind to give both the ambassadors a wide berth, he set about his work, and presently devised a plan of campaign. But by chance he was able to do Sir Herbert Witherspoon a good turn, and so was thrown again into contact with him. It has been suggested that Mr. Sheffer was more of a politician than a diplomat, and it was his position rather than his personality that gave weight to his opinions. He looked upon the eminence to which he had risen as an opportunity to enjoy the good things of life, and his enthusiasm led him to lengths that his constitution could ill support. His ignorance of foreign affairs would in any case have made his judgment of doubtful value, but his state at meetings of the Allied ambassadors so often approached the comatose that he seemed hardly capable of forming a judgment at all. He was known to have succumbed to the fascination of a Swedish lady of undoubted beauty, but of antecedents that from the point of view of a Secret Service agent were suspect. Her relations with Germany were such as to make her sympathy with the Allies dubious. Mr. Sheffer saw her every day, and was certainly much under her influence. Now, it was noticed that there was from time to time a leakage of very secret information, and the question arose whether Mr. Sheffer did not in these daily interviews inadvertently say things that were promptly passed on to the headquarters of the enemy. No one could have doubted Mr. Sheffer's honesty and patriotism, but it was permissible to be uncertain of his discretion. It was an awkward matter to deal with, but the concern was as great in Washington as in London and Paris, and Ashenden was instructed to deal with it. He had of course not been sent to X without help to do the work he was expected to do, and among his assistants was an astute, powerful and determined man, a Galician Pole, named Herbatus. After consultation with him, it happened by one of those fortunate coincidences that occasionally come about in the Secret Service, that a maid in the service of the Swedish lady fell ill, and in her place, the Countess, for such she was very luckily able to engage an extremely respectable person from the neighborhood of Krakow. The fact that before the war she had been secretary to an eminent scientist made her doubtless no less competent a housemaid. The result of this was that Ashenden received every 2 or 3 days a neat report upon the goings-on at this charming lady's apartment, and though he learned nothing that could confirm the vague suspicions that had arisen, he learned something else of no little importance. From conversations held at the cozy little tete-a-tete dinners that the Countess gave the ambassador, it appeared that His Excellency was harboring a bitter grievance against his English colleague. He complained that the relations between himself and Sir Herbert were deliberately maintained on a purely official level. In his blunt way, he said he was sick of the frills that damned Britisher put on. He was a he-man and 100% American, and he had no more use for protocol and etiquette than for a snowball in hell. Why didn't they get together, like a couple of regular fellows, and have a good old crack? Blood was thicker than water, he'd say, and they'd do more towards winning the war by sitting down in their shirt-sleeves and talking things out over a bottle of rye than by all their diplomacy and white spats. Now, it was obviously very undesirable that there should not exist between the two ambassadors a perfect cordiality, so Ashenden thought it well to ask Sir Herbert whether he might see him. He was ushered into Sir Herbert's library. "Well, Mr. Ashenden, what can I do for you? I hope you're quite satisfied with everything. I understand that you've been keeping the telegraph lines busy." Ashenden, as he sat down, gave the ambassador a glance. He was beautifully dressed in a perfectly cut tailcoat that fitted his slim figure like a glove. In his black silk tie was a handsome pearl, There was a perfect line in his grey trousers, with their quiet and distinguished stripe, and his neat, pointed shoes looked as though he had never worn them before. You could hardly imagine him sitting in his shirt sleeves over a whiskey highball. He was a tall, thin man, with exactly the figure to show off modern clothes, and he sat in his chair, rather upright, as though he were sitting for an official portrait. In his cold and uninteresting way, he was really a very handsome fellow. His neat grey hair was parted on one side, his pale face was clean-shaven, he had a delicate, straight nose and grey eyes under grey eyebrows. His mouth in youth might have been sensual and well-shaped, but now it was set to an expression of sarcastic determination, and the lips were pallid. It was the kind of face that suggested centuries of good breeding, but you could not believe it capable of expressing emotion. You would never expect to see it break into the haughty distortion of laughter, but at the most be for a moment frigidly moved by an ironic smile. Ashenden was uncommonly nervous. "I'm afraid you'll think I'm meddling in what doesn't concern me, sir. I'm quite prepared to be told to mind my own business." "We'll see. Pray go on." Ashenden told his story, and the ambassador listened attentively. He did not turn his cold, grey eyes from Ashenden's face, and Ashenden knew that his embarrassment was obvious. "How did you find out all this?" "I have means of getting hold of little bits of information that are sometimes useful," said Ashenden. "I see." Sir Herbert maintained his steady gaze, but Ashenden was surprised to see on a sudden in the steely eyes a little smile. The bleak, supercilious face became for an instant quite attractive. "There is another little bit of information that perhaps you'd be good enough to give me. What does one do to be a regular fellow?" "I am afraid one can do nothing, Your Excellency," replied Ashenden gravely. "I think it is a gift of God." The light vanished from Sir Herbert's eyes, but his manner was slightly more urbane than when Ashenden was brought into the room. He rose and held out his hand. "You did quite right to come and tell me this, Mr. Ashenden. I have been very remiss. It is inexcusable on my part to offend that inoffensive old gentleman, but I will do my best to repair my error. I will call at the American Embassy this afternoon. But not in too great state, sir, if I may venture a suggestion." The ambassador's eyes twinkled. Ashenden began to think him almost human. "I can do nothing but in state, Mr. Ashenden. That is one of the misfortunes of my temperament." Then, as Ashenden was leaving, he added, "Oh, by the way, I wonder if you'd care to come to dinner with me tomorrow night, black tie, at 8:15. He did not wait for Ashenden's assent, but took it for granted, and with a nod of dismissal sat down once more at his great writing table. Coloff and Ashenden was published in 1927 by W. Somerset Maugham. This e-book was produced for Standard eBooks by Lucas Bystricki, and is based on a transcription produced in 2016 by Al Haynes and Mark Ackrig for Faded Page and on digital scans from the Internet Archive. The cover page is adapted from Terrace and Observation Deck at the Moulin de Blutfin, Montmartre, a painting completed in 1887 by Vincent van Gogh. The cover and title pages feature the League Spartan and Sots Mill Gaudi typefaces created in 2014 and 2009 by the League of Movable Type. This edition was released on October 26, 2025, 9:54 a.m., and is based on revision C 4387 cc. The first edition of this ebook was released on January 1, 2023, 8:46 p.m. You can check for updates to this ebook, view its revision history, or download it for different e-reading systems at standardbooksorg/ebooks/w-somerset-maugham/Ashenden. The volunteer-driven Standard eBooks project relies on readers like you to submit typos, corrections, and other improvements. Anyone can contribute at Standard Booksorg. Roman 8 Giulia Lazzari, the train started at 8. When he had disposed of his bag, Ashenden walked along the platform. He found the carriage in which Giulia Lazzari was, but she sat in a corner, looking away from the light so that he could not see her face. She was in charge of 2 detectives who had taken her over from English police at Boulogne. One of them worked with Ashenden on the French side of the Lake Geneva, and as Ashenden came up, he nodded to him. "I've asked the lady if she will dine in the restaurant car, but she prefers to have dinner in the carriage, so I've ordered a basket. Is that quite correct?" "Quite," said Ashenden. "My companion and I will go into the diner in turn so that she will not remain alone." "That is very considerate of you. I will come along when we've started and have a chat with her." "She's not disposed to be very talkative," said the detective. "One could hardly expect it," replied Ashenden. He walked on to get his ticket for the second service, and then returned to his own carriage. Giulia Lazzari was just finishing her meal when he went back to her. From a glance at the basket, he judged that she had not eaten with too poor an appetite. The detective who was guarding her opened the door when Ashenden appeared, and at Ashenden's suggestion, left them alone. Giulia Lazzari gave him a sullen look. "I hope you've had what you wanted for dinner," he said as he sat down in front of her. She bowed slightly but did not speak. He took out his case. "Will you have a cigarette?" She gave him a glance, seemed to hesitate, and then, still without a word, took one. He struck a match and, lighting it, looked at her. He was surprised. For some reason he had expected her to be fair, perhaps from some notion that an Oriental would be more likely to fall for a blonde, but she was almost swarthy. Her hair was hidden by a close-fitting hat, but her eyes were coal-black. She was far from young, she might have been 35, and her skin was lined and sallow. She had at the moment no makeup on, and she looked haggard. There was nothing beautiful about her but her magnificent eyes. She was big, and Ashenden thought she must be too big to dance gracefully. It might be that in Spanish costume she was a bold and flaunting figure, but there in the train, shabbily dressed, there was nothing to explain the Indian's infatuation. She gave Ashenden a long, appraising stare. She wondered evidently what sort of man he was. She blew a cloud of smoke through her nostrils and gave it a glance, then looked back at Ashenden. He could see that her sullenness was only a mask. She was nervous and frightened. She spoke in French with an Italian accent. "Who are you?" "My name would mean nothing to you, madam. I am going to Thonon. I have taken a room for you at the Hotel de la Place. It is the only one open now. I think you will find it quite comfortable." "Ah, it is you the colonel spoke to me of. You are my jailer. Only as a matter of form, I shall not intrude upon you. All the same, you are my jailer. I hope not for very long. I have in my pocket your passport with all the formalities completed to permit you to go to Spain." She threw herself back into the corner of the carriage. White, with those great black eyes in the poor light, her face was suddenly a mask of despair. "It's infamous. Oh, I think I could die happy if I could only kill that old colonel. He has no heart. I'm so unhappy. I am afraid you have got yourself into a very unfortunate situation. Did you not know that espionage was a dangerous game? I never sold any of the secrets. I did no harm. Surely only because you had no opportunity? I understand that you signed a full confession." Ashenden spoke to her as amiably as he could, a little as though he were talking to a sick person, and there was no harshness in his voice. "Oh yes, I made a fool of myself. I wrote the letter the colonel said I was to write. Why isn't that enough? What is to happen to me if he does not answer? I cannot force him to come if he does not want to." "He has answered," said Ashenden. "I have the answer with me." She gave a gasp and her voice broke. "Oh, show it to me. I beseech you to let me see it." "I have no objection to doing that, but you must return it to me." He took Chandra's letter from his pocket and gave it to her. She snatched it from his hand. She devoured it with her eyes. There were 8 pages of it, and as she read the tears streamed down her cheeks. Between her sobs she gave little exclamations of love, calling the writer by pet names French and Italian. This was the letter that Chandra had written in reply to hers telling him, on A.'s instructions, that she would meet him in Switzerland. He was mad with joy at the prospect. He told her in passionate phrases how long the time had seemed to him since they were parted, and how he had yearned for her, and now that he was to see her again so soon, he did not know how he was going to bear his impatience. She finished it and let it drop to the floor. "You can see he loves me, can't you?" "There's no doubt about that. I know something about it, believe me." "Do you really love him?" asked Ashenden. "He's the only man who's ever been kind to me. It's not very gay the life one leads in these music halls, all over Europe, never resting, and men, they are not much the men who haunt those places. At first I thought he was just like the rest of them." Ashenden picked up the letter and replaced it in his pocketbook. "A telegram was sent in your name to the address in Holland to say that you would be at the Hotel Gibbons at Lausanne on the 14th. That is tomorrow." "Yes." She threw up her head and her eyes flashed. "Oh, it is an infamous thing that you are forcing me to do. It is shameful." "You are not obliged to do it," said Ashenden. "And if I don't? I'm afraid you must take the consequences." "I can't go to prison," she cried out suddenly. I can't. I have such a short time before me," he said. 10 years. "Is it possible I could be sentenced to 10 years? If the colonel told you so, it is very possible." "Oh, I know him. That cruel face. He would have no mercy. And what should I be in 10 years? Oh, no, no." At that moment the train stopped at a station, and the detective waiting in the corridor tapped on the window. Ashenden opened the door, and the man gave him a picture postcard. It was a dull little view of Pontalia, the frontier station between France and Switzerland, and showed a dusty place with a statue in the middle and a few plain trees. Ashenden handed her a pencil. "Will you write this postcard to your lover? It will be posted at Pontalia. Address it to the hotel at Lausanne. She gave him a glance, but without answering took it and wrote as he directed. Now on the other side write, delayed at Frontier but everything all right. Wait at Lausanne. Then add whatever you like, tendresses, if you like. He took the postcard from her, read it to see that she had done as he directed and then reached for his hat. Well, I shall leave you now. I hope you will have a sleep. I will fetch you in the morning when we arrive at Thonon. The second detective had now returned from his dinner, and as Ashenden came out of the carriage, the two men went in. Giulia Lazari huddled back into her corner. Ashenden gave the postcard to an agent who was waiting to take it to Pontalia, and then made his way along the crowded train to his sleeping car. It was bright and sunny, though cold, next morning when they reached their destination. Ashenden, having given his bags to a porter, walked along the platform to where Giulia Lazari and the two detectives were standing. Ashenden nodded to them. Well, good morning. You need not trouble to wait. They touched their hats, gave a word of farewell to the woman, and walked away. Where are they going? She asked. Off, you will not be bothered with them any more. Am I in your custody then? You're in nobody's custody. I'm going to permit myself to take you to your hotel and then I shall leave you. You must try to get a good rest. Ashenden's porter took her hand luggage and she gave him the ticket for her trunk. They walked out of the station. A cab was waiting for them, and Ashenden begged her to get in. It was a longish drive to the hotel, and now and then Ashenden felt that she gave him a sidelong glance. She was perplexed. He sat without a word. When they reached the hotel, the proprietor, it was a small hotel, prettily situated at the corner of a little promenade, and it had a charming view, showed them the room that had been prepared for Madame Lazari. Ashenden turned to him. That'll do very nicely, I think. I shall come down in a minute. The proprietor bowed and withdrew. I shall do my best to see that you are comfortable, madam, said Ashenden. You are here absolutely your own mistress and you may order pretty well anything you like. To the proprietor you are just a guest of the hotel like any other. You are absolutely free. Free to go out? She asked quickly. Of course. With a policeman on either side of me, I suppose. Not at all. You are as free in the hotel as though you were in your own house, and you are free to go out and come in when you choose. I should like an assurance from you that you will not write any letters without my knowledge or attempt to leave Thonon without my permission. She gave Ashenden a long stare. She could not make it out at all. She looked as though she thought it a dream. I am in a position that forces me to give you any assurance you ask. I give you my word of honor that I will not write a letter without showing it to you or attempt to leave this place. Thank you. Now I will leave you. I will do myself the pleasure of coming to see you tomorrow morning. Ashenden nodded and went out. He stopped for 5 minutes at the police station to see that everything was in order, and then took the cab up the hill to a little secluded house on the outskirts of the town, at which on his periodical visits to this place he stayed. It was pleasant to have a bath and a shave and get into slippers. He felt lazy and spent the rest of the morning reading a novel. Soon after dark, for even at Thonon, though it was in France, it was thought desirable to attract attention to Ashenden as little as possible. An agent from the police station came to see him. His name was Felix. He was a little dark Frenchman with sharp eyes and an unshaven chin, dressed in a shabby grey suit and rather down at heel, so that he looked like a lawyer's clerk out of work. Ashenden offered him a glass of wine and they sat down by the fire. Well, your lady lost no time, he said. Within a quarter of an hour of her arrival, she was out of the hotel with a bundle of clothes and trinkets that she sold in a shop near the market. When the afternoon boat came in, she went down to the quay and bought a ticket to Evian. Evian, it should be explained, was the next place along the lake in France, and from there, crossing over, the boat went to Switzerland. Of course she hadn't a passport, so permission to embark was denied her. How did she explain that she had no passport? She said she'd forgotten it. She said she had an appointment to see friends in Evian, and tried to persuade the official in charge to let her go. She attempted to slip 100 francs into his hand. She must be a stupider woman than I thought, said Ashenden, but when next day he went about 11 in the morning to see her, he made no reference to her attempt to escape. She had had time to arrange herself, and now, her hair elaborately done, her lips and cheeks painted, she looked less haggard than when he had first seen her. I've brought you some books, said Ashenden. I'm afraid the time hangs heavy on your hands. What does that matter to you? I have no wish that you should suffer anything that can be avoided. Anyhow, I will leave them, and you can read them or not as you choose. If you only knew how I hated you, it would doubtless make me very uncomfortable, but I really don't know why you should. I am only doing what I have been ordered to do. What do you want of me now? I do not suppose you have come only to ask after my health. Ashenden smiled. I want you to write a letter to your lover telling him that owing to some irregularity in your passport, the Swiss authorities would not let you cross the frontier, so you have come here, where it is very nice and quiet, so quiet that one can hardly realize there is a war, and you propose that Chandra should join you. Do you think he is a fool? He will refuse. Then you must do your best to persuade him. She looked at Ashenden a long time before she answered. He suspected that she was debating within herself whether by writing the letter and so seeming docile she could not gain time. Well, dictate and I will write what you say. I should prefer you to put it in your own words. Give me half an hour and the letter shall be ready. I will wait here, said Ashenden. Why? Because I prefer to. Her eyes flashed angrily, but controlling herself she said nothing. On the chest of drawers were writing materials. She sat down at the dressing table and began to write. When she handed Ashenden the letter he saw that even through her rouge she was very pale. It was the letter of a person not much used to expressing herself by means of pen and ink, but it was well enough, and when towards the end, starting to say how much she loved the man, she had been carried away and wrote with all her heart, it had really a certain passion. Now add, the man who is bringing this is Swiss, you can trust him absolutely. I didn't want the censor to see it. She hesitated an instant, but then wrote as he directed. How do you spell absolutely? As you like. Now address an envelope and I will relieve you of my unwelcome presence. He gave the letter to the agent who was waiting to take it across the lake. Ashenden brought her the reply the same evening. She snatched it from his hands and for a moment pressed it to her heart. When she read it she uttered a little cry of relief. He won't come. The letter, in the Indian's flowery, stilted English, expressed his bitter disappointment. He told her how intensely he had looked forward to seeing her, and implored her to do everything in the world to smooth the difficulties that prevented her from crossing the frontier. He said that it was impossible for him to come, impossible. There was a price on his head, and it would be madness for him to think of risking it. He attempted to be jocular. She did not want her little fat lover to be shot, did she? He won't come, she repeated. He won't come. You must write and tell him that there is no risk. You must say that if there were you would not dream of asking him. You must say that if he loves you he will not hesitate. I won't. Don't be a fool, you can't help yourself. She burst into a sudden flood of tears. She flung herself on the floor and seizing Ashenden's knees implored him to have mercy on her. I will do anything in the world for you if you will let me go. Don't be absurd, said Ashenden. Do you think I want to become your lover? Come, you must be serious, you know the alternative. She raised herself to her feet and changing on a sudden to fury flung at Ashenden one foul name after another. I like you much better like that, he said. Now will you write or shall I send for the police? He will not come. It is useless. It is very much to your interest to make him come. What do you mean by that? Do you mean that if I do everything in my power and fail, that— She looked at Ashenden with wild eyes. Yes, it means either you or him. She staggered. She put her hand to her heart, then without a word she reached for pen and paper, but the letter was not to Ashenden's liking and he made her write it again. When she had finished, she flung herself on the bed and burst once more into passionate weeping. Her grief was real, but there was something theatrical in the expression of it that prevented it from being peculiarly moving to Ashenden. He felt his relation to her as impersonal as a doctor's in the presence of a pain that he cannot alleviate. He saw now why had given him this peculiar task. It needed a cool head and an emotion well under control. He did not see her next day. The answer to the letter was not delivered to him till after dinner, when it was brought to Ashenden's little house by Felix. Well, what news have you? Our friend is getting desperate, smiled the Frenchman. This afternoon she walked up to the station just as a train was about to start for Lyons. She was looking up and down uncertainly, so I went to her and asked if there was anything I could do. I introduced myself as an agent of the Sûreté. If looks could kill, I should not be standing here now. Sit down, mon ami, said Ashenden. Merci. She walked away. She evidently thought it was no use to try to get on the train, but I have something more interesting to tell you. She has offered a boatman on the lake 1,000 francs to take her across to Lausanne. What did he say to her? He said he couldn't risk it? Yes. The little agent gave his shoulders a slight shrug and smiled. She's asked him to meet her on the road that leads to Evian at 10 o'clock tonight so that they can talk of it again, and she's given him to understand that she will not repulse too fiercely the advances of a lover. I have told him to do what he likes so long as he comes and tells me everything that is of importance. Are you sure you can trust him? Asked Ashenden. Oh, quite. He knows nothing, of course, but that she is under surveillance. You need have no fear about him. He is a good boy. I have known him all his life. Ashenden read Chandra's letter. It was eager and passionate. It throbbed strangely with the painful yearning of his heart. Love. Yes, if Ashenden knew anything of it, there was the real thing. He told her how he spent the long, long hours walking by the lakeside and looking towards the coast of France. How near they were and yet so desperately parted. He repeated again and again that he could not come, and begged her not to ask him. He would do everything in the world for her, but that he dared not do, and yet if she insisted, how could he resist her? He besought her to have mercy on him. And then he broke into a long wail at the thought that he must go away without seeing her. He asked her if there were not some means by which she could slip over. He swore that if he could ever hold her in his arms again, he would never let her go. Even the fast and elaborate language in which it was written could not dim the hot fire that burned the pages. It was the letter of a madman. "When will you hear the result of her interview with the boatman?" asked Ashenden. "I have arranged to meet him at the landing stage between 11 and 12. Ashenden looked at his watch. "I will come with you." They walked down the hill and, reaching the quay for shelter from the cold wind, stood in the lee of the custom house. At last, they saw a man approaching, and Felix stepped out of the shadow that hid them. "Antoine." "Monsieur Felix, I have a letter for you. I promised to take it to Lausanne by the first boat tomorrow." Ashenden gave the man a brief glance, but did not ask what had passed between him and Giulia Lazari. He took the letter, and by the light of Felix's electric torch read it. It was in faulty German. "On no account come. Pay no attention to my letters. Danger. I love you. Sweetheart, don't come." He put it in his pocket, gave the boatman 50 francs, and went home to bed. But the next day, when he went to see Giulia Lazari, he found her door locked. He knocked for some time. There was no answer. He called her. "Madame Lazari, you must open the door. I want to speak to you." "I am in bed. I am ill and can see no one." "I am sorry, but you must open the door. If you are ill, I will send for a doctor." "No, go away. I will see no one. If you do not open the door, I shall send for a locksmith and have it broken open." There was a silence, and then he heard the key turned in the lock. He went in. She was in a dressing gown, and her hair was disheveled. She had evidently just got out of bed. "I am at the end of my strength. I can do nothing more. You have only to look at me to see that I am ill. I have been sick all night. I shall not keep you long. Would you like to see a doctor?" "What good can a doctor do me?" He took out of his pocket the letter she had given the boatman and handed it to her. "What is the meaning of this?" he asked. She gave a gasp at the sight of it, and her sallow face went green. "You gave me your word that you would neither attempt to escape nor write a letter without my knowledge. Did you think I would keep my word?" she cried, her voice ringing with scorn. "No, to tell you the truth, it was not entirely for your convenience that you were placed in a comfortable hotel rather than in the local jail. But I think I should tell you that though you have your freedom to go in and out as you like, you have no more chance of getting away from Thonon than if you were chained by the leg in a prison cell. It is silly to waste your time writing letters that will never be delivered. Cochon." She flung the opprobrious word at him with all the violence that was in her. "But you must sit down and write a letter that will be delivered." "Never. I will do nothing more. I will not write another word. You came here on the understanding that you would do certain things. I will not do them. It is finished. You had better reflect a little." "Reflect? I have reflected. You can do what you like. I don't care." "Very well. I will give you 5 minutes to change your mind." Ashenden took out his watch and looked at it. He sat down on the edge of the unmade bed. "Oh, it has got on my nerves, this hotel. Why did you not put me in the prison?" Why? Everywhere I went I felt that spies were on my heels. It is infamous what you are making me do." "Infamous? What is my crime? I ask you, what have I done? Am I not a woman?" "It is infamous what you are asking me to do. Infamous." She spoke in a high, shrill voice. She went on and on. At last the 5 minutes were up. Ashenden had not said a word. He rose. "Yes, go, go," she shrieked at him. She flung foul names at him. "I shall come back," said Ashenden. He took the key out of the door as he went out of the room and locked it behind him. Going downstairs, he hurriedly scribbled a note, called the Boots, and dispatched him with it to the police station. Then he went up again. Giulia Lazari had thrown herself on her bed and turned her face to the wall. Her body was shaken with hysterical sobs. She gave no sign that she heard him come in. Ashenden sat down on the chair in front of the dressing table and looked idly at the odds and ends that littered it. The toilet things were cheap and tawdry, and none too clean. There were little shabby pots of rouge and cold cream, and little bottles of black for the eyebrows and eyelashes. The hairpins were horrid and greasy. The room was untidy, and the air was heavy with the smell of cheap scent. Ashenden thought of the hundreds of rooms she must have occupied in third-rate hotels in the course of her wandering life from provincial town to provincial town in one country after another. He wondered what had been her origins. She was a coarse and vulgar woman, but what had she been when young? She was not the type he would have expected to adopt that career, for she seemed to have no advantages that could help her, and he asked himself whether she came of a family of entertainers. There are all over the world families, in which for generations the members have become dancers or acrobats or comic singers, or whether she had fallen into the life, accidentally, through some lover in the business who had for a time made her his partner. And what men must she have known in all these years, the comrades of the shows she was in, the agents and managers who looked upon it as a perquisite of their position that they should enjoy her favors, the merchants or well-to-do tradesmen, the young sparks of the various towns she played in, who were attracted for the moment by the glamour of the dancer or the blatant sensuality of the woman. To her, they were the paying customers, and she accepted them indifferently as the recognized and admitted supplement to her miserable salary. But to them, perhaps she was romance. In her bought arms they caught sight for a moment of the brilliant world of the capitals, and ever so distantly and however shoddily of the adventure and the glamour of a more spacious life. There was a sudden knock at the door, and Ashenden immediately cried out, "Intrez." Giulia Lazari sprang up in bed to a sitting posture. "Who is it?" she called. She gave a gasp as she saw the two detectives who had brought her from Boulogne and handed her over to Ashenden at Thonon. "You, what do you want?" she shrieked. "Allens, levez-vous," said one of them, and his voice had a sharp abruptness that suggested that he would put up with no nonsense. "I'm afraid you must get up, Madame Lazari," said Ashenden. "I am delivering you once more to the care of these gentlemen." "How can I get up? I'm ill, I tell you. I cannot stand. Do you want to kill me? If you won't dress yourself, we shall have to dress you, and I'm afraid we shouldn't do it very cleverly. Come, come. It's no good making a scene. Where are you going to take me?" "They're going to take you back to England." One of the detectives took hold of her arm. "Don't touch me, don't come near me," she screamed furiously. "Let her be," said Ashenden. "I'm sure she'll see the necessity of making as little trouble as possible. I'll dress myself." Ashenden watched her as she took off her dressing gown and slipped a dress over her head. She forced her feet into shoes obviously too small for her. She arranged her hair. Every now and then she gave the detectives a hurried, sullen glance. Ashenden wondered if she would have the nerve to go through with it. Would call him a damned fool, but he almost wished she would. She went up to the dressing table, and Ashenden stood up in order to let her sit down. She greased her face quickly and then rubbed off the grease with a dirty towel. She powdered herself and made up her eyes, but her hands shook. The three men watched her in silence. She rubbed the rouge on her cheeks and painted her mouth. Then she crammed a hat down on her head. Ashenden made a gesture to the first detective, and he took a pair of handcuffs out of his pocket and advanced towards her. At the sight of them she started back violently and flung her arms wide. "None, none, none. Je n'y veux pas. No, not them. No, no." "Come, ma Phil, don't be silly," said the detective roughly. As though for protection, very much to his surprise, she flung her arms round Ashenden. "Don't let them take me, have mercy on me, I can't. Ashenden extricated himself as best he could. "I can do nothing more for you." The detective seized her wrists and was about to affix the handcuffs when with a great cry she threw herself down on the floor. "I will do what you wish. I will do everything." On a sign from Ashenden, the detectives left the room. He waited for a little till she had regained a certain calm. She was lying on the floor, sobbing passionately. He raised her to her feet and made her sit down. "What do you want me to do?" she gasped. "I want you to write another letter to Chandra. My head is in a whirl. I could not put two phrases together. You must give me time." But Ashenden felt that it was better to get her to write a letter while she was under the effect of her terror. He did not want to give her time to collect herself. "I will dictate the letter to you. All you have to do is to write exactly what I tell you." She gave a deep sigh, but took the pen and the paper and sat down before them at the dressing table. "If I do this and you succeed, how do I know that I shall be allowed to go free? The colonel promised that you should. You must take my word for it that I shall carry out his instructions. I should look a fool if I betrayed my friend and then went to prison for 10 years. I'll tell you your best guarantee of our good faith. Except by reason of Chandra, you are not of the smallest importance to us. Why should we put ourselves to the bother and expense of keeping you in prison when you can do us no harm?" She reflected for an instant. She was composed now. It was as though, having exhausted her emotion, she had become on a sudden a sensible and practical woman. "Tell me what you want me to write." Ashenden hesitated. He thought he could put the letter more or less in the way she would naturally have put it, but he had to give it consideration. It must be neither fluent nor literary. He knew that in moments of emotion, people are inclined to be melodramatic and stilted. In a book or on the stage, this always rings false, and the author has to make his people speak more simply and with less emphasis than in fact they do. It was a serious moment, but Ashenden felt that there were in it elements of the comic. "I didn't know I loved a coward," he started. "If you loved me, you couldn't hesitate when I ask you to come." Underline couldn't twice. He went on, "When I promise you there is no danger. If you don't love me, you are right not to come. Don't come. Go back to Berlin where you are in safety. I am sick of it. I am alone here. I have made myself ill by waiting for you, and every day I have said he is coming. If you loved me, you would not hesitate so much. It is quite clear to me that you do not love me. I am sick and tired of you. I have no money. This hotel is impossible. There is nothing for me to stay for. I can get an engagement in Paris. I have a friend there who has made me serious propositions. I have wasted long enough over you, and look what I have got from it. It is finished. Goodbye. You will never find a woman who will love you as I have loved you. I cannot afford to refuse the proposition of my friend, so I have telegraphed to him, and as soon as I shall receive his answer I go to Paris. I do not blame you because you do not love me. That is not your fault, but you must see that I should be a stupid to go on wasting my life. One is not young forever. Goodbye, Julia." When Ashenden read over the letter, he was not altogether satisfied, but it was the best he could do. It had an air of verisimilitude which the words lacked because, knowing little English, she had written phonetically. The spelling was atrocious and the handwriting like a child's. She had crossed out words and written them over again. Some of the phrases he had put in French. Once or twice tears had fallen on the pages and blurred the ink. "I leave you now," said Ashenden. "It may be that when next you see me I shall be able to tell you that you are free to go where you choose. Where do you want to go?" "Spain." "Very well, I will have everything prepared." She shrugged her shoulders. He left her. There was nothing now for Ashenden to do but wait. He sent a messenger to Lausanne in the afternoon, and next morning went down to the quay to meet the boat. There was a waiting room next to the ticket office, and here he told the detectives to hold themselves in readiness. When a boat arrived, the passengers advanced along the pier in line, and their passports were examined before they were allowed to go ashore. If Chandra came and showed his passport, and it was very likely that he was traveling with a false one, issued probably by a neutral nation, he was to be asked to wait and Ashenden was to identify him. Then he would be arrested. It was with some excitement that Ashenden watched the boat come in and the little group of people gathered at the gangway. He scanned them closely, but saw no one who looked in the least like an Indian. Chandra had not come. Ashenden did not know what to do. He had played his last card. There were not more than half a dozen passengers for Thonon, and when they had been examined and gone their way he strolled slowly along the pier. "Well, it's no go," he said to Felix, who had been examining the passports. "The gentleman I expected hasn't turned up. I have a letter for you." He handed Ashenden an envelope addressed to Madame Lazari, on which he immediately recognized the spidery handwriting of Chandra Lal. At that moment, the steamer from Geneva, which was going to Lausanne, and the end of the lake hove in sight. It arrived at Thonon every morning 20 minutes after the steamer going in the opposite direction had left. Ashenden had an inspiration. "Where is the man who brought it?" "He's in the ticket office. Give him the letter and tell him to return to the person who gave it to him. He is to say that he took it to the lady, and she sent it back. If the person asks him to take another letter, he is to say that it is not much good as she is packing her trunk and leaving Thonon." He saw the letter handed over and the instructions given, and then walked back to his little house in the country. The next boat on which Chandra could possibly come arrived about 5, and having at that hour an important engagement with an agent working in Germany, he warned Felix that he might be a few minutes late. But if Chandra came, he could easily be detained. There was no great hurry, since the train in which he was to be taken to Paris did not start till shortly after 8. When Ashenden had finished his business, he strolled leisurely down to the lake. It was light still, and from the top of the hill, he saw the steamer pulling out. It was an anxious moment, and instinctively he quickened his steps. Suddenly he saw someone running towards him and recognized the man who had taken the letter. "Quick, quick," he cried. "He's there." Ashenden's heart gave a great thud against his chest. At last. He began to run too, and as they ran the man, panting, told him how he had taken back the unopened letter. When he put it in the Indian's hand he turned frightfully pale. "I should never have thought an Indian could turn that color," he said, and turned it over and over in his hand, as though he could not understand what his own letter was doing there. Tears sprang to his eyes and rolled down his cheeks. It was grotesque. "He's fat, you know." He said something in a language the man did not understand, and then in French asked him when the boat went to Thonon. When he got on board, he looked about, but did not see him. Then he caught sight of him, huddled up in an ulster with his hat drawn down over his eyes, standing alone in the bows. During the crossing he kept his eyes fixed on Thonon. "Where is he now?" asked Ashenden. "I got off first and Monsieur Felix told me to come for you. I suppose they are holding him in the waiting room." Ashenden was out of breath when they reached the pier. He burst into the waiting room. A group of men, talking at the top of their voices and gesticulating wildly, were clustered round a man lying on the ground. "What's happened?" he cried. "Look," said Monsieur Felix. Chandra Lal lay there, his eyes wide open and a thin line of foam on his lips, dead. His body was horribly contorted. "He's killed himself. We've sent for the doctor. He was too quick for us." A sudden thrill of horror passed through Ashenden. When the Indian landed, Felix recognized from the description that he was the man they wanted. There were only 4 passengers. He was the last. Felix took an exaggerated time to examine the passports of the first 3, and then took the Indians. It was a Spanish one, and it was all in order. Felix asked the regulation questions and noted them on the official sheet. Then he looked at him pleasantly and said, "Just come into the waiting room for a moment. There are 1 or 2 formalities to fulfill." "Is my passport not in order?" the Indian asked. "Perfectly." Chandra hesitated, but then followed the official to the door of the waiting room. Felix opened it and stood aside. "Entrez." Chandra went in and the 2 detectives stood up. He must have suspected at once that they were police officers and realized that he had fallen into a trap. "Sit down," said Felix. "I have 1 or 2 questions to put to you." "It is hot in here," he said, and in point of fact they had a little stove there that kept the place like an oven. "I will take off my coat if you permit." "Certainly," said Felix graciously. He took off his coat, apparently with some effort, and he turned to put it on a chair, and then before they realized what had happened they were startled to see him stagger and fall heavily to the ground. While taking off his coat, Chandra had managed to swallow the contents of a bottle that was still clasped in his hand. Ashenden put his nose to it. There was a very distinct odor of almonds. For a little while they looked at the man who lay on the floor. Felix was apologetic. "Will they be very angry?" he asked nervously. "I don't see that it was your fault," said Ashenden. "Anyhow, he can do no more harm. For my part, I am just as glad he killed himself. The notion of his being executed did not make me very comfortable." In a few minutes the doctor arrived and pronounced life extinct. "Prussic acid," he said to Ashenden. Ashenden nodded. "I will go and see Madame Lazari," he said. "If she wants to stay a day or 2 longer I shall let her, but if she wants to go tonight of course she can. Will you give the agents at the station instructions to let her pass?" "I shall be at the station myself," said Felix. Ashenden once more climbed the hill. It was night now, a cold, bright night with an unclouded sky, and the sight of the new moon, a white shining thread, made him turn 3 times the money in his pocket. When he entered the hotel, he was seized on a sudden with distaste for its cold banality. It smelt of cabbage and boiled mutton. On the walls of the hall were colored posters of railway companies advertising Grenoble, Carcassonne, and the bathing places of Normandy. He went upstairs, and after a brief knock, opened the door of Giulia Lazari's room. She was sitting in front of her dressing table, looking at herself in the glass, just idly or despairingly, apparently doing nothing, and it was in this that she saw Ashenden as he came in. Her face changed suddenly as she caught sight of his, and she sprang up so vehemently that the chair fell over. "What is it? Why are you so white?" she cried. She turned round and stared at him, and her features were gradually twisted to a look of horror. "Il est pris," she gasped. "Il est mort," said Ashenden. "Dead. He took the poison. He had the time for that. He's escaped you after all." "What do you mean? How did you know about the poison?" "He always carried it with him. He said that the English should never take him alive." Ashenden reflected for an instant. She had kept that secret well. He supposed the possibility of such a thing should have occurred to him. How was he to anticipate these melodramatic devices? "Well, now you are free. You can go wherever you like and no obstacle shall be put in your way. Here are your ticket and your passport, and here is the money that was in your possession when you were arrested. Do you wish to see Chandra?" She started. No, there is no need. I thought you might care to." She did not weep. Ashenden supposed that she had exhausted all her emotion. She seemed apathetic. "A telegram will be sent tonight to the Spanish frontier to instruct the authorities to put no difficulties in your way. If you will take my advice, you will get out of France as soon as you can." She said nothing, and since Ashenden had no more to say, he made ready to go. "I am sorry that I have had to show myself so hard to you. I am glad to think that now the worst of your troubles are over, and I hope that time will assuage the grief that I know you must feel for the death of your friend." Ashenden gave her a little bow and turned to the door, but she stopped him. "One little moment," she said. "There is one thing I should like to ask. I think you have some heart. Whatever I can do for you, you may be sure I will." "What are they going to do with his things?" "I don't know. Why?" Then she said something that confounded Ashenden. It was the last thing he expected. "He had a wristwatch that I gave him last Christmas. It cost £12. Can I have it back?" Roman 9 Gustav, when Ashenden, given charge of a number of spies working from Switzerland, was first sent there, wishing him to see the sort of reports that he would be required to obtain, handed him the communications, a sheaf of typewritten documents, of a man known in the Secret Service as Gustav. "He's the best fellow we've got," said "His information is always very full and circumstantial. I want you to give his reports your very best attention. Of course Gustav is a clever little chap, but there's no reason why we shouldn't get just as good reports from the other agents. It's merely a question of explaining exactly what we want." Gustav, who lived at Basel, represented a Swiss firm with branches at Frankfurt, Mannheim, and Cologne, and by virtue of his business was able to go in and out of Germany without risk. He traveled up and down the Rhine, and gathered material about the movement of troops, the manufacture of munitions, the state of mind of the country, a point on which laid stress, and other matters upon which the Allies desired information. His frequent letters to his wife hid an ingenious code, and the moment she received them in Basel, she sent them to Ashenden in Geneva, who extracted from them the important facts and communicated these in the proper quarter. Every 2 months Gustav came home and prepared one of the reports that served as models to the other spies in this particular section of the Secret Service. His employers were pleased with Gustav, and Gustav had reason to be pleased with his employers. His services were so useful that he was not only paid more highly than the others, but for particular scoops had received from time to time a handsome bonus. This went on for more than a year. Then something aroused S. quick suspicions. He was a man of an amazing alertness, not so much of mind as of instinct, and he had suddenly a feeling that some hanky-panky was going on. He said nothing definite to Ashenden, whatever surmised he was disposed to keep to himself, but told him to go to Basel, Gustav being then in Germany, and have a talk with Gustav's wife. He left it to Ashenden to decide the tenor of the conversation. Having arrived at Basel, and leaving his bag at the station, for he did not yet know whether he would have to stay or not, he took a tram to the corner of the street in which Gustav lived, and, with a quick look to see that he was not followed, walked along to the house he sought. It was a block of flats that gave you the impression of decent poverty, and Ashenden conjectured that they were inhabited by clerks and small tradespeople. Just inside the door was a cobbler's shop, and Ashenden stopped. "Does Herr Grabo live here?" he asked in his none too fluent German. "Yes, I saw him go up a few minutes ago. You'll find him in." Ashenden was startled, for he had but the day before received through Gustav's wife a letter addressed from Mannheim, in which Gustav, by means of his code, gave the numbers of certain regiments that had just crossed the Rhine. Ashenden thought it unwise to ask the cobbler the question that rose to his lips, so thanked him and went up to the 3rd floor, on which he knew already that Gustav lived. He rang the bell and heard it tinkle within. In a moment the door was opened by a dapper little man with a close-shaven round head and spectacles. He wore carpet slippers. "Herr Grabo?" asked Ashenden. "At your service," said Gustav. "May I come in?" Gustav was standing with his back to the light, and Ashenden could not see the look on his face. He felt a momentary hesitation, and gave the name under which he received Gustav's letters from Germany. Come in. I am very glad to see you." Gustav led the way into a stuffy little room, heavy with carved oak furniture, and on the large table, covered with a tablecloth of green velveteen, was a typewriter. Gustav was apparently engaged in composing one of his invaluable reports. A woman was sitting at the open window darning socks, but at a word from Gustav rose, gathered up her things, and left. Ashenden had disturbed a pretty picture of connubial bliss. "Sit down, please. How very fortunate that I was in Basel. I have long wanted to make your acquaintance. I have only just this minute returned from Germany." He pointed to the sheets of paper by the typewriter. "I think you will be pleased with the news I bring. I have some very valuable information." He chuckled. One is never sorry to earn a bonus. He was very cordial, but to Ashenden his cordiality rang false. Gustav kept his eyes, smiling behind the glasses, fixed watchfully on Ashenden, and it was possible that they held a trace of nervousness. You must have traveled quickly to get here, only a few hours after your letter, sent here and then sent on by your wife, reached me in Geneva. That is very probable. One of the things I had to tell you is that the Germans suspect that information is getting through by means of commercial letters, and so they have decided to hold up all mail at the frontier for 48 hours. I see, said Ashenden amiably. And was it on that account that you took the precaution of dating your letter 48 hours after you sent it? Did I do that? That was very stupid of me. I must have mistaken the day of the month. Ashenden looked at Gustave with a smile. That was very thin. Gustave, a businessman, knew too well how important in his particular job was the exactness of a date. The circuitous routes by which it was necessary to get information from Germany made it difficult to transmit news quickly, and it was essential to know precisely on what days certain events had taken place. Let me look at your passport a minute, said Ashenden. What do you want with my passport? I want to see when you went into Germany and when you came out. But you do not imagine that my comings and goings are marked on my passport? I have methods of crossing the frontier. Ashenden knew a good deal of this matter. He knew that both the Germans and the Swiss guarded the frontier with severity. Oh, why should you not cross in the ordinary way? You were engaged because your connection with a Swiss firm supplying necessary goods to Germany made it easy for you to travel backwards and forwards without suspicion. I can understand that you might get past the German sentries with the connivance of the Germans, but what about the Swiss? Gustave assumed a look of indignation. I do not understand you. Do you mean to suggest that I am in the service of the Germans? I give you my word of honor. I will not allow my straightforwardness to be impugned. You would not be the only one to take money from both sides and provide information of value to neither. Do you pretend that my information is of no value? Why then have you given me more bonuses than any other agent has received? The colonel has repeatedly expressed the highest satisfaction with my services. It was Ashenden's turn now to be cordial. Come, my dear fellow, do not try to ride the high horse. You do not wish to show me your passport, and I will not insist. You are not under the impression that we leave the statements of our agents without corroboration, or that we are so foolish as not to keep track of their movements? Even the best of jokes cannot bear an indefinite repetition. I am in peacetime a humorist by profession, and I tell you that from bitter experience. Now, Ashenden thought the moment had arrived to attempt his bluff. He knew something of the excellent but difficult game of poker. We have information that you have not been to Germany now, nor since you were engaged by us, but have sat here quietly in Basel, and all your reports are merely due to your fertile imagination. Gustave looked at Ashenden and saw a face expressive of nothing but tolerance and good humor. A smile slowly broke on his lips, and he gave his shoulders a little shrug. Did you think I was such a fool as to risk my life for £50 a month? I love my wife. Ashenden laughed outright. I congratulate you. It is not everyone who can flatter himself that he has made a fool of our Secret Service for a year. I had the chance of earning money without any difficulty. My firm stopped sending me into Germany at the beginning of the war, but I learned what I could from the other travelers. I kept my ears open in restaurants and beer cellars, and I read the German papers. I got a lot of amusement out of sending you reports and letters. I don't wonder, said Ashenden. What are you going to do? Nothing. What can we do? You are not under the impression that we shall continue to pay you a salary. No, I cannot expect that. By the way, if it is not indiscreet, may I ask if you have been playing the same game with the Germans? Oh no, Gustave cried vehemently. How can you think it? My sympathies are absolutely pro-ally. My heart is entirely with you. Well, why not? Asked Ashenden. The Germans have all the money in the world, and there is no reason why you should not get some of it. We could give you information from time to time that the Germans would be prepared to pay for. Gustave drummed his fingers on the table. He took up a sheet of the now useless report. The Germans are dangerous people to meddle with. You are a very intelligent man, and after all, even if your salary is stopped, you can always earn a bonus by bringing us news that can be useful to us. But it will have to be substantiated. In future we pay only by results. I will think of it. For a moment or two Ashenden left Gustave to his reflections. He lit a cigarette and watched the smoke he had inhaled fade into the air. He thought too. Is there anything particular you want to know? Asked Gustave suddenly. Ashenden smiled. It would be worth a couple of thousand Swiss francs to you if you could tell me what the Germans are doing with a spy of theirs in Lucerne. He is an Englishman, and his name is Grantley Caper. I have heard the name, said Gustave. He paused a moment. How long are you staying here? As long as necessary. I will take a room at the hotel and let you know the number. If you have anything to say to me, you can be sure of finding me in my room at 9 every morning and at 7 every night. I should not risk coming to the hotel, but I can write. Very well. Ashenden rose to go and Gustav accompanied him to the door. We part without ill feeling then? He asked. Of course. Your reports will remain in our archives as models of what a report should be. Ashenden spent 2 or 3 days visiting Basel. It did not much amuse him. He passed a good deal of time in the bookshops, turning over the pages of books that would have been worth reading if life were 1,000 years long. Once he saw Gustav in the street. On the 4th morning, a letter was brought up with his coffee. The envelope was that of a commercial firm unknown to him, and inside it was a typewritten sheet. There was no address and no signature. Ashenden wondered if Gustav was aware that a typewriter could betray its owner as certainly as a handwriting. Having twice carefully read the letter, he held the paper up to the light to see the watermark. He had no reason for doing this, except that the sleuths of detective novels always did it, then struck a match and watched it burn. He scrunched up the charred fragments in his hand. He got up, for he had taken advantage of his situation to breakfast in bed, packed his bag, and took the next train to Bern. From there, he was able to send a code telegram to Ah. His instructions were given to him verbally 2 days later, in the bedroom of his hotel at an hour when no one was likely to be seen walking along a corridor, and within 24 hours, though by a circuitous route, he arrived at Lucerne. Ashenden Ah, the British agent, Roman 12, His Excellency Ashenden looked forward with misgiving to the dinner to which Sir Herbert Witherspoon had invited him. The black tie suggested a small party, perhaps only Lady Anne, the ambassador's wife, whom Ashenden did not know, or 1 or 2 young secretaries. It did not presage a hilarious evening. It was possible that they might play bridge after dinner, but Ashenden knew that professional diplomats do not play bridge with skill. It may be supposed that they find it difficult to bend their great minds to the triviality of a parlor game. On the other hand, he was interested to see a little more of the ambassador in circumstances of less formality, for it was evident that Sir Herbert Witherspoon was not an ordinary person. He was in appearance and manner a perfect specimen of his class, and it is always entertaining to come upon good examples of a well-known type. He was exactly what you expected an ambassador to be. If any of his characteristics had been ever so slightly exaggerated, he would have been a caricature. He escaped being ridiculous only by a hair's breadth, and you watched him with a kind of breathlessness, as you might watch a tightrope dancer doing perilous feats at a dizzy height. He was certainly a man of character. His rise in the diplomatic service had been rapid, and though doubtless it had helped him to be connected by marriage with powerful families, his rise had been due chiefly to his merit. He knew how to be determined when determination was necessary and conciliatory when conciliation was opportune. His manners were perfect. He could speak 6 languages with ease and accuracy. He had a clear and logical brain. He was never afraid to think out his thoughts to the end, but was wise enough to suit his actions to the exigencies of the situation. He had reached his post at Aix at the early age of 53, and had borne himself in the exceedingly difficult conditions created by the war and contending parties within the state with tact, confidence, and once at least with courage. For on one occasion, a riot having arisen, a band of revolutionaries forced their way into the British embassy, and Sir Herbert from the head of his stairs had harangued them, and notwithstanding revolvers flourished at him, had persuaded them to go to their homes. He would end his career in Paris. That was evident. He was a man whom you could not but admire, but whom it was not easy to like. He was a diplomat of the school of those Victorian ambassadors to whom could confidently be entrusted great affairs, and whose self-reliance, sometimes it must be admitted tinctured with arrogance, was justified by its results. When Ashenden drove up to the doors of the embassy, they were flung open, and he was received by a stout and dignified English butler and 3 footmen. He was ushered up that magnificent flight of stairs on which had taken place the dramatic incident just related and shown into an immense room, dimly lit with shaded lamps, in which at the first glance he caught sight of large pieces of stately furniture, and over the chimney-piece an immense portrait in coronation robes of King George Roman IV. But there was a bright fire blazing on the hearth, and from a deep sofa by the side of it his host, as his name was announced, slowly rose. Sir Herbert looked very elegant as he came towards him. He wore his dinner jacket, the most difficult costume for a man to look well in, with incredible distinction. "My wife has gone to a concert, but she'll come in later," She wants to make your acquaintance? I haven't asked anybody else. I thought I would give myself the pleasure of enjoying your company and tete-a-tete. Ashenden murmured a civil rejoinder, but his heart sank. He wondered how he was going to pass at least a couple of hours alone with this man who made him, he was bound to confess, feel extremely shy. The door was opened again, and the butler and a footman entered bearing very heavy silver salvers. I always have a glass of sherry before my dinner, said the ambassador, but in case you have acquired the barbarous custom of drinking cocktails, I can offer you what I believe is called a dry martini. Shy though he might be, Ashenden was not going to give in to this sort of thing with complete lameness. I move with the times, he replied. To drink a glass of sherry when you can get a dry martini is like taking a stagecoach when you can travel by the Orient Express. A little desultory conversation after this fashion was interrupted by the throwing open of two great doors and the announcement that His Excellency's dinner was served. They went into the dining room. This was a vast apartment in which 60 people might have comfortably dined, but there was now only a small round table in it, so that Sir Herbert and Ashenden sat intimately. There was an immense mahogany sideboard on which were massive pieces of gold plate, and above it, facing Ashenden, was a fine picture by Canaletto. Over the chimney-piece was a 3/4-length portrait of Queen Victoria, as a girl with a little gold crown on her small, prim head. Dinner was served by the corpulent butler and the 3 very tall English footmen. Ashenden had the impression that the ambassador enjoyed in his well-bred way the sensation of ignoring the pomp in which he lived. They might have been dining in one of the great country houses of England. It was a ceremony they performed, sumptuous without ostentation, and it was saved from a trifling absurdity only because it was in a tradition. But the experience gained for Ashenden a kind of savor from the thought that dwelt with him that on the other side of the wall was a restless, turbulent population that might at any moment break into bloody revolution. While not 200 miles away, men in the trenches were sheltering in their dugouts from the bitter cold and the pitiless bombardment. Ashenden need not have feared that the conversation would proceed with difficulty, and the notion he had had that Sir Herbert had asked him in order to question him about his secret mission was quickly dispelled. The ambassador behaved to him as though he were a traveling Englishman who had presented a letter of introduction, and to whom he desired to show civility. You would hardly have thought that a war was raging, for he made to it only such references as showed that he was not deliberately avoiding a distressing subject. He spoke of art and literature, proving himself to be a diligent reader of Catholic taste, and when Ashenden talked to him, from personal acquaintance, of the writers whom Sir Herbert knew only through their works, he listened with the friendly condescension which the great ones of the earth affect towards the artist. Sometimes, however, they paint a picture or write a book, and then the artist gets a little of his own back. He mentioned in passing a character in one of Ashenden's novels, but did not make any other reference to the fact that his guest was a writer. Ashenden admired his urbanity. He disliked people to talk to him of his books, in which indeed, once written, he took small interest, and it made him self-conscious to be praised or blamed to his face. Sir Herbert Witherspoon flattered his self-esteem by showing that he had read him, but spared his delicacy by withholding his opinion of what he had read. He spoke too of the various countries in which during his career he had been stationed and of various persons, in London and elsewhere, that he and Ashenden knew in common. He talked well, not without a pleasant irony that might very well have passed for humor, and intelligently. Ashenden did not find his dinner dull, but neither did he find it exhilarating. He would have been more interested if the ambassador had not so invariably said the right, wise, and sensible thing upon every topic that was introduced. Ashenden was finding it something of an effort to keep up with this distinction of mind, and he would have liked the conversation to get into its shirt-sleeves, so to speak, and put its feet on the table. But of this there was no chance, and Ashenden once or twice caught himself wondering how soon after dinner he could decently take his leave. At 11 he had an appointment with Herbatis at the Hôtel de Paris. The dinner came to an end, and coffee was brought in. Sir Herbert knew good food and good wine, and Ashenden was obliged to admit that he had fared excellently. Liqueurs were served with the coffee, and Ashenden took a glass of brandy. "I have some very old Benedictine," said the ambassador. "Won't you try it? To tell you the honest truth, I think brandy is the only liqueur worth drinking. I'm not sure that I don't agree with you, but in that case, I must give you something better than that." He gave an order to the butler, who presently brought in a cobwebbed bottle and 2 enormous glasses. "I don't really want to boast," said the ambassador as he watched the butler pour the golden liquid into Ashenden's glass, "but I venture to think that if you like brandy you'll like this. I got it when I was counselor for a short time in Paris. I've had a good deal to do lately with one of your successes then." "Byring?" "Yes. What do you think of the brandy?" "I think it's marvelous." "And of Byring?" The question came so oddly on the top of the other that it sounded faintly comic. "Oh, I think he's a damned fool." Sir Herbert leaned back in his chair, holding the huge glass with both hands in order to bring out the aroma, and looked slowly round the stately and spacious room. The table had been cleared of superfluous things. There was a bowl of roses between Ashenden and his host. The servants switched off the electric light as they finally left the room, and it was lit now only by the candles that were on the table and by the fire. Notwithstanding its size, it had an air of sober comfort. The ambassador's eyes rested on the really distinguished portrait of Queen Victoria that hung over the chimney-piece. "I wonder," he said at last, "he'll have to leave the diplomatic service." "I'm afraid so." Ashenden gave him a quick glance of inquiry. He was the last man from whom he would have expected sympathy for Byring. "Yes, in the circumstances," he proceeded. "I suppose it's inevitable that he should leave the service. I'm sorry. He's an able fellow and he'll be missed. I think he had a career before him." "Yes, that is what I've heard. I'm told that at the FO they thought very highly of him. He has many of the gifts that are useful in this rather dreary trade," said the ambassador, with a slight smile, in his cold and judicial manner. "He's handsome, he's a gentleman, he has nice manners, he speaks excellent French, and he has a good head on his shoulders. He'd have done well. It seems a pity that he should waste such golden opportunities. I understand he's going into the wine business at the end of the war. Oddly enough, he's going to represent the very firm from whom I got this brandy." Sir Herbert raised the glass to his nose and inhaled the fragrance. Then he looked at Ashenden. He had a way of looking at people, when he was thinking of something else perhaps, that suggested that he thought them somewhat peculiar, but rather disgusting insects. "Have you ever seen the woman?" he asked. "I dined with her and Byring at Laroux's." "How very interesting. What is she like?" "Charming." Ashenden tried to describe her to his host, but meanwhile, with another part of his mind, he recollected the impression she had made on him at the restaurant when Byring had introduced him to her. He had been not a little interested to meet a woman of whom for some years he had heard so much. She called herself Rose Auburn, but what her real name was few knew. She had gone to Paris originally as one of a troupe of dancers, called the Glad Girls, who performed at the Moulin Rouge. But her astonishing beauty had soon caused her to be noticed, and a wealthy French manufacturer fell in love with her. He gave her a house and loaded her with jewels, but could not long meet the demands she made upon him, and she passed in rapid succession from lover to lover. She became in a short time the best-known courtesan in France. Her expenditure was prodigal, and she ruined her admirers with cynical unconcern. The richest men found themselves unable to cope with her extravagance. Ashenden, before the war, had seen her once at Monte Carlo lose 180,000 francs at a sitting, and that then was an important sum. She sat at the big table, surrounded by curious onlookers throwing down packets of 1,000-franc notes with a self-possession that would have been admirable if it had been her own money that she was losing. When Ashenden met her, she had been leading this riotous life, dancing and gambling all night, racing most afternoons a week, for 12 or 13 years, and she was no longer very young, but there was hardly a line on that lovely brow, scarcely a crow's foot round those liquid eyes, to betray the fact. The most astonishing thing about her was that notwithstanding this feverish and unending round of senseless debauchery, she had preserved an air of virginity. Of course, she cultivated the type. She had an exquisitely graceful and slender figure, and her innumerable frocks were always made with a perfect simplicity. Her brown hair was very plainly done. With her oval face, charming little nose, and large blue eyes, she had all the air of one or other of Antony Trollope's charming heroines. It was the keepsake style raised to such rareness that it made you catch your breath. She had a lovely skin, very white and red, and if she painted, it was not from necessity, but from wantonness. She irradiated a sort of dewy innocence that was as attractive as it was unexpected. Ashenden had heard of course that Byring for a year or more had been her lover. Her notoriety was such that a hard light of publicity was shed on everyone with whom she had any affair. But in this instance, the gossips had more to say than usual, because Byring had no money to speak of, and Rose Auburn had never been known to grant her favors for anything that did not in some way represent hard cash. Was it possible that she loved him? It seemed incredible, and yet what other explanation was there? Byring was a young man with whom any woman might have fallen in love. He was somewhere in the 30s, very tall and good-looking with a singular charm of manner, and of an appearance so debonair that people turned round in the street to look at him. But unlike most handsome men, he seemed entirely unaware of the impression he created. When it became known that Byring was the amant de coeur, a prettier phrase than our English fancy man, of this famous harlot, he became an object of admiration to many women, and of envy to many men. But when a rumor spread abroad that he was going to marry, her consternation seized his friends and ribald laughter everyone else. It became known that Byring's chief had asked him if it was true, and he had admitted it. Pressure was put upon him to relinquish a plan that could only end in disaster. It was pointed out to him that the wife of a diplomat has social obligations that Rose Auburn could not fulfill. Byring replied that he was prepared to resign his post whenever, by so doing, he would not cause inconvenience. He brushed aside every expostulation and every argument. He was determined to marry. When first Ashenden met Byring, he did not very much take to him. He found him slightly aloof, but as the hazards of his work brought him from time to time into contact with him, he discerned that the distant manner was due merely to shyness, and as he came to know him better, he was charmed by the uncommon sweetness of his disposition. Their relations, however, remained purely official, so that it was a trifle unexpected when Byring one day asked him to dinner to meet Miss Auburn, and he could not but wonder whether it was because already people were beginning to turn the cold shoulder on him. When he went, he discovered that the invitation was due to the lady's curiosity. But the surprise he got on learning that she had found time to read, with admiration, it appeared, 2 or 3 of his novels, was not the only surprise he got that evening. Leading on the whole a quiet and studious life, he had never had occasion to penetrate into the world of the higher prostitution, and the great courtesans of the period were known to him only by name. It was somewhat astonishing to Ashenden to discover that Rose Auburn differed so little in air and manner from the smart women of Mayfair, with whom through his books he had become more or less intimately acquainted. She was perhaps a little more anxious to please. Indeed, one of her agreeable traits was the interest she took in whomever she was talking to, but she was certainly no more made up, and her conversation was as intelligent. It lacked only the coarseness that society has lately affected. Perhaps she felt instinctively that those lovely lips should never disfigure themselves with foul words. Perhaps only she was at heart still a trifle suburban. It was evident that she and Byring were madly in love with one another. It was really moving to see their mutual passion. When Ashenden took his leave of them, as he shook hands with her, and she held his hand a moment, and with her blue, starry eyes looked into his, she said to him, "You will come and see us when we're settled in London, won't you? You know we're going to be married." "I heartily congratulate you," said Ashenden. "And him?" She smiled, and her smile was like an angel's. It had the freshness of dawn and the tender rapture of a southern spring. "Have you never looked at yourself in the glass?" Sir Herbert Witherspoon watched him intently while Ashenden, he thought not without a trace of humour, described the dinner party. No flicker of a smile brightened his cold eyes. "Do you think it'll be a success?" he asked now. "No. Why not?" The question took Ashenden aback. A man not only marries his wife, he marries her friends. Do you realize the sort of people Byring will have to mix with? Painted women of tarnished reputation and men who have gone down in the social scale, parasites and adventurers. Of course they'll have money. Her pearls must be worth £100,000, and they'll be able to cut a dash in the smart bohemia of London. Do you know the gold fringe of society? When a woman of bad character marries, she earns the admiration of her set. She has worked the trick. She's caught a man and become respectable, but he, the man, only earns its ridicule. Even her own friends, the old hags with their gigolos, and the abject men who earn a shabby living by introducing the unwary to tradesmen on a 10% commission, even they despise him. He is the mug. Believe me, to conduct yourself gracefully in such a position you need either great dignity of character or an unparalleled effrontery. Besides, do you think there's a chance of its lasting? Can a woman who's led that wild career settle down to domestic life? In a little while she'll grow bored and restless. And how long does love last? Don't you think Byring's reflections will be bitter when, caring for her no longer, he compares what he is with what he might have been? Witherspoon helped himself to another drop of his old brandy. Then he looked up at Ashenden with a curious expression. "I'm not sure if a man isn't wiser to do what he wants very much to do, and let the consequences take care of themselves." "It must be very pleasant to be an ambassador," said Ashenden. Sir Herbert smiled thinly. Byring rather reminds me of a fellow I knew when I was a very junior clerk at the FO. I won't tell you his name because he's by way of being very well known now and highly respected. He's made a great success of his career. There is always something a little absurd in success. Ashenden slightly raised his eyebrows at this statement, somewhat unexpected in the mouth of Sir Herbert Witherspoon, but did not say anything. He was one of my fellow clerks. He was a brilliant creature. I don't think anyone ever denied that, and everyone prophesied from the beginning that he would go far. I venture to say that he had pretty well all the qualifications necessary for a diplomatic career. He was of a family of soldiers and sailors, nothing very grand, but eminently respectable, and he knew how to behave in the great world without bumptiousness or timidity. He was well read. He took an interest in painting. I dare say he made himself a trifle ridiculous. He wanted to be in the movement. He was very anxious to be modern, and at a time when little was known of Gauguin and Cézanne, he raved over their pictures. There was perhaps a certain snobbishness in his attitude, a desire to shock and astonish the conventional, but at heart his admiration of the arts was genuine and sincere. He adored Paris, and whenever he had the chance ran over and put up at a little hotel in the Latin Quarter, where he could rub shoulders with painters and writers. As is the habit with gentry of that sort, they patronized him a little, because he was nothing but a diplomat, and laughed at him a little, because he was evidently a gentleman. But they liked him because he was always ready to listen to their speeches, and when he praised their works, they were even willing to admit that, though a Philistine, he had a certain instinct for the right stuff. Ashenden noted the sarcasm and smiled at the fling at his own profession. He wondered what this long description was leading to. The ambassador seemed to linger over it partly because he liked it, but also because for some reason he hesitated to come to the point. But my friend was modest. He enjoyed himself enormously, and he listened open-mouthed when these young painters and unknown scribblers tore to pieces established reputations, and talked with enthusiasm of persons of whom the sober but cultured secretaries in Downing Street had never even heard. At the back of his mind, he knew that they were rather a common, second-rate lot, and when he went back to his work in London, it was with no regret, but with the feeling that he had been witnessing an odd and diverting play. Now the curtain had fallen, he was quite ready to go home. I haven't told you that he was ambitious. He knew that his friends expected him to do considerable things, and he had no notion of disappointing them. He was perfectly conscious of his abilities. He meant to succeed. Unfortunately, he was not rich. He had only a few hundreds a year, but his father and mother were dead, and he had neither brother nor sister. He was aware that this freedom from close ties was an asset. His opportunity to make connections that would be of use to him was unrestricted. Do you think he sounds a very disagreeable young man? No, said Ashenden in answer to the sudden question. Most clever young men are aware of their cleverness, and there is generally a certain cynicism in their calculations with regard to the future. Surely young men should be ambitious. Well, on one of these little trips to Paris, my friend became acquainted with a talented young Irish painter called O'Malley. He's an R.A. now and paints highly paid portraits of Lord Chancellors and cabinet ministers. I wonder if you remember one he did of my wife, which was exhibited a couple of years ago. No, I don't, but I know his name. My wife was delighted with it. His art always seems to me very refined and agreeable. He's able to put on canvas the distinction of his sitters in a very remarkable way. When he paints a woman of breeding, you know that it is a woman of breeding and not a trollop. It is a charming gift, said Ashenden. Can he also paint a slut and make her look like one? He could. Now doubtless he would scarcely wish to. He was living then in a small and dirty studio in the Rue du Church Midi, with a little Frenchwoman of the character you describe, and he painted several portraits of her which were extremely like. It seemed to Ashenden that Sir Herbert was going into somewhat excessive detail, and he asked himself whether the friend of whom he was telling a story that till now seemed to lead no hither was in point of fact himself. He began to give it more of his attention. My friend liked O'Malley. He was good company, the type of the agreeable rattle, and he had a truly Irish gift of the gab. He talked incessantly and, in my friend's opinion, brilliantly. He found it very amusing to go and sit in the studio while O'Malley was painting and listen to him chattering away about the technique of his art. O'Malley was always saying that he would paint a portrait of him, and his vanity was tickled. O'Malley thought him far from plain and said it would do him good to exhibit the portrait of someone who at least looked like a gentleman. By the way, when was all this? Asked Ashenden. Oh, 30 years ago. They used to talk of their future, and when O'Malley said the portrait he was going to paint of my friend would look very well in the National Portrait Gallery, my friend had small doubt in the back of his mind, whatever he modestly said, that it would eventually find its way there. One evening when my friend, shall we call him Brown, was sitting in the studio and O'Malley, desperately taking advantage of the lost light of day, was trying to get finished for the salon that portrait of his mistress which is now in the Tate Gallery, O'Malley asked him if he would like to come and dine with them. He was expecting a friend of hers, she was called Yvonne by the way, and he would be glad if Brown would make a fourth. This friend of Yvonne's was an acrobat, and O'Malley was anxious to get her to pose for him in the nude. Yvonne said she had a marvelous figure. She had seen O'Malley's work and was willing enough to sit, and dinner was to be devoted to settling the matter. She was not performing then, but was about to open at the Gaietés Montparnasses, and with her days free was not disinclined to oblige a friend and earn a little money. The notion amused Brown, who had never met an acrobat, and he accepted. Yvonne suggested that he might find her to his taste, and if he did she could promise him that he would not find her very difficult to persuade. With his grand air and English clothes, she would take him for a my lord Anglais. My friend laughed. He did not take the suggestion very seriously. On ni Saint Jamais, he said. Yvonne looked at him with mischievous eyes. He sat on. It was Easter time and cold, but the studio was comfortably warm, and though it was small and everything was higgledy-piggledy, and the dust lay heavy on the rim of the window, it was most friendly and cozy. Brown had a tiny flat in Waverton Street, in London, with very good mezzotints on the walls and several pieces of early Chinese pottery here and there, and he wondered to himself why his tasteful sitting-room had none of the comforts of home, nor the romance that he found in that disorderly studio. Presently there was a ring at the door, and Yvonne ushered in her friend. Her name, it appeared, was Alex, and she shook hands with Brown, uttering a stereotyped phrase, with the mincing politeness of a fat woman in a bureau de tabac. She wore a long cloak in imitation mink and an enormous scarlet hat. She looked incredibly vulgar. She was not even pretty. She had a broad, flat face, a wide mouth, and an upturned nose. She had a great deal of hair, golden, but obviously dyed, and large china-blue eyes. She was heavily made up. Ashenden began to have no doubt that Witherspoon was narrating an experience of his own, for otherwise he could never have remembered after 30 years what hat the young woman wore and what coat, and he was amused at the ambassador's simplicity in thinking that so thin a subterfuge could disguise the truth. Ashenden could not but guess how the story would end, and it tickled him to think that this cold, distinguished and exquisite person should ever have had anything like an adventure. She began to talk away to Yvonne, and my friend noticed that she had one feature that, oddly enough, he found very attractive. She had a deep and husky voice, as though she were just recovering from a bad cold, and, he didn't know why, it seemed to him exceedingly pleasant to listen to. He asked O'Malley if that was her natural voice, and O'Malley said she had had it as long as ever he had known her. He called it a whiskey voice. He told her what Brown said about it, and she gave him a smile of her wide mouth, and said it wasn't due to drink. It was due to standing so much on her head. That was one of the inconveniences of her profession. Then the four of them went to a beastly little restaurant off the Boulevard St. Michel where for 2 francs 50, including wine, my friend ate a dinner that seemed to him more delicious than any he had ever eaten at the Savoy or Claridge's. Alex was a very chatty young person, and Brown listened with amusement, with amazement even, while in her rich, throaty voice she talked of the varied incidents of the day. She had a great command of slang, and though he could not understand half of it, he was immensely tickled with its picturesque vulgarity. It was pungent of the heated asphalt, the zinc bars of cheap taverns, and racy of the crowded squares in the poorer districts of Paris. There was an energy in those apt and vivid metaphors that went like champagne to his anemic head. She was a gutter snipe, yes, that's what she was, but she had a vitality that warmed you like a blazing fire. He was conscious that Yvonne had told her that he was an unattached Englishman, with plenty of money. He saw the appraising glance she gave him, and then, pretending that he had noticed nothing, he caught the phrase, il n'est pas mal. It faintly amused him. He had a notion himself that he was not so bad. There were places, indeed, where they went further than that. She did not pay much attention to him. In point of fact, they were talking of things of which he was ignorant, and he could do little more than show an intelligent interest. But now and again she gave him a long look, passing her tongue quickly round her lips, that suggested to him that he only had to ask for her to give. He shrugged a mental shoulder. She looked healthy and young, she had an agreeable vivacity, but beyond her husky voice there was nothing particularly attractive in her. But the notion of having a little affair in Paris did not displease him. It was life, and the thought that she was a music hall artiste was mildly diverting. In middle age, it would doubtless amuse him to remember that he had enjoyed the favors of an acrobat. Was it La Rochefoucauld or Oscar Wilde who said that you should commit errors in youth in order to have something to regret in old age? At the end of dinner, and they sat over their coffee and brandy till late, they went out into the street and Yvonne proposed that he should take Alex home. He said he would be delighted. Alex said it was not far and they walked. She told him that she had a little apartment, of course mostly she was on tour, but she liked to have a place of her own. A woman, you know, had to be in her furniture, without that she received no consideration, and presently they reached a shabby house in a bedraggled street. She rang the bell for the concierge to open the door. She did not press him to enter. He did not know if she looked upon it as a matter of course. He was seized with timidity. He racked his brains, but could not think of a single thing to say. Silence fell upon them. It was absurd. With a little click the door opened. She looked at him expectantly. She was puzzled. A wave of shyness swept over him. Then she held out her hand, thanked him for bringing her to the door, and bade him good night. His heart beat nervously. If she had asked him to come in, he would have gone. He wanted some sign that she would like him to. He shook her hand, said good night, raised his hat and walked away. He felt a perfect fool. He could not sleep. He tossed from side to side of his bed, thinking for what a noodle she must take him, and he could hardly wait for the day that would permit him to take steps to efface the contemptible impression he must have made on her. His pride was lacerated. Wanting to lose no time, he went round to her house at 11 to ask her to lunch with him, but she was out. He sent round some flowers, and later in the day called again. She had been in, but was gone out once more. He went to see O'Malley on the chance of finding her, but she was not there, and O'Malley facetiously asked him how he had fared. To save his face, he told him that he had come to the conclusion that she did not mean very much to him, and so, like a perfect gentleman, he had left her. But he had an uneasy feeling that O'Malley saw through his story. He sent her a pneumatique asking her to dine with him next day. She did not answer. He could not understand it. He asked the porter of his hotel a dozen times if there was nothing for him, and at last, almost in desperation, just before dinner went to her house. The concierge told him she was in, and he went up. He was very nervous, inclined to be angry because she had treated his invitation so cavalierly, but at the same time anxious to appear at his ease. He climbed the 4 flights of stairs, dark and smelly, and rang at the door to which he had been directed. There was a pause. He heard sounds within and rang again. Presently she opened. He had an absolute certitude that she did not in the least know who he was. He was taken aback. It was a blow to his vanity, but he assumed a cheerful smile. I came to find out if you were going to dine with me tonight. I sent you a pneumatique. Then she recognized him, but she stood at the door and did not ask him in. Oh no, I can't dine with you tonight. I have terrible megrim and I am going to bed. I couldn't answer your pneumatique. I mislaid it, and I'd forgotten your name. Thank you for the flowers. It was nice of you to send them. Then won't you come and dine with me tomorrow night? Justment, I have an engagement tomorrow night. I'm sorry. There was nothing more to say. He had not the nerve to ask her to anything else and so bade her good night and went. He had the impression that she was not vexed with him, but that she had entirely forgotten him. It was humiliating. When he went back to London without having seen her again, it was with a curious sense of dissatisfaction. He was not in the least in love with her. He was annoyed with her, but he could not get her quite out of his mind. He was honest enough to realize that he was suffering from nothing more than wounded vanity. During that dinner at the little restaurant off the Bowl Mitch, she had mentioned that her troupe was going to London in the spring, and in one of his letters to O'Malley, he slipped in casually a phrase to the effect that if his young friend Alex happened to be coming to town, he, O'Malley, might let him know, and he would look her up. He would like to hear from her own ingenuous lips what she thought of the nude O'Malley had painted of her. When the painter some time afterwards wrote and told him that she was appearing a week later at the Metropolitan in the Edgware Road, he felt a sudden rush of blood to his head. He went to see her play. If he had not taken the precaution to go earlier in the day and look at the program, he would have missed her, for her turn was the first on the list. There were 2 men, a stout one and a thin one, with large black mustaches, and Alex. They were dressed in ill-fitting pink tights with green satin trunks. The men did various exercises on twin trapezes while Alex tripped about the stage, giving them handkerchiefs to wipe their hands on, and occasionally turned a somersault. When the fat man raised the thin one on his shoulders, she climbed up and stood on the shoulders of the second, kissing her hand to the audience. They did tricks with safety bicycles. There is often grace, and even beauty, in the performance of clever acrobats. But this one was so crude, so vulgar that my friend felt positively embarrassed. There is something shameful in seeing grown men publicly make fools of themselves. Poor Alex, with a fixed and artificial smile on her lips, in her pink tights and green satin trunks, was so grotesque that he wondered how he could have let himself feel a moment's annoyance because when he went to her apartment, she had not recognized him. It was with a shrug of the shoulders, condescendingly, that he went round to the stage door afterwards and gave the doorkeeper a shilling to take her his card. In a few minutes she came out. She seemed delighted to see him. "Oh, how good it is to see the face of someone you know in this sad city," she said. "Ah, now you can give me that dinner you asked me to in Paris. I'm dying of hunger. I never eat before the show. Imagine that they should have given us such a bad place on the program. It's an insult, but we shall see the agent tomorrow. If they think they can put upon us like that, they are mistaken. Ah, none at none. And what an audience? No enthusiasm, no applause, nothing." My friend was staggered. Was it possible that she took her performance seriously? He almost burst out laughing, but she still spoke with that throaty voice that had such a queer effect on his nerves. She was dressed all in red and wore the same red hat in which he had first seen her. She looked so flashy that he did not fancy the notion of asking her to a place where he might be seen, and so suggested Soho. There were hansoms still in those days, and the hansom was more conducive to love-making, I imagine, than is the taxi of the present time. My friend put his arm round Alex's waist and kissed her. It left her calm, but on the other hand did not wildly excite him. While they ate a late dinner, he made himself very gallant, and she played up to him agreeably. But when they got up to go, and he proposed that she should come round to his rooms in Waverton Street, she told him that a friend had come over from Paris with her, and that she had to meet him at 11. She had only been able to dine with Brown because her companion had a business engagement. Brown was exasperated, but did not want to show it, and when, as they walked down Water Street, for she said she wanted to go to the Café Monaco, pausing in front of a pawnbroker's to look at the jewelry in the window, she went into ecstasies over a bracelet of sapphires and diamonds that Brown thought incredibly vulgar. He asked her if she would like it. "But it's marked £15, she said. He went in and bought it for her. She was delighted. She made him leave her just before they came to Piccadilly Circus. "Now listen, mon petit," she said. "I cannot see you in London because of my friend. He is jealous as a wolf. That is why I think it is more prudent for you to go now, but I am playing at Boulogne next week. Why do you not come over? I shall be alone there. My friend has to go back to Holland where he lives." "All right," said Brown, "I'll come." When he went to Boulogne, he had 2 days' leave. It was with the one idea of salving the wound to his pride. It was odd that he should care. I dare say to you it seems inexplicable. He could not bear the notion that Alex looked upon him as a fool, and he felt that when once he had removed that impression from her, he would never bother about her again. He thought of O'Malley too, and of Yvonne. She must have told them, and it galled him to think that people whom in his heart he despised should laugh at him behind his back. "Do you think he was very contemptible?" "Good gracious, no," said Ashenden. "All sensible people know that vanity is the most devastating, the most universal, and the most ineradicable of the passions that afflict the soul of man, and it is only vanity that makes him deny its power. It is more consuming than love. With advancing years, mercifully, you can snap your fingers at the terror and the servitude of love, but age cannot free you from the thraldom of vanity. Time can assuage the pangs of love, but only death can still the anguish of wounded vanity. Love is simple and seeks no subterfuge, but vanity cozens you with 100 disguises. It is part and parcel of every virtue. It is the mainspring of courage and the strength of ambition. It gives constancy to the lover and endurance to the stoic. It adds fuel to the fire of the artist's desire for fame, and is at once the support and the compensation of the honest man's integrity. It leers even cynically in the humility of the saint. You cannot escape it, and should you take pains to guard against it, it will make use of those very pains to trip you up. You are defenseless against its onslaught, because you know not on what unprotected side it will attack you. Sincerity cannot protect you from its snare, nor humor from its mockery." Ashenden stopped, not because he had said all he had to say, but because he was out of breath. He noticed also that the ambassador, desiring to talk rather than to listen, heard him with a politeness that was strained, but he had made this speech not so much for his host's edification as for his own entertainment. It is vanity, finally, that makes man support his abominable lot. For a minute Sir Herbert was silent. He looked straight in front of him, as though his thoughts lingered distressfully on some far horizon of memory. When my friend came back from Boulogne, he knew that he was madly in love with Alex, and he had arranged to meet her again in a fortnight's time when she would be performing at Dunkirk. He thought of nothing else in the interval, and the night before he was to start, he only had 36 hours this time. He could not sleep, so devouring was the passion that consumed him. Then he went over for a night to Paris to see her, and once when she was disengaged for a week, he persuaded her to come to London. He knew that she did not love him. He was just a man among 100 others, and she made no secret of the fact that he was not her only lover. He suffered agonies of jealousy, but knew that it would only excite her ridicule or her anger if he showed it. She had not even a fancy for him. She liked him because he was a gentleman and well-dressed. She was quite willing to be his mistress so long as the claims he made on her were not irksome. But that was all. His means were not large enough to enable him to make her any serious offers, but even if they had been, liking her freedom, she would have refused. "But what about the Dutchman?" asked Ashenden. "The Dutchman? He was a pure invention. She made him up on the spur of the moment because for one reason or another, she did not just then want to be bothered with Brown. What should one lie more or less matter to her? Don't think he didn't struggle against his passion. He knew it was madness. He knew that a permanent connection between them could only lead to disaster for him. He had no illusions about her. She was common, coarse, and vulgar. She could talk of none of the things that interested him, nor did she try. She took it for granted that he was concerned with her affairs and told him interminable stories of her quarrels with fellow performers, her disputes with managers, and her wrangles with hotel keepers. What she said bored him to death, but the sound of her throaty voice made his heart beat so that sometimes he thought he would suffocate. Ashenden sat uneasily in his chair. It was a Sheraton chair very good at look at, but hard and straight, and he wished that Sir Herbert had had the notion of going back to the other room where there was a comfortable sofa. It was quite plain now that the story he was telling was about himself, and Ashenden felt a certain indelicacy in the man's stripping his soul before him so nakedly. He did not desire this confidence to be forced upon him. Sir Herbert Witherspoon meant nothing to him. By the light of the shaded candles, Ashenden saw that he was deathly pale, and there was a wildness in his eyes that in that cold and composed man was strangely disconcerting. He poured himself out a glass of water. His throat was dry so that he could hardly speak, but he went on pitilessly. At last, my friend managed to pull himself together. He was disgusted by the sordidness of his intrigue. There was no beauty in it, nothing but shame, and it was leading to nothing. His passion was as vulgar as the woman for whom he felt it. Now it happened that Alex was going to spend 6 months in the north of Africa with her troupe, and for that time at least it would be impossible for him to see her. He made up his mind that he must seize the opportunity and make a definite break. He knew bitterly that it would mean nothing to her. In 3 weeks she would have forgotten him. And then there was something else. He had come to know very well some people, a man and his wife, whose social and political connections were extremely important. They had an only daughter, and, I don't know why, she fell in love with him. She was everything that Alex was not, pretty in the real English way, with blue eyes and pink and white cheeks, tall and fair. She might have stepped out of one of Du Maurier's pictures in Punch. She was clever and well-read, and since she had lived all her life in political circles, she could talk intelligently of the sort of things that interested him. He had reason to believe that if he asked her to marry him she would accept. I have told you that he was ambitious. He knew that he had great abilities, and he wanted the chance to use them. She was related to some of the greatest families in England, and he would have been a fool not to realize that a marriage of this kind must make his path infinitely easier. The opportunity was golden. And what a relief to think that he could put behind him definitely that ugly little episode, and what a happiness, instead of that wall of cheerful indifference and matter-of-fact good nature against which in his passion for Alex he had vainly batted his head. What a happiness to feel that to someone else he really meant something. How could he help being flattered and touched when he saw her face light up as he came into the room? He wasn't in love with her, but he thought her charming, and he wanted to forget Alex and the vulgar life into which she had led him. At last, he made up his mind. He asked her to marry him and was accepted. Her family was delighted. The marriage was to take place in the autumn, since her father had to go on some political errand to South America and was taking his wife and daughter with him. They were to be gone the whole summer. My friend Brown was transferring from the FO to the diplomatic service and had been promised a post at Lisbon. He was to go there immediately. He saw his fiancée off. Then it happened that owing to some hitch, the man whom Brown was going to replace was kept at Lisbon 3 months longer, and so for that period, my friend found himself at a loose end. And just when he was making up his mind what to do with himself, he received a letter from Alex. She was coming back to France and had a tour booked. She gave him a long list of the places she was going to, and in her casual, friendly way said that they would have fun if he could manage to run over for a day or two. An insane, a criminal notion seized him. If she had shown any eagerness for him to come, he might have resisted. It was her airy, matter-of-fact indifference that took him. On a sudden he longed for her. He did not care if she was gross and vulgar. He had got her in his bones, and it was his last chance. In a little while he was going to be married. It was now or never. He went down to Marseille and met her as she stepped off the boat that had brought her from Tunis. His heart leaped at the pleasure she showed on seeing him. He knew he loved her madly. He told her that he was going to be married in 3 months and asked her to spend the last of his freedom with him. She refused to abandon her tour. How could she leave her companions in the lurch? He offered to compensate them, but she would not hear of it. They could not find someone to take her place at a moment's notice, nor could they afford to throw over a good engagement that might lead to others in the future. They were honest people, and they kept their word. They had their duty to their managers and their duty to their public. He was exasperated. It seemed absurd that his whole happiness should be sacrificed to that wretched tour. And at the end of the 3 months, what was to happen to her then? Oh, no. He was asking something that wasn't reasonable. He told her that he adored her. He did not know till then how insanely he loved her. Well then, she said, why did he not come with her and make the tour with them? She would be glad of his company. They could have a good time together, and at the end of 3 months he could go and marry his heiress, and neither of them would be any the worse. For a moment he hesitated, but now that he saw her again, he could not bear the thought of being parted from her so soon. He accepted. And then she said, "But listen, my little one, you mustn't be silly, you know. The managers won't be too pleased with me if I make a lot of chitchy. I have to think of my future, and they won't be so anxious to have me back if I refuse to please old customers of the house. It won't be very often, but it must be understood that you are not to make me scenes if now and then I give myself to someone whose fancy I take. It will mean nothing, that is business, you will be my amant de coeur." He felt a strange, excruciating pain in his heart, and I think he went so pale that she thought he was going to faint. She looked at him curiously. "Those are the terms," she said. "You can either take them or leave them." He accepted. Sir Herbert Witherspoon leaned forward in his chair, and he was so white that Ashenden thought too that he was going to faint. His skin was drawn over his skull so that his face looked like a death's head, but the veins on his forehead stood out like knotted cords. He had lost all reticence. And Ashenden once more wished that he would stop. It made him shy and nervous to see the man's naked soul. No one has the right to show himself to another in that destitute state. He was inclined to cry, "Stop, stop. You mustn't tell me any more. You'll be so ashamed." But the man had lost all shame. For 3 months they traveled together from one dull provincial town to another, sharing a filthy little bedroom in frowsy hotels. Alex would not let him take her to good hotels. She said she had not the clothes for them, and she was more comfortable in the sort of hotel she was used to. She did not want her companions in the business to say that she was putting on side. He sat interminable hours in shabby cafes. He was treated as a brother by members of the troupe. They called him by his Christian name and chaffed him costly and slapped him on the back. He ran errands for them when they were busy with their work. He saw the good-humored contempt in the eyes of managers and was obliged to put up with the familiarity of stagehands. They traveled third class from place to place, and he helped to carry the luggage. He, with whom reading was a passion, never opened a book, because Alex was bored by reading and thought that anyone who did was just giving himself airs. Every night he went to the music hall and watched her go through that grotesque and ignoble performance. He had to fall in with her pathetic fancy that it was artistic. He had to congratulate her when it had gone well and condole with her when some feat of agility had gone amiss. When she had finished, he went to a café and waited for her while she changed, and sometimes she would come in rather hurriedly and say, "Don't wait for me tonight, mon chou, I'm busy." And then he would undergo agonies of jealousy. He would suffer as he never knew a man could suffer. She would come back to the hotel at 3 or 4 in the morning. She wondered why he was not asleep. Sleep? How could he sleep with that misery gnawing at his heart? He had promised he would not interfere with her. He did not keep his promise. He made her terrific scenes. Sometimes he beat her. Then she would lose her patience and tell him she was sick of him. She would pack her things to go, and then he would go groveling to her, promising anything, any submission, vowing to swallow any humiliation if she would not leave him. It was horrible and degrading. He was miserable. Miserable? No, he was happier than he'd ever been in his life. It was the gutter that he wallowed in, but he wallowed in it with delight. Oh, he was so bored with the life he'd led hitherto, and this one seemed to him amazing and romantic. This was reality. And that frowsy, ugly woman with the whiskey voice, she had such a splendid vitality, such a zest for life that she seemed to raise his own to some more vivid level. It really did seem to him to burn with a pure, gem-like flame. Do people still read Pater? I don't know, said Ashenden. I don't. There was only 3 months of it. Oh, how short the time seemed and how quickly the weeks sped by. Sometimes he had wild dreams of abandoning everything and throwing in his lot with the acrobats. They had come to have quite a liking for him, and they said he could easily train himself to take a part in the turn. He knew they said it more in jest than in earnest, but the notion vaguely tickled him. But these were only dreams, and he knew that nothing would come of them. He never really chafed with the thought that when the 3 months came to an end, he would not return to his own life with its obligations. With his mind, that cold, logical mind of his, he knew it would be absurd to sacrifice everything for a woman like Alex. He was ambitious, he wanted power, and besides, he could not break the heart of that poor child who loved and trusted him. She wrote to him once a week. She was longing to get back. The time seemed endless to her, and he had a secret wish that something would happen to delay her arrival. If he could only have a little more time, perhaps if he had 6 months he would have got over his infatuation. Already sometimes he hated Alex. The last day came. They seemed to have little to say to one another. They were both sad, but he knew that Alex only regretted the breaking of an agreeable habit. In 24 hours she would be as gay and full of spirits with her stray companion as though he had never crossed her path. He could only think that next day he was going to Paris to meet his fiancée and her family. They spent their last night in one another's arms weeping. If she'd asked him then not to leave her, it may be that he would have stayed. But she didn't. It never occurred to her. She accepted his going as a settled thing, and she wept not because she loved him. She wept because he was unhappy. In the morning she was sleeping so soundly that he had not the heart to wake her to say goodbye. He slipped out very quietly, with his bag in his hand, and took the train to Paris. Ashenden turned away his head, for he saw 2 tears form themselves in Witherspoon's eyes and roll down his cheeks. He did not even try to hide them. Ashenden lit another cigar. In Paris they cried out when they saw him. They said he looked like a ghost. He told them he'd been ill and hadn't said anything about it in order not to worry them. They were very kind. A month later he was married. He did very well for himself. He was given opportunities to distinguish himself, and he distinguished himself. His rise was spectacular. He had the well-ordered and distinguished establishment that he had wanted. He had the power for which he had craved. He was loaded with honors. Oh, he made a success of life, and there were hundreds who envied him. It was all ashes. He was bawed to distraction, bawed by that distinguished, beautiful lady he had married, bawed by the people his life forced him to live with. It was a comedy he was playing, and sometimes it seemed intolerable to live forever and ever behind a mask. Sometimes he felt he couldn't bear it, but he bore it. Sometimes he longed for Alex so fiercely that he felt it would be better to shoot himself than to suffer such anguish. He never saw her again. Never. He heard from O'Malley that she had married and left her troupe. She must be a fat old woman now, and it doesn't matter any more. But he had wasted his life, and he never even made that poor creature whom he married happy. How could he go on hiding from her year after year that he had nothing to give her but pity? Once in his agony he told her about Alex, and she tortured him ever after with her jealousy. He knew that he should never have married her. In 6 months she would have got over her grief if he had told her he could not bear to, and in the end would have happily married somebody else. So far as she was concerned, his sacrifice was vain. He was terribly conscious that he had only one life, and it seemed so sad to think that he had wasted it. He could never surmount his immeasurable regret. He laughed when people spoke of him as a strong man. He was as weak and unstable as water, and that's why I tell you that Byring is right. Even though it only lasts 5 years, even though he ruins his career, even though this marriage of his ends in disaster, it will have been worthwhile. He will have been satisfied. He will have fulfilled himself. At that moment the door opened and a lady came in. The ambassador glanced at her, and for an instant a look of cold hatred crossed his face. But it was only for an instant. Then, rising from the table, he composed his ravaged features to an expression of courteous suavity. He gave the incomer a haggard smile. "Here is my wife. This is Mr. Ashenden." I couldn't imagine where you were. Why didn't you go and sit in your study? I'm sure Mr. Ashenden's been dreadfully uncomfortable. She was a tall, thin woman of 50, rather drawn and faded, but she looked as though she had once been pretty. It was obvious that she was very well bred. She vaguely reminded you of an exotic plant reared in a hothouse that had begun to lose its bloom. She was dressed in black. What was the concert like? Asked Sir Herbert. Oh, not bad at all. They gave a Brahms concerto and the fire music from the Wakura, and some Hungarian dances of Dvorak. I thought them rather showy. She turned to Ashenden. I hope you haven't been bored all alone with my husband. What have you been talking about? Art and literature? No, it's raw material, said Ashenden. He took his leave.